Hey y'all, we ready?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Or just so you know, our video is going to go live right at 12, so just be prepared for that.
Great.
Hi, Molina. There she is. There we go.
The logo's great.
All right, here we go, guys. All right, welcome everyone. I'm trying to make sure we're up and running and we should be good to go. There we go. Welcome everyone. It's day 3. We're so excited. We're so happy to have y'all here. My name is Meg. I am part of the Power to Fly virtual hosting team, and I am beyond ecstatic to kick off day 3 of our Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual summit. In case y'all are just joining us for the first time, we've had 2 days of some really great speakers. So if you missed that, be sure to keep checking back on our channels so that y'all can check out the video recordings that we've got for each session from the last 2 days. If you are not new and you are joining to make sure, if you're coming back here after enjoying 2 full days of great chats with us, welcome back. We are so happy to have you. And we cannot wait for to kind of present you all of the rest of the great great content and great chats that we have coming up for the rest of today. So as we get started here, I do just want to go over a couple real quick housekeeping items in case for everybody both returning and new. We really would love to hear from our audience. We really want to make sure that we hear from our community members, our attendees. So to that effect, please feel free to shout out questions or comments. If you're really feeling something that one of the speakers is saying, please feel free to participate in that live chat page. You can see that on the right-hand side of your screen as you're watching this on the live stream on our website. If you have any kind of technical issues, please feel free to reach out. There's several members of the Power to Fly team that are in the chat. We're helping to moderate today. So you can tag myself, Megan Alexander in the chat. You can also tag Seppi or Lauren, or I believe Sarah is also going to be in that chat as well. So if you have any kind of technical issues, please feel free to reach out to us and we'll try and help you any way we can. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, I want to direct you to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide. That is the code that you will need to redeem credits for any of the virtual sessions that you sit in on today. And last but not least, I do want to refer you to the code of conduct. We're going to be putting that into the live chat here in just a minute. What that's going to tell you is basically how we want to make sure that this talk and the all the participation in the in the live chat for today's sessions remains as respectful and kind as possible. We want to make sure that this session, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. So with that, I would love to introduce you to our co-founder and CEO, Molina Barry. Molina, take it away.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Diversity Reboot. We had more than 16,000 of you just on day 1 alone. The stats are still coming in from yesterday, but I'm so incredibly grateful and proud and feel so privileged to be able to spend this time with you today. I will let Meg actually introduce our amazing keynote of the day, Joanne Wilson, and her moderator, Ruth Umo. But I first wanted to say a couple of words about why I invited Joanne to speak to our community today. It's a little bit of a personal story, but Joanne obviously has worn many hats in her career, and I'm hoping she's going to touch on some of that today. But one of the things she did a while ago is she interviewed Red Burns and published video interviews right before Red Burns passed away in 2013. I'm a graduate of the graduate program that Red chaired. It's called the Interactive Telecommunications Program at NYU. And in 2013, when I was starting to figure out what's next in my life and the path that led to me co-founding Power to Fly, Red Burns passed away, and I spent probably a month digging in through all the materials that were published on the internet about her. I was very inspired by the stories that Joanne published about Red Burns, about how she didn't really know how to chair a program. She just had a vision of something, and then she put one foot in front of the other, and it all came together. And so I wanted to thank you, Joanne, for doing that work, because it is in some part what kind of came together and why I'm here today as CEO and co-founder of this amazing company. The other tidbit is also from November 2013, and it is, it was the very beginning stages of me deciding what's up in life and, where am I going to go next and how am I going to give back with all my privilege at the time. And I spent a few days at a women's entrepreneurship festival that Joanne had co-founded, and listened to the amazing speakers, female speakers and female entrepreneurs that Joanne had helped put together. And it was really the moment that I imagined that I could do this job, right? And the moment that helped me formulate these ideas, learn a lot of knowledge, and get inspired. So, Joanne, we all are forever going to be grateful for that inspiration and for doing your bit to kind of pay it forward and to inspire the next generation. So thank you for being here today. I'm going to, tune in and listen as a listener now, but I wanted to just give this personal introduction, and I'm really grateful for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Molina, so much for sharing that story with all of us. So it's my pleasure to introduce our speakers for our first panel today. First up, we have Joanne Wilson, angel investor, blogger, and co-founder of Gotham Gal Ventures. Joanne has had many careers, starting out in retail and eventually moving to the wholesale arena. She then transitioned to the media side of the technology world before once again reinventing herself as an investor. She is currently an active angel investor with a portfolio of over 100 companies. So welcome, Joanne. We also have, oh, I'm so sorry. We also have Ruth Umo, editor-in-chief of The Filament. As a veteran diversity reporter, currently the editor-in-chief at The Filament, Ruth previously led coverage of inclusion and equity issues at Forbes, breaking stories on new programs and leadership at numerous Fortune 500 companies. So welcome, both of you. I'm going to turn the floor over to you. Can't wait to hear your talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Power to Fly, for having me as a moderator. And hello, everyone. Thank you so much for virtually attending. I am delighted today to be joined in conversation by Joanne. And I'd love to just jump right into things. Joanne, your career trajectory is quite unique, for lack of a better word. So I'd love to kick things off by delving right into that. You started off your career, as we noted in the introduction, working in the retail sector and the wholesale sector before moving into media and tech. You've since now moved into angel investing. Tell us how and why you made that migration.
Yeah, I mean, for my generation, I think it's really rare to see someone sort of have this strange trajectory. I do believe that this next generation will all have this kind of bizarre trajectory, that the dots will all connect. But I was in retail, and some man said to me, women don't move as quickly as men do. And I was like, okay, I'm out of here. And, and then I left and I went to the other side and sale. And then I had these children, and, it was one of those things where someone had to take care of them and feed them, and we were moving, and I was in a business that I decided that I should only do sales versus running a company, and they fired me. And they said, the guy that fired me basically said, not only should you not just be in sales, like, you shouldn't even have my job, you should have the president of the company's job. Like, why are you doing this? And it was really a wake-up call, because for me, I wanted to be present in my children's life, but you got to figure out how to balance that, because the reality was I was just working to work. I wasn't enjoying really what I was doing. So I went home with my family for a couple of years, and I was an at-home mom. And I was literally at a play date one day with my children, and I was listening to these women speak, and all of a sudden I couldn't hear them. I was just thinking to myself, oh my God, if I had a gun, I would kill all of them and then kill myself. I can't do this anymore. And then, the beginnings of the internet industry was beginning to happen. And I came home and I said, I got to go back to work. Like, I want to make sure that family for me is number one. And what does that look like? And so, you know, in an entrepreneurial spirit, which I always had, and ran companies, I ended up going to work with Jason Calacanis and grow Silicon Valley Reporter. And that was sort of the beginnings of my entree into the tech world. And, you know, what's kind of amazing about COVID right now is that I don't think any of us are going back to that whole concept of like, well, there's 300 people working in our office, we need 300 desks. Maybe we need 75 desks, right? Because I really did believe at the beginning of the internet that it would change the world for women, that we would have more flexibility and we could also run our lives and our jobs at the same time. And it didn't happen. And I think it actually took a pandemic to make that shift really seem possible.
I think you hit the nail on the head, because as someone who's covered this space for a number of years now, women for a long time have requested the opportunity and the flexibility to be able to work remotely. That way they can balance their familial obligations and their professional obligations. And so with this pandemic, we've now been forced into a global experiment, and it's proven that we can be just as effective working in the office in a physical location as we can be while also working from home. But I do want to really dig in a little bit more about your ultimate transition into angel investing. I don't want to be presumptuous, but I'm assuming that this road to becoming an investor wasn't or hasn't always been smooth sailing. What are some of the most important lessons you've picked up along the way?
So when I began in angel investing, you know, I had, I was home for my second time, right? I got off the train on the second time. You know, after the first time I got back on, I was working with Jason, grew the company, and had an opportunity to sell the company. He didn't want to do it. I left. And then, you know, we all know what happened to the industry the first time around. And then, you know, I returned really working in other things that I was interested in, particularly in my kids' school. And I was watching, you know, the next generation of the internet start to pop up. And what was interesting to me was this second generation was much more attuned to how do you use technology in your day-to-day lives to create businesses around them. It was much more seamless because they grew up with laptops. And so I was watching Curb Media and Eater, and I was reading these things, you know, a couple times a day. And I said to my husband, you know, it's really unfortunate you wouldn't put money into this business because it isn't part of your thesis, which is media. I was like, but I'm telling you, this is the future of how we're going to take in content. I don't think magazines are going to go, you know, down the drain, but you know, to be able to read this stuff a couple times a day, different articles, it could be B2B, it was B2C as well. That's really interesting to me. And he came home the next day and he said, Locke is looking for money. You should go talk to him. You'll be great as an investor. So I talked to Locke, I put money in, and I was off to the races.
Fantastic. Well, the investment space has slowly but surely become increasingly more diverse, especially on the gender side. Angel investors in particular are more diverse than traditional venture capitalists, but still far fewer women actually take part in the financial market and are actually investing. Why do you think that is? And what are some of the repercussions? In other words, what's the impact there?
You know, you ask a really good question, and it's a question I ask myself all the time. You know, before you ask, what did I learn from this? I think one of the things that I learned is that it's really hard. And, you know, to think that every company's going to do well is ridiculous. Even though I was adamant that they were all going to be successful. And the other thing is that, you know, you have to have a thesis and you have to know what you're looking for. So as time went on, and I was obviously investing in women, I was starting this Women's Entrepreneur Festival, and I really cared about women making a larger impact in this particular echo chamber. And, you know, I remember one day I was at a conference and I was speaking to this woman that I was interviewed for. I was being interviewed by, and it was at Philips. It was done by Janet Hansen, who was 60 Broad. And it was, we all went to get to see Liz Taylor's collection that was being auctioned, and which is pretty cool. And, you know, these women came up to me afterwards and said, you know, we're at the point where we want to invest, you know? And so I had time in my life then versus now. And I said, great. So we had lunch, and, you know, they kept asking a million questions because there's a verbiage to it. There's an understanding to it. And finally, they couldn't pull the freaking trigger. And I said to them, how much are you guys putting into these 3 deals? They had their own personal LLC. I mean, they did all the work. We're each putting in, I think it was $10,000 or $15,000 each. And I said to them, how much money did you spend on your family vacation last year? And that was their aha moment. And I was like, you know, you might lose this $15,000, but you will make an impact on these women's lives. You have all this provenance in your own personal careers. And, you know, you can do good in the world by this versus just giving to nonprofits. And so later I had a luncheon for 50 women with the hope that they would all invest. And a lot of them were like, you know, I have to ask my husband. I don't know. They felt uncomfortable. And, you know, it really frustrated me. There was only a couple women in the room that really wanted to do it. It wasn't, I don't know if it is fear of failure. I don't know if it's something that didn't interest them, but I think too many women don't pay attention to what's going on inside their households and the finances. You know, I know so many men who have been successful financially, and they throw out money to these businesses like, you know, there's like a river behind them of cash. And there is not a woman I know that would do something like that.
So this fear, whether it's fear of failure, uncomfortability with finances, feeling the need to, let's say, ask their husband, whatever the case may be, do you see it continuing with this younger generation, let's say millennials and Gen Z, or are you seeing the trend reverse?
I mean, we all know what COVID has done to women in the working world. I mean, it's been absolutely destructive, and which is very disheartening. But I do, you know, I'm an ultimate optimist. And so do I believe that the next generation will be different than my generation or the one in between? Yes, because we are always evolving. And I think one of the issues for women, and I've thought a lot about this because I'm working on a project right now around it, is that if you look at our history, you know, from Pepperidge Farm cookies to the dishwasher that, you know, that became eventually KitchenAid, there are many incredibly successful entrepreneurs and founders in our country that are never talked about, that are never written about, that are not household names. And we need to change that, because we should be 100% equal at the table, and we should be able to do what interests us. And I will hope that more women will start gravitating towards finances and investing in a way that become assets to their family.
Well, let's talk about some of the portfolio companies that you've invested in. You've, to be more specific, you've invested in more than 130 companies since 2007. Some of those companies include Spoon University, an everyday food resource for college students; JustWorks, the payroll compliance and benefits company, which coincidentally my employer uses; and Blue Bottle. Blue Bottle, which needs no introduction. And now, of the more than 130 companies in which you've invested, a majority of them, a significant portion, are women-founded and women-led. Why is it so important to you that you invest in female founders?
You know, well, at the beginning, right, I started hearing from all these women. You know, even now today, it's interesting is that when I post, I get emails from women versus them, you know, putting it out on Twitter and saying a comment, right? It's a very female thing. And I understood these women's businesses. And, you know, I know how difficult it is for many women to be sitting in a room where they're the only women in the room, and they are trying to get these men on the other side of the table to invest in their businesses. You know, I've heard all the stories. Oh, I don't really understand that. I should go back home and ask my wife about that, and it's like, it's in order to break the mold, we need to have more successful women that break the glass ceilings with businesses that end up being sold or businesses that become public, so that the women that are coming up the pipeline can look at them and say, oh, I mean, she did it, so can I. And I think that is one of the reasons that I've been very focused on investing in women and amplifying their voices.
Well, I mean, this focus on investing in women is certainly working. I know in 2020, we had a record number of female-led unicorns, and hopefully we'll just see that trend continue. I do very quickly want to pivot and take an audience question. Ingrid Green asking, you mentioned the fact that a number of women who you interacted with at a dinner, they first stated that they'd like to ask their husband before investing. Do you also find this amongst Black women?
Black women is a completely different sector. What's interesting, I have found, and again, this is just my
anecdotal
look and how I've seen things. What I found among Black founders in general, because Black and Latino founders is also something I've done a lot of investing in and made it part of my thesis, is that there aren't a lot of necessarily entrepreneurs within their communities. And their parents are looking at them and saying, wait a second, what do you mean you're going to be an entrepreneur? Like, we've gotten this far. You could be a lawyer or a doctor, an accountant. It's like almost like the Jewish families were of, 80 or 100 years ago. And so what I've found with Black founders is they have a very hard time asking for help from the people around the table. It's like this proud thing, and they want to show that they can do it. They can be successful. They don't have to ask for help. And the reality is, as a founder, having those people around the table is a massive bonus, right? They're not there to take you down. They're there to take you up. And so like, I have one particular founder who's been very successful, a Black female founder. And I was like, we should be talking more. She's like, are you kidding? I talk to you more than anyone else. And I was like, well, we don't talk that often, and I hope that as more, like I'm working with Black Capital that is raising money only to invest in Black founders, that again, back to the females, if we continue to do this, more people will understand it and more people will talk about how they got to where they got. And, the crazy saying, it takes a village. The reality, it does in the building a business as well. But the only difference is that you got to use those people around the table, because at the end of the day, if you succeed, everyone thinks they succeeded. If you fail, it's all on you.
Very well said. Another question from the audience over here. This one comes from Tara Campbell. What is different about you, Joanne, or your personal situation that allows you to feel that you can freely invest? What's different about you versus those other women who wouldn't take the leap? So this one requires a little bit of a introspection and self-reflection.
Listen, I've had a lot of thought process around that as well. And certainly a lot of therapy around that. I mean, I was driven from the time that I got out of the womb, and my parents got divorced when I was 15. I think that my father was kind of a extremely, extremely smart man, and challenged us all as individuals, particularly me. I mean, and so I never felt, I always felt equal to table when I was 15 to someone who was 40. And I think that came from, how I grew up. I mean, everything that happens to us individually as we are moving through our lives makes us who we are, whether we like it or not.
Absolutely. Last question coming from the audience before I'll go back to my select group of questions. Ingrid Green asked, of the 130 companies in which you've invested, how many are led by Black women or Black people?
That's a good question. I don't know the number off my head, but I invested in Sweden. I invested in Part Pick. There's another Black woman in Michigan that's really nothing's gone on there, but I liked her and I wanted to give her some money to see if she could do something with her business. There's a bunch that have gone under the wayside. My guess is somewhere around 10.
Great. And then I guess that's the perfect segue into my next question. What do you look for in an investment opportunity?
I mean, I've always been a content fiend. And I think that as a generalist, that's really played to my strengths. So what I really look for is a founder who has tenacity and has a real passion in their belly. And certainly also a business that I think makes 100% sense, that is filling a void. I think women tend to build businesses that fill voids in their lives, and we can go back historically and take a look at that. But at the end of the day, it's all about the jockey. It is not about the horse.
You've previously stated, and actually much of this conversation is focused on the investment side, but you previously stated that entrepreneurs should also take the opportunity to turn to an investor and say, thanks for the money, but I'll pass. And so on the entrepreneurial side, how does one gauge whether an investor is a good fit and one who supports your vision, especially when they might be waving a hefty, sizable check in front of you?
It's really hard to walk away from that. But you got to do your diligence, right? I mean, every business that I have ever been involved in, and this is prior to my own fund, which is, just our family money. So I'm actually the founder of Gotham Gal Ventures. There is no co-founder, is that, you take money from people that aren't going to be helpful and aren't good investors, it rarely succeeds. It just doesn't. And so having good money around the table is literally a light bulb goes off for every founder that has that and said, oh my God, I had no idea this is what it could be like. It makes a tremendous difference. Unfortunately, I don't think there's enough really great investors out there. And so, and I wrote about that today. I do think that there is, it would be nice if everyone, if you are profitable or you have a business that is like literally taking off like a rocket ship, remember that those people who are investing in your company as not in angels, but as in institutional investors, you are pretty married to these people for a long period of time. And you don't want someone involved or on your cap table that is not going to help your business fly.
You made a great point. You said that founders need to do their due diligence. Can you break that down for us? What are some of the warning signs? And then conversely, what are some of the green flags to go ahead and work very closely with an investor?
Yeah, well, for instance, when people that I'm already invested in, at the angel round and then perhaps the seed, when they're going out to do their next round, I mean, I do know a majority of these investors, and someone will say, well, I made a Google Doc, right? Can you take a look at it and who you know? And every time I will say, yeah, I know all these people. Why them? Don't just throw people on a freaking document and then, make the choices of like, yeah, I could talk to all these people because, I can make the connection. Make the connection because you don't want to waste their time and you don't want them to waste yours. So, someone put a venture firm on there the other day, and it's just like, they're not going to invest in you. A, they don't invest in it. And B is they're much later stage. So don't put them on there. And, and also open the net. There's not just people in Silicon Valley and Los Angeles and New York. There's great investors in Austin. There's great investors in Chicago. There's investors in Cleveland. I mean, find the right people for you. And some of those investors might actually have a better understanding of your business. And so you really need to do the diligence. And if in fact they come back to you, I think the question is, can I talk to some of the businesses you've invested in before? You know, go out there and see if they have been as good as they say they are.
You made a great point because I think that founders often focus solely on the two silos of the East Coast and the West Coast and completely forget everyone in the middle. And I think it's also worth pointing out that, you know, this pandemic has really democratized the investment space, at least to some extent, because investors are now willing to hop on a Zoom call. You don't have to fly to Silicon Valley. You don't have to fly out to Manhattan. And so that's also something worth keeping in mind. I do want to move on from that, though. Joining the startup ecosystem in any capacity, I'm sure is scary, and you could probably attest to that. What advice do you have for a woman who is debating leaving her 9-to-5 to start her own business, but is weary of leaving that financial security, that job security? What advice do you have?
You know, this is one of these things where you got to be realistic. Right. So I've heard women say, you know, I've seen 20 people and no one's giving me money and blah, blah, blah. Well, there's a reason, right? So you got to look to yourself. There's nothing wrong with jumping ship once you get that first investor, or once your business starts taking off and you see there's actually something there. So like I have one founder I put money in, and it's called The Mighty. It's a guy, and he had his job full time, and then I wired him the first check, and he said, I remember seeing the money come into the bank account and thought, okay, now I can quit. Right. So, you know, he was the breadwinner in the family, and he has, I think now 4 children and 1 child that has severe difficulties, and which is why he launched The Mighty. But, you know, the good thing is if you're good at what you do, you can always go back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me now again pivot back to some audience questions. And I actually really like this one. It comes from Madeline Sumera. What business opportunities do you see as a result of the pandemic that women can excel in?
It's a great question. I mean, so I've been a generalist for years, and in the last couple of years, I've really pulled back dramatically from investing for a variety of reasons. And if I started today, fresh out of the box, I probably would have been focused on a few verticals that I thought were of interesting. You know, one is, you know, cryptocurrencies. I mean, certainly beyond. Mm-hmm. I mean, so beyond that even venture firms give money to firms that are only doing crypto. So because they don't have the bandwidth themselves for it. And the other area I think, which is super interesting, because I do think there will be massive change in the next 10 years, is biotech, anything to do around med tech. But now, I mean, I think that one of the opportunities is, what is our lives going to look like over the next 10 years? I mean, I just saw all these documentaries at Sundance this past couple days, and one of them, and I'm going to write about this, was around this company that made all these products. Or you can look at Amazon and all the people shipping. Well, the reality is those jobs are going to go to robots. Those jobs are going to be taken away from all these people, which is why I understand the need for making sure that everyone under a certain amount of money makes money, you know, which is Andrew Yang's big thing. But how are we going to transform these people into what's their next job's going to be? You know, are we going to become a more artistic society? Are we going to have a bigger education society? You know, what is it that we're going to look like? And, you know, that's something that I find entertaining. We have certainly long conversations around the dinner table about, but as I said at the beginning, you know, we're not going back to work. We're not going back to buying all our groceries in person. We're not going back to department stores. You know, they should have died a long freaking time ago. Like, we're not going back. We are at a road where the fork is literally taking us somewhere else. And, you know, we will look back at this time historically, obviously global pandemic, but the way that we live our lives, I mean, even the drones and the air taxis, I mean, it's going to be a very different place in 10 years. And I think that's how you should be thinking about it, and based on your own knowledge and what makes sense versus, you know, I used to say I invested in this woman who has quite a large shipping business. And I was like, you know, I'm sure that at one point I'm going to hear from two guys that went to Stanford. They're going to pitch me on a shipping business. They've never owned or shipped anything themselves or ever been on a boat. You know, it's like, I want to talk to people that actually understand industries.
Right. Because when you understand those industries, you also understand the industries that are ripe for disruption. And so I think you make some really stellar points. Let me ask you this, and we touched on this a bit earlier, but what is the riskiest bet you've taken, whether it's on the investment front or in terms of career change, and how did that bet ultimately play out?
I just think I'm an inherent risk taker. You know, I don't think I think much about these things. I mean, my husband and I just built a 10-unit apartment building in Brooklyn that's completely carbon neutral, with pods in the ground floor for people to work out of that are also, you know, COVID friendly to the nth degree. You know, we had dabbled into a bunch of real estate, but like, that was, you know, we didn't think like, oh my God. What we did, which is classic, is, you know, we made everything so future forward that no one really even understood what we were doing. So, you know, I don't think that I've made anything or any decision that I've made that has been ridiculously risky, you know, where it's like going to the horse races and just putting the money down. I think that you have to be honest with yourself, which is, it's going to be fun, but if I lose it, it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Let's go back to discussing the investment, because what's really notable about you is that, as I said earlier, majority of the companies in which you've invested are women-owned and women-led. Have you noticed any differences, any discrepancies between the way women pitch you their businesses, and then on the other side, the way men approach pitching their businesses?
Absolutely. I mean, what I've found with women, listen, the great thing about women is they cross their T's, they dot their I's. The bad thing about women is they cross their T's and they dot their I's. You know, women are honest and women are thoughtful. I have seen men come in my office that literally don't know what the fuck they're talking about and puff out their chest. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this is unbelievable. So his perfect example story that I told you when we spoke earlier is this business that I invested in California. And I really, in all my years investing, I made a very strong wall against ever showing my husband's venture firm deals. I always felt if they found them, good for them. You know, I will never send them a deal. So there's this one particular one they had found, female founder, company's doing amazing. And, you know, fast forward, and they would come out to San Francisco once or twice a year, and they would see all these people, and she pitched to them, and they asked her a question and she didn't know the answer. And she said, you know what? I don't know the answer. I'm going to find out and I will get back to all of you. And my husband said, he came home and I said, hey, how was she today? Right. And he said, you know, she did something I've never seen before. And I said, that's because you obviously have too many men pitching you. You know, no man would ever do that.
Yeah.
Not in a million years. They would fake it forever. And I actually think there's nothing wrong with faking it, but the reality is you have to be authentic, and your authenticity is absolutely not acknowledged and reflected on the other side.
Absolutely. Great. Well, let me take a question from the audience here. Lexi Quinones stated, statistics show majority of single parent families are African-American and Hispanic. families, what recommendations do you have for single parent entrepreneurs? Oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just got it. God, that is so hard. I mean, at the end of the day, the thing that's the most important is we all have a roof over our head and we all have food on the table and we all can pay for those services and that we feel comfortable in our lives. And so I think it goes back to what I said before, which is if in fact someone invests in you and you have a comfort level in yourself and you're tenacious and you see that your business is really starting to gain traction, go for it. But don't put yourself or your family at risk.
Joanne, there is no shortage of women entrepreneurs who need funding. And I feel as though we've had this diversity in the investing ecosystem conversation time and time again. What will it take to finally create a fair startup ecosystem that offers BIPOC and female founders equitable access to capital?
It's starting to happen. I mean, I know that, I have invested in some female funds as an LP of women that I feel are really going to make an impact. It's about your money means something. I mean, one person's voice can create a cacophony of voices. So, if you own GE stock, I'm just making this up, and you're like, I do not like the fact that there are no women on those boards, take your money out of that company, right? And so we have to support where there is diversity because the data is there. Diversity in companies, they end up doing better. And so, because everyone at the table comes from something different, and that creates a better fusion of brains. So I do hope as more women become public with their companies or sell them for tremendous amounts of capital or get eaten into another large company and make an impact, whatever it may be, that they continue to stay in the public eye, that they make sure that when there's an article written, they're in that article, there's their voice, that they don't go home. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of women go home. I mean, a perfect example is, and she hasn't gone home, she's been involved in the St. Louis ecosystem and also sits on major boards. But when I sometimes say to people, do you know who Maxine Clark is? If we were all standing in a room and most people are like, who? Well, Maxine Clark was a banker, I believe, at 40, decided to create this company called Build-A-Bear, build it into Build-A-Bear, made it go, brought it public, and then ran it as a public company for 10 years. Maxine Clark should be a household name, right? How do we do that? We have to be able to stand on a table and say, we know what we're doing. When women pitch, at the beginning, they tend to be a little more demure, a little more unsure. It is as their businesses grow, and I've seen founders that once they get to the Series A and the Series B, they feel like, well, wait a second, this is my business. I know what the hell is going on. Why are you telling me what's going on? You're on the other side of the table. I've been living this 24/7 for 6 years. And so to be more powerful and strong in your conviction, I think we'll hopefully get more people funded who are females, and that we should all be much more embracive of each other and support each other. But it is important that we all stay in the public eye.
Absolutely. Well, what's great about this Power to Fly conference is that it brings women from all over the world together. And you know this better than anyone. You launched the Women's Entrepreneur Festival and ran it for a number of years. Can you talk to us about that festival? What was the impetus behind that? And how did the festival benefit the women who participated?
Yeah, I mean, it's just what Molina was saying is that I started the festival because my friend Nancy Heckinger is a professor and very involved at ITP, where she went to school. And she had that particular year, the first year, she said, I have this idea about a conference because this year, ITP tends to be very 50-50, gender neutral, which is super nice. So this year, there's more men than women in my classes, and entire dynamic. There needs to be more women in tech. There aren't enough. I said, I talk to these women all day. There are tons of women in tech. And so she said, you want to do a festival? And I was like, okay. And literally, okay. And that was it. And we started this festival called the Women's Entrepreneur Festival. And we knew the first day we launched it that we were really onto something. And I think one of the things that was so powerful about it is that only women in the room. Mm-hmm. And, there was a few men who were always came that were amazed, but women tend to talk about things that they never get to talk about, or they ask questions that they never have asked before because they feel more comfortable. And by the way, that question could be, where did you get those shoes? And how do you have 3 kids and get, groceries in the refrigerator? These aren't conversations that most women want to have with men. And so there was this bonding that went on. The amount of people that I have heard from in the long tail of that festival that have gone on to launch their own businesses, that still have breakfasts once every 2 months with women that they met at that festival or became their best client or their co-founder is unbelievable. The issue and the reason we really stopped is when we left ITP, we had our last festival, which was the best festival. And I went out and got sponsors and we actually made money. And I, of course, couldn't help myself that I was going to have like global domination. I was going to do this conference all over the place and we were going to do this and this and this and this. But what's interesting is I had a really hard time getting sponsors. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't going to make this a conference that had 4,000 people in the room. I wanted to have something that was, 350 to 500 women. I didn't want the ticket to be more than a certain amount because it was skin in the game, but it wasn't too much, but it wasn't, like 2,000, which people did. I think we were at 3 or 350. And, it goes back to what we've talked about through this whole time, is the impact it made on women is the reason we did it. And it was fabulous. And it was time to close because it did, and I couldn't get sponsorships. But, I'm very, very proud of what we accomplished there.
Right. And it's great to see that those accomplishments lasted well beyond the festival's tenure, which is great to see. I want to go a few questions back because we've received this question twice now. Rebecca Aguilar and Jonaya Leak both ask, when it concerns diversity and inclusion, how have you changed the way you invest? Is there a priority to invest in businesses of women of color? Is there a goal to diversify your portfolio even more?
Every day. I mean, as I said, I'm not really doing investing now, but, when people send these decks, sometimes I'll comment on them. And when I open up a deck and see 4 white men faces there smiling at me, it's like an immediate, like, really? And I'll be like, this is unacceptable. Like, I'm not going to invest in you because I'm not investing right now, but I'm going to tell you, figure a way to get some women and some people of color in your company before you go out. Because if your first foot forward is 4 white men, not much is going to change. Mm-hmm. And even the men that I've invested in, I've been very adamant about the importance of diversity in their company and on their boards, and also, to anyone around me that would hear it. It is extremely important, and I would not touch anything with the 10-foot pole that was just a purely white male company.
You just stated that you're not as heavily involved in investing any longer. I do know, however, that you're much more involved in real estate development in New York City, and the real estate industry is one that is still heavily male dominated. How did you manage to make inroads within that sector, and what have you learned along the way?
So, we've done a variety of different projects, and there are 2 women, and their company is called C as in cat, V as in venture partners, and it's 2 women. And, they help us literally as our GC through these projects, and we meet with them every week and we go through everything. And so it is insanely inspiring going onto a construction site and seeing two women there in hard hats and all the men just nodding as they speak. But I will say, whenever I do go onto a construction site and I see a female on site, you know, being an electrician or being a tiler or whatever it may be, I always go out of my way and say, it is so nice to see your face on this site. You know, I hope we see more of you in the future.
Absolutely. And how's that project coming along?
We're done. You can look at it on home, framehome.com. We're going to build another one. And we've been very lucky. I mean, we opened it up for rentals 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. And within 3 days, we were completely sold out. So we're very happy.
Congratulations on that. Clearly a standout success. I'm going to take a few more questions from the audience with the remaining time that we have. Morello Kleppo asks, what is your perspective of women stepping into leadership within a saturated market, i.e. so many people are starting to begin their own companies and create products? How do you differentiate yourself from so many others trying to do the same thing? So essentially what she's asking, I guess in a somewhat circuitous manner, how do you differentiate yourself from so many other women building similar products?
It's hard. I don't really have an answer for it. I mean, building consumer products has got to be one of the hardest things in the world. You know, I mean, there's a million, you know, power bars out there. You know, how do you make yours different? At the end of the day, I really believe it's about sales and tenacity and pushing. I mean, you can build a company with a shitty product and the most incredible people at the table and be successful. And then you'll fail if you have a phenomenal company and shitty people around the table, a phenomenal product with shitty people around the table. And so, no, if there are so much replication in the market at this point, and there's a little bit of luck involved in being the one that pulls out of the gate.
Absolutely. But it seems to me as though what really is could be instrumental or critical to success is the people you have around you. This next question comes from Rosie Quinones. And I actually really enjoy this one. How do you envision home ownership and real estate in the future? Could it be used to promote social equity instead of gentrification?
There's a lot of conversation around that. I mean, I just joined the board of the Fund for New York Public Housing. It's kind of complicated. So there's NYCHA, which is New York City Public Housing, and then there's a fund that sits on the side of it, and that is more for the people and projects based, or doing projects within for the people that live there. And I think one of the things that has been terrible, particularly in the Black community, is the banks have taken such advantage of people so that their mortgages were so ridiculous. There's no way in hell they were ever going to pay back and get to their monthly payments, versus giving them to white people that wasn't a problem. And so, you know, I do think that we will see more public housing and more housing that is affordable be built in cities as commercial real estate needs to change. I mean, in a perfect world, I would hope that Hudson Yards becomes one huge middle income housing project, because, you know, when we think of public housing, or when we think of the word, you know, the projects, these words should be gotten rid of. We're talking about, you know, police and fire department and teachers and nurses. That's who are living in public housing. And, you know, 1 of 15 people live there. Everybody should be able to own their own property, because it allows you to, you know, have comfort and skin in the game of where you live. And then you can just slowly build on top of that. So I hope so. You know, I'm always, as I said, optimistic, but I do believe the one thing about the last grueling 12 months is that COVID and Trump allowed us the opportunity to open up a wound that's been festering in America for a long, long, long time. And now that we have had protesters on the streets and we're more visible through the media of so many wrong things, I hope that we will move into a direction that will change us as a society. But you have to remember, and I do all the time when I see certain things, is we're a young country. And, there's a reason why in Europe, when they come out of COVID, they won't have the problems that we do, because there's a social net, a safety net. And we need to have a safety net in this country. We have made decisions to ignore those safety nets. And that is unacceptable. And so I hope that this administration, who seem to care tremendously about that, will make that impact. And we will at least go down a path that we should be going down.
Absolutely. Well, let's end with this question. The theme of today's discussion is boldness. I define being bold as being daring, as being intrepid. So I'd love to turn this question over to you. What are your top tips for being bold in every aspect of your life?
Trust your gut. I think that's part of being bold. If you're in a room and you don't understand something, I guarantee you, no one else in that room does either. Ask the question, don't feel unsure. I think that's part of being bold. And I think it's also part of being a good entrepreneur and being a good investor, which is, don't be afraid to ask the questions. And in many ways that bleeds through the rest of your life. If you feel confident enough to say, I've never even heard of that. I think that is one of the most important things about being bold. Just like the woman said, I don't know the answer. And that's a pretty bold statement when you're sitting there in front of an entire VC firm that's deciding if they want to invest in you, to say, I don't know. That's authentic and that's real and that's bold.
Absolutely. So a couple quick takeaways in order to be bold. Trust your gut. That's essential. Don't be afraid to ask questions and really display your authentic self. Thank you so much, Joanne, for your wittiness, your candor, your insight. You've certainly inspired me to be bold going forward, and I'm sure that our attendees can say the same. So thank you for such an insightful conversation.
Thank you. You're a fantastic moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Power to Fly.
All right. Take care. All right. Bye.
Thank you so much to both of you. Can we get a round of applause for our wonderful panel? Thank you so much to Joanne and Ruth for taking time out of your day to share with us and spend with our community, as well as taking questions from the audience. As we wrap up this panel and move over into our next session, I do just want to call out that if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's session, take a look at that code. It's going to be in the upper left-hand corner of your slide, and that is what you will need to redeem those credits. As we move into our next chat here, in case you are just joining us this morning, welcome to our Diversity Reboot 2021, the first 100 days kickoff for this year's series. We do just want to go over some real quick housekeeping items for you. If you are part of our audience today, thank you so much for attending and welcome. We would love to hear from you. We would love to, make sure that you feel welcome participating in today's sessions, and we want to make this as interactive and as engaging a session for y'all as possible. So please feel free to add any questions, comments that you have, thoughts that you have when in response to some of the things that you're going to hear from our speakers. We want to make sure that we hear from our community. So please feel free to do so. If you do have any technical issues, please feel free to tag in myself, Megan Alexander. You can also tag in Sarah or Seppi or Lauren. We're all moderating the chat over here, and we are more than happy to try and help you out with any kind of technical issues that you're having. Again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's session, make sure that you check out that code. It's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And I also want to refer you briefly to the code of conduct, which we are including in this chat. It's especially important that as we engage, everybody in these chats, we want to make sure that we open the floor to both praise as well as criticism. This is really important, but we do just want to make sure that we have those conversations in a kind and respectful way. So please refer to that code of conduct. It is, it's intended to make sure that this session, as well as all of our virtual events this week and going forward, are as great an experience as we can provide for everyone as possible. Last but not least, before we jump off with our next panel, I do just want to one more time flag, in case anybody wasn't aware of it, or maybe if you missed some of the calls we did yesterday, please check out the Power to Fly merch store. I'm not just saying this because I got to pick some of the items and some of the colors that y'all will see there, but it is a really great opportunity for y'all to help us and help yourselves to support a really great organization. So 100% of the proceeds from all merchandise sales through February 12th are going to be donated entirely to TransTech Social. That is Angelica Ross's organization. In case you haven't heard of them, they are an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender people. So all of the funds from this campaign will specifically support technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So please check that out. I know that I'm going to be buying at least a couple things from the merch store, so please check that out. Now, it is my great honor to introduce you to our next speakers. First up, we have Audrey Genevieve Daniels, who is the founder of Amplify LLC. Audrey brings expertise and practical experience in developing and executing leadership, business, and training strategies for organizations and workforce development programs. Welcome, Audrey.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. Pretty good for a Wednesday.
Yes.
Yeah. Joining Audrey on the stage, we have Yael Gutman. She is the Senior Director of Digital Products at ASCAP, as well as one of our amazing Power to Fly mentors. Hi, Yael. We also have Sabina, I'm going to butcher this, I'm so sorry, Rajasundaram. She is the founder of Codify. You can find them at codify.org. Their mission is to empower underserved youth to create a workforce for the tech industry because their perspectives, experiences, and abilities are valuable. So welcome, Sabina. I'm going to
so much.
Oh, absolutely. We're so happy to have you. I'm going to turn the floor over to you three. Enjoy.
Welcome, everyone. I am just so excited to be here with all of these amazing individuals. Just listening to the bios of Sabina and Yael, I mean, wow. And I'm so excited about today because our topic will be building the next generation of women STEM leaders. And I have been just waiting to hear what you both have to say about this. And so let's just jump right into it because these questions are, I'm just excited. So my first question, and this is for Yael and Sabina, is it's two parts. The first part is, what are some of the common challenges that women face in the industry? And also, what challenges have you faced or do you still face as a woman in the tech industries? And I would love both of you to elaborate on that. Yael, we'll just start with you.
Sure. So first of all, I'm very excited to be here also. So thanks for the invite. Well, when I was individual contributor and earlier in my career, one of the challenges that I had was that early in my career, I was the only woman on the team, and also not only on the product team, but mostly in the working teams themselves. I was also a young mother. And so there were times that I was very subconscious about it and just, I'm not gonna tell them my child's sick. I'm not gonna, it was all secret. I had to solve all my problems without letting anybody know. And I think, at least in my experience now, we celebrate mothers where I am currently working, and it's much more supportive than what it was. So I'm happy about that, but there's still so much to do. I think something that is still happening, and I think that many of my colleagues don't even realize that is happening, is the way they react when I have a differing opinion. And sometimes it comes out in mansplaining to me, or even using terminology that's not appropriate. I've also had projects internationally. So I've been, me and my colleagues who are also women on this one project, we've been called girls. Oh, the girls are here. Like, I've never called anybody a boy. So I think there's a lot of hidden and unconscious, unconscious chauvinism. In one incident, there was a disagreement, or we were just debating something, and a colleague said to me, "Don't get emotional." And there was nothing emotional. I was just stating a differing opinion. And I think there's always still that balance of, do you react? Do you not react? Do you tell them afterwards? Did they do it on purpose? Like, those are things that I think my male colleagues don't have to handle, and that we're expected to handle discreetly and with grace and with a smile, and something that with the years it's been easier, but definitely in early years it was a challenge, and it still is. It's just I'm better at reacting.
Wow, Yael, that right there in itself is just so defining of so many women and people of color, especially that unconscious bias. And I know that's one of the things that now we are really trying to tackle. And so thank you for that. The feelings of being alone and just the reactions if you counter what maybe the masses were saying, that is just such an experience that I couldn't even put to words. So thank you for that. We really appreciate it. And Sabina, same question. What are some of the challenges women face in the industry, and what challenges have you faced?
Thank you, Audrey, and thank you, Yael, for sharing. Many ways. When I think of what we have been called to do as women is to break barriers for other women, right? And I remember when this was in the late 90s, in my college, there were going to be elections for the student government, and I said, I'm going to stand for elections, and I was told that women don't participate in the student council. Women cannot be in the student council, right? And so to me, when I'm told that something, you cannot do something, then, that is a barrier that we need to break. And so I stood for elections. I won the election and found that I was the only woman among 30, 40 men on the student council. And so in many ways, I think we are called to break barriers. And so in the student council, I was there not just as Sabina, right? But I was there representing women, right? And so I realized how much extra pressure that I put on myself, because I wasn't just representing myself, I was representing my gender. And so if I messed up, then it's not looked upon as Sabina messed up, but it's looked upon as, hey, this woman couldn't handle the task. And so I put on so much extra pressure on myself to do extra well, right? It didn't have to be 100%. It had to be 200%. It had to be perfect. And looking back now, I see that probably wasn't a healthy thing to do, right? To put on so much pressure on myself. And looking at it as I'm representing women, but in many ways we are called to do that. And I saw that a few years ago, the chairperson of the college student council was a woman, and to me, I'd like to think that perhaps what I did and the stand that I took had a little bit, was just something that helped her be, become the chairperson of the student council. One other thing that I have noticed, and that is more, covert. The example of the student council was more overt, right? The other thing that I've noticed is, women being perceived as difficult or pushy when you ask questions, or especially a woman of color, it almost seemed like it was an insult that I asked questions, that I was holding someone accountable, right? And I, and in those situations, I think of what Martin Luther King says: the time is always right to do what is right, right? To stand up for yourself, to stand up and advocate for others who don't have a voice, because we know what it's like to be marginalized. And so we can stand up for the marginalized, and we can be a voice for the marginalized. And remember that our voice is powerful. Many times we discount our own voices, but to remember that our voices are powerful.
I think that is so, I love that, Sabina. And I want to just add, like, I found in the last few years, I've been more open to ask others for help. And I found that people are open for it. And I think there's so much power that we have as people in the workforce just to support each other. So sometimes it's something egregious that you have to stand up and, make your voice known. But I think in day to day, we can just support each other and raise each other up. And I think that's what we're doing in Power to Fly. And I've experienced this with my own network, being able, so I would say first, be open and don't be afraid to reach out to people that you trust, that you feel you can trust. And, the worst thing they could say no. That's the worst thing that can happen. But the best thing that can happen is that they support you, they provide you with mentorship, with guidance. And I think if we each do that and we pay it forward, we will make the change from within. If we all do that for each other, then we'll bring the change.
Thank you so much for that. I just love this opportunity and avenue for all of us to be a part of this diversity reboot with Power to Fly. And I love the statement, Sabina, from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. about the time is right now to always do what's right. It's right now to always do. And Yael and Sabina, thank you for even how we can overcome that. Again, it's not just about the major things that's going on. It's the day-to-day, the everyday things of how we can start and how we are starting the conversations, the actions behind equity, diversity, inclusion, and overall equality. So thank you for that. My next question, I'm going to first start off with Sabina, is that it's imperative to see female representation across the board. But beyond representation, why is it so important to have more women tech leaders in the industry?
Thank you. That's such a great question, because when we have female leaders in the tech industry that we can look upon as role models, then that gives us hope. For example, with Kamala Harris, as the Vice President of the United States, just seeing that, I pull my kids out of school and I said, this is a historic moment. You have to see this, right? And it gives me hope that my kids can aspire. I have two girls, and that my kids, being women of color, can aspire to something that amazing, right? And so it gives us hope. And I think that hope is one of those very precious commodities that keep us going. And then, with my daughters, I have a 10-year-old girl who loves engineering. And she got this opportunity to meet the women's robotics team at Arizona State University. My husband got a chance to meet with the mentor of their team, and he said, "Hey, can she meet the team?" And they just did a quick Zoom call, and they talked to each other, and that was such an inspiration to her. Right? And just after that, she was saying, "That's why I want to be an engineer." Right? And she's been doing Scratch, and it's been such an awesome experience to have those women speak into her life and say that and answer her questions, right? And so just those role models, having those women in our lives who we can look up to for mentorship, who walk that road before us, is just so powerful. And the other thing that I would say is, just the women demographic is such a huge market, right? And when we have women who are represented, right, in the tech industry, then we are that much more effective in bringing products for women that are useful for women, right? And so diversity is amazing because it gives us different perspectives. Research has shown that diversity increases innovation and productivity, right? So it's not an accommodation, but it's good for the company, it's good for the economy, because they bring different life experiences, opinions, perspectives, and all of these things have great value.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sabina. Role models, representation, and doing so means that everyone has an opportunity. And again, when we are diverse, as you said, it brings innovation, as we all know, and productivity. Thank you, Sabina. Same question, Yael. And it is
very little to add. I think Sabina really just laid it all out there. But I think the point of what we need to remind, what business leaders need to remind, and founders need to remember, that it is not an accommodation. It's for the best interest of the business. And it's not just about women. It's about people of different backgrounds. So diversity, we are now, this is Power to Fly, so it's focused on women, but all just being diverse brings in point of views that if everybody has the same makeup, then there's very little space for innovation and thinking outside the box. If everybody went to the same school, if everybody have, their social economics is this same background, there's very, not most people are not that creative. They come from a specific area, and when you mix people up, that's when you see magic happen. And so it's gender and it's different backgrounds, and it's just, and there's proven studies about this. So it really, some people get stuck on, why does there need to be equal up 50%? Why should we say 50% of leadership should be women? Well, because it's good for your business. If you don't understand the rest, then it's just good for business.
Absolutely. Bottom line, if we were all the same, what a boring world it would be. And something that just really stood out is that as leaders, as organization leaders, as CEOs, presidents, that we should not be looking at this of diversity, inclusion, equity as just as an accommodation. That this is the world, it is humanity, and it's all a part of the human race. That this is not a time to accommodate. This is just a time for us to bridge those gaps. So I really appreciate you in saying that, because yeah, absolutely. I am not an accommodation. You are not, and you are not, Sabina, an accommodation. Yes, I love this. And I have one last question, and that is, what must the tech industry start doing to support and nurture the next generation of women STEM leaders? And Yael, if you could go ahead with that.
So I think some organizations are doing the basics of mandatory ratios of diversity hiring. And I think that's great as a first step. I think there needs to be a lot of education for managers and training for managers on the understanding, like, what does that actually mean? So it's not enough to hire someone. How do you create an environment where they can stay and flourish? And I think definitely during, when women are young mothers, some of the things are very basic. Like, I would hate for anyone to be in the situation I was when I was a young mother. it was, I don't know how I did it. It was just unsustainable. Like, my children are not a secret. You know, it shouldn't be something that I have to maneuver and figure out. When my colleagues, if they were sick, they just went to the doctor. I never went to the doctor because I saved it for when my children were sick. So all these, I think there needs to be education on the importance of diversity. So again, it's not an accommodation. It's good for you. Just move on and make it happen. And I think what we also need to do is, so that's in the organization, but really sensitivity training. How can you just, I think people are not aware of how they communicate and how it lands. And it's important how it lands, because we all have background. So when someone calls me a girl, I know what that, they may not understand how I receive that. And that's true for people of color. Like, there are trigger, words that people don't understand, that they have some context behind it. So I think one thing is the hiring, but definitely just education for the hiring managers themselves, the importance of it, and how do you set people up for success.
Absolutely, Yael. I mean, the sensitivity training, and also about just education about trigger words, and making it a more diverse conversation, instead of setting those original standard norms. Like, those standard norms really weren't that standard because of the diversity that's in the world. So thank you so much for that. Sabina, same question.
Thank you. At Codify, we train our students. We provide free training for young adults from underserved communities, and we help them get internships. There's one thing that we ask of them is that they give from what they have, right? And I think that is such a powerful concept, to give from what you have. And our students work 1 hour a week to help someone in their community learn computer science. Just 1 hour a week, but they can choose anybody. And preferably, in K through 12. And we say, pick a brother, sister, cousin, friend, anyone, and teach them computer science for 1 hour. And that's turned out to be such a beautiful experience for my students, as well as the kids that they're mentoring. And so I would encourage people in the tech industry to give from what you have. It doesn't have to be a lot. It doesn't have to be great. But each of us have very special and very unique talents, which we can use to develop the next generation of STEM leaders. And we really need to start with kids and when they're young, right? And the other thing that I'd like to say is, reimagine what jobs would look like for women. I read this very powerful quote by Arundhati Roy, and she says, historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It's a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us, or we can walk through it lightly with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it. I really think that this is a time of disruption where we can reimagine what work looks like for women, right? We've been working in a man's world with a man's schedule. What does it look for women? What would it look for you, right? What would it look like for you? Let's start that conversation. Let's dream about it. And only the dreaming is the place to start. Unless we dream about it, it can never become reality. So as a pie in the sky that it may seem, it would be great if we can really start dreaming about it and say, hey, my job would look like this. For example, for me, I would love to have less number of hours to work in summer, right? So that I can be with my kids. I would like a job that has maybe 30 to 35 hours a week. So that would be something that I would love, that would give me the work-life balance that I need. That may look different for other women. It may look like job sharing, right? Instead of job sharing being a hidden thing that if you had worked for 10 years with the organization that you might get those reduced hours. Why can't we make it more common? Why can't we make it so that women who have so much to give, so many skills, why can't we make it an environment that they can thrive in? Why can't we reimagine it, especially in this time of disruption?
Wow. You both are so amazing. Sabina, give from what you have. And I think that that is a great way to end this segment, because as we all know, instead of usually, or how I was raised, is that you had to adjust and have skills that they will need. But if you just work with what you have, that starts the process with our youth, and also owning our unique skills, that we are unique. And that's what makes us special and beautiful. And that's what's going to make the tech industry still more innovative and all these things we're talking about. So we have 5 more minutes for this session. And so I wanted to open it up for some Q&A so we can start looking at those. Let's see. Well, I thought I was. I'm not seeing the Q&A for some reason. Not for sure, but that's okay. A little apologies for everyone out there. I don't know if I'm having technical difficulties or, oh, chat, I got it now. I got this. So what we have here, I'm just looking at some of the statements, Sabina and Yael. And May X said, at least the male head of the NIH issued a public statement that he will no longer speak at manuals, which is our all male panels. Maybe women should stop attending manuals. What do you ladies think about that?
I think we should expect them to not be manuals anymore. So I don't think we should remove ourselves from the conversation. I don't think we should penalize in a way that, so if the panel keeps going on, then I think we've just removed ourselves. But I think there's a lot to be said about the attendees demanding that it not be a male panel. And I have to say that in my experience in the last few years, in user research panels and product conferences and such, there's a much nicer representation. So I think it's something that organizations have taken note of. Of course, it can always be better, but I've seen a big change. Of course, it probably depends on what industry we're looking into, but I would say that the attendees should, demand it.
Thank you so much, Yael. And this may be one of the last comments because we're almost out of time, but I really like this statement from someone, and Miss May, and what she said, well, her statement is, how long will it be for people, especially presenters, to stop addressing a mixed group as you guys? How to get those people to show women respect? So my question for you is, what would you tell women when they feel like the girls statement or the you guys statement? How can we address that in the workplace? Excuse me, and anyone can speak on this topic. The you guys, the girls.
So I can say that I started writing in responses to emails, I say team. Say, hi, team. So I think there's things that we can do to demonstrate how you change the nomenclature. And I think that some of these things are not conscious. So for people that you feel you have a connection with, and you can teach, you can go to someone that and say, you know what, when you say you guys and like 5 of the people are not guys, or one of the person is not a guy, find something else and say, hi team. Like, so I was in a, actually a Power to Fly discussion about using, you know, her, she, and the discussion was so non-judgmental. It was just letting everybody that came in know how that's received. So I think that sometimes is a good way. And if it's someone, again, if it's in a panel, in a conference, you can also let the organizers know. So just like everybody gets a media packet and best practices, so should the presenters.
Absolutely. Sabina, do you want to add anything to that before we leave, get out of here?
I think I agree with Yale, and I think she touched it perfectly. Just being aware of our language, and perhaps over coffee, saying that, you know, I mean, it doesn't have to be a rude way that we express that back to them. It can just be a very gentle reminder that, are you conscious that you are using these words, and you know how it might be perceived.
Excellent. Thank you so much, ladies. I wish we had more time. I tried to get it in there real quick.
Thank you so much, everyone. Can we get a round of applause for this wonderful panel?
Yay! That is too fun.
Isn't that great? We're trying to make it, you know, as much like an in-person event as possible. So thank you so much, Yael, Sabina, and Audrey for letting us sit in on this amazing discussion. I really, really loved all the audience questions you were able to get to. So thank you for that. Just to wrap this panel up before we start introducing our next one, I do want to just call out, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, make sure that you take note of that code that's going to be in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That's going to be what you'll need to redeem those credits with SHRM. So as we bring up our next panel, I do want to welcome anybody that might be jumping over from track B or joining us for the first time today. Welcome to Diversity Reboot 2021. Before we move on to our next panel, I want to call out one last thing. Please check out our merch store. You can see the website address there. We'll also drop it in the channel here in just a minute. We are partnering with TransTech Social to be donating all of the proceeds from this merch campaign. It's going to run through February 12th. So please check it out. All of those proceeds that we make from the sale of any and all merchandise is going to go to TransTech Social. They are an incubator for LGBTQIA+ talent. They are interested in economically empowering transgender people, and the funds from this campaign will specifically support technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So please check that out. So as we go into this next chat, I want to make sure that we flag for everybody that we absolutely want to make sure that you all are encouraged to participate in today's session. So please feel free to comment, ask questions, shout out and make connections in the live chat. It's in the panel to the right-hand side of your screen. If you have any technical difficulties, you can tag myself. My colleagues Seppi, Sarah, and Lauren are also there moderating the chat, so please feel free to DM us or just tag us, and that way we can try and help you resolve any technical issues. Make sure you check that upper left-hand corner for SHRM credits. That's the code you'll need to redeem those. And please take a look at the code of conduct that we're going to be also dropping into the chat here in a second. It's included to make sure that this panel, as well as all of our virtual events today for this week going forward, are a great experience for everyone involved. I am super excited to introduce our speakers for this panel. First up, we have Dr. Sarah Hagen. She leads people strategy and operations at SmartSheet, using analytics to understand employees and systems to make work better. Talking with her is going to be our own Seppi Tabibian. Seppi is a content specialist at Power to Fly and founder of She Hit Refresh, which is a community for women aged 30 and up who want to break free from a life of routine and start a life of travel. So welcome to both of you. I'll yield the screen to you. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Meg. Hello, Dr. Hagen. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. How about you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. Thank you so much for joining us here. First, I just want to say I love the name of this session here. I don't want it that way, putting burnout on the back street. So I love that reference out there. I want to thank all of our audience for joining us. If you have any questions as we go, just drop them in the chat there. So Dr. Hagen, let's just start from the top. Today's session is about burnout. Can you tell us a bit about what exactly is burnout? And what are some of the characteristics that we can look for in terms of workplace burnout?
Yeah, so I have some slides. Can I share those?
Sure, bring them up here. Can you share your screen?
Yep. All righty.
There we go. There we go.
All righty. Can you see that?
You can see it.
Great. So burnout is a syndrome that's conceptualized as resulting from chronic workplace stress that has not been successfully managed. So by that, burnout really comes from when you're experiencing incessant job demands that have inadequate resources that you cannot address or reduce those demands. So when you ask, like, what is the outcomes of burnout, it's typically threefold. The first is exhaustion. So feeling overextended or being exhausted by your work, feeling cynical or indifferent or negatively detached from your work, and then feeling less satisfied and less effective at your work. So increased stress, exhaustion, cynicism, reduced efficacy in the work can really result in employees needing to have to take extended time off or even quit to recover from burnout.
Yes, if anyone listening there, if anyone in our audience has faced burnout, let us know. I mean, last year was a really hard year for everybody for many reasons. I was just saw last July, FlexJob and Mental Health America, they did a survey and they found that 75% of people have experienced burnout at work. And that figure is huge, 75%. And 40% of those people were saying that it's a direct result of the pandemic. But last year, we didn't just have the pandemic. We had social justice movements. We had Black Lives Matter happening. We had the elections going on. People were losing their jobs. So people were worried about their finances. People were starting to work from home and taking care of their children at the same time. There were so many layers to what was going on last year that I'm sure a lot of people were feeling that or facing burnout. For someone who is dealing with burnout or feels like they may be, what advice would you give them on how to best deal with it?
Well, there's a lot of advice. I think the first thing I would do is acknowledge that this is a conversation that should happen with your manager consistently about being overloaded, right? Like, what are you working on? Are you apt to work on those things? So is this something that you feel really confident at and is good work, or is this outside of your comfort zone? Because we know that working outside of your comfort zone for too long can actually increase burnout. So step one is actually talking to your manager and really being open about the type of work that you do and making sure that your employees can succeed or that you can succeed. There are a couple interventions that you can do after you're burned out, but generally I'm a fan of trying to prevent it. So preventing it are things like making sure that you are setting working hours. So things like when you're not on call, setting working hours that you'll stick to, like 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Is the only time that you're going to answer work emails. Sometimes that could feel really restrictive. So things like, starting small and pledging. So from 8 p.m. or later, you're going to turn off your work email until the morning. So some sort of setting boundaries that can also then help team norms and the people that you're working with. I also am a huge believer in making sure that if you're a people manager, you're setting norms that work for your team as well. Because even if you say, hey, I don't want you to do what I do, just work your normal hours. People assume that you're supposed to work all hours. I also think that being more intentional about your schedule. So things like trying to schedule all of your one-on-ones on the same day, trying to make sure that you don't get that Zoom fatigue of doing all of these meetings all of the time, can really, really help try to reduce burnout, because you're not doing a lot of the context switching of going from one type of meeting to another. So like all one-on-one meetings on one day, or doing like a no meeting Thursday or something like that. So really just trying to ensure that you can get the type of work done at the same time, so that you're not going back and forth. Let's see. Another really good tip is ensuring that you're not overloaded. So again, relying on your manager, not just to know what you're doing and making sure that you're doing the right thing, but also setting priorities and being realistic about how much you can get done. So even if it's really meaningful work, ensuring that if you are overloaded, it's not a chronic job condition. And if it is, relying on your manager to be able to help you create space for you to thrive. And then I don't know about you, but I love to keep a list of things that I'm really awesome at and really good at, that I can then remind myself when I am feeling a little overloaded or overburdened about all of the really cool things that I'm good at, or impacts that I've made, or compliments that people have emailed me, to really give me that morale boost and read it when I'm having a rough day.
Yeah, those are great tips. No, that really helps a lot on those days when you're feeling a little bit down, to be able to go back to something that reminds you that this is just a moment, it's going to pass, and why you are the awesome person that you are. But I want to go back to some of the other tips that you brought up, which I think is really important about setting boundaries. And while that, that is something that we should be practicing, I know that can be hard for people, especially for overachievers, yes people, people who have a hard time saying no. Any advice for people like that who want to shine at work and who don't want to turn away opportunities, but feel like they have to say yes, but just know that could be the straw that's going to break the camel's back? How can you speak up to your coworkers and also to your managers to let them know that you're starting to feel burnt out?
Yeah, so hopefully you've been able to start setting boundaries and norms about what you work on, your workload, and how things are going with both your colleagues and your manager prior to the straw that broke the camel's back. But it's hard to say no, right? Like we are conditioned, particularly as women, to have a habit of being accommodating and being willing to take on another thing, especially if it's going to help us get ahead. The problem is if we are already kind of teetering and almost there, that is not only the straw that could break the camel's back, that could be a potential career ender, right? We know that when women leave the workforce due to burnout or lack of work-life boundaries or accidental childcare during a pandemic, that we are more likely to lose earnings over time, right? You lose all of that compounding of even just a year of time off can result in thousands of dollars for your total earnings based on like contributing to your 401s and wage increases and things like that. So instead of waiting until you're about to let the camel's back break, setting clear expectations about how you work, what you work on, and then also being willing to say, I'm really appreciative that you thought of me for this. And I don't have the capacity to do this right now. I really love for you to keep me in mind for the next time you have an opportunity to do this. Have you thought about so-and-so, and try to sponsor someone who you may know who has a little bit more capacity and bandwidth, but still make sure that you are not depleting yourself by taking someone else's capacity.
Love it. Thank you. Yeah, Kirsten had a question, which I think you just answered, that says, how do you approach setting boundaries if your boss doesn't support those boundaries and tells you to work outside of your normal hours?
Ew. So first off, I am a huge fan of transparent conversations with managers, both as a manager myself and as an employee. and being super clear that it's really hard to have work-life boundaries when you live where you work and you work where you live, which we know is double right now because we are all working from our houses during the pandemic, right? Like most of us aren't even leaving our house, and the most people that we see are like the delivery driver dropping off of our weekly groceries. So part of it is trying to create structural boundaries in those working sessions as much as you can about what are the things that you need me to do if you really expect me to work longer hours. Do I have flexibility within the work day, or are you asking me to work 10-hour days? Are you salaried or are you hourly? If you're salaried, do you feel okay taking a lunch break that's an hour and going out on a walk or attending to childcare? And I think potentially trying to be really, really clear about what are you asking me to work outside of these hours and what is that work? And then how can I think about flexing everything else I do have control over so that I can appropriately attend to what you're asking me to do?
Great. Yeah, I want to hop on another question here that again is addressing kind of managers who may not be able to help. We have Liliana asks, I had a boss once who I told I was overloaded and needed help. She sent me links to articles on time management, but that's it. What do you do in that kind of situation when your boss may not be able to lead you through to a solution?
Rough. So I have two responses. So the first is, again, that clear communication with your leader about the problem that you were having. Thanks for these tips. I really appreciate your resources for time management. I maybe wasn't clear in my request, so I'd like to restate it. I am overloaded with priorities. Everything that I do is being called a priority, so much so that I'm really struggling with understanding what I'm supposed to do on a daily basis because all of these things are coming at me. What do you recommend? and really put it back on your manager, because remember that your manager creating space for you to thrive is really important in this. In basically having any interactions with your manager. I think the second piece is making sure that then you are coming with a suggestion if your manager doesn't have a good one. So that is, thanks manager, because I didn't get the answer I wanted. It sounds like I need to be better at prioritizing. So here's my first pass on what I think is a priority and how I should be spending my time. Thoughts? And I would even be clear, if this happens and this and this and this look like they're going to drop because I need to prioritize something else, be super clear. Hey, these are the things that I can't get to because I'm prioritizing these things. I'm calling it out now so that it doesn't feel like a missed deadline or a missed opportunity.
Great. Thank you for that. Okay, for people who maybe feel like they might be immune to burnout or it's not going to happen to them. I know I was one of those people, and last year burnout hit me. So for people who may not feel like it's something that they may have to deal with because they can handle a lot, can you let us know what are some of the consequences that unaddressed job burnout can have on both our health and our career?
Sure. So the first, and I guess biggest thing is that you could potentially need to quit because you're so burnt out in your job. It's actually really hard to come back from burnout in your current role because you've already set norms that maybe you can't turn around. You've already hit your priority capacity and you really just have so much to do that it requires a pretty significant time off, if not starting a new job and setting new norms. So what I really like to do is try to prevent that as much as possible by doing things like taking more frequent vacations. And I'm going to say vacations, but I don't actually mean like vacations pre-COVID, which I wish we could do. But in the time of COVID, I mean taking some Fridays off here and there. Research shows that people, when it comes to vacations and paid time off, people get really excited right before that time off. Then they take time off. And when it's a big chunk, they come back and have this miles-long to-do list. So instead, they recommend taking time off here and time off there in a couple days or maybe a long weekend, because you still get that pre-PTO and pre-vacation high, but you don't have the large downer when you come back of all of these laundry lists of things to do. So taking time off, setting better hours, like we talked about, making sure that you're consistently following all of the all of the things that you're doing good at, and then really just ensuring that you're, in the right role and can really succeed where you're at, so that you don't get to the point where you need to maybe take a larger career step back.
Love it. Thank you for that. We have someone here, another question. Monica asked, can you share more about some of the interventions, remedies, once somebody is already burnt out? So if you're burnt out, what can you do to help yourself?
So the research basically says rest and relax and take time off, which is kind of depressing, right? Like, I'm guessing that the majority of people who are sitting in on this panel are people who are go-getters. They're thinking about their careers. They're thinking about the next step. They're putting in all of the work and the effort. But the problem with that is that builds up into like an inflection point of like, I either get a promotion because I'm doing so well, or I crash and burn because I'm way depleting my capacity to be able to do things. So if we're starting to feel like we're about to teeter out, resetting those priorities is really the best thing to do. Also, this is like weird to think about, but part of the issue that we're seeing with burnout, particularly in time of COVID, is the lack of work in life, because you live where you work and you work where you live, right? So instead, physically try to work in a different space than you're living. And by that, I mean, you may be in a 1-bedroom apartment, but make sure that you're not working in your bed. Or if you have a couch, make sure that it's on one side of the couch that you're sitting on and doing the work. If you have a separate room, close the door. This is just a picture because it's a Zoom background, but I promise my door is closed right now. But really find a way that you can physically remove yourself from where you live so that your work feels like a different thing. There's also some pretty cool research about having transition time. So I don't know about you, but I used to have this like glorious commute where I would listen to podcasts or books on tape. And that has basically been nil now that we have the pandemic. I don't go anywhere. My transition is I walk upstairs and then I go into my office. So the research shows that if you actually build in a little bit of transition time, maybe it's you make coffee and you drink your coffee downstairs for 10 minutes before you start work, and same thing when you come off. If you build in that transition time, that actually helps your mind to really feel like there's work and life separation. And then by separating physically, you can also start separating that work. So really, really thinking about how the hours that you work and what you're doing while you're at work is different from hanging out at home. Like, it's so great that you can do laundry, like while you're at work, but also really trying to be conscious of the fact that you should not have to do all of the things all of the time.
Yes, very important. So we've been talking about what we can do to help ourselves, but let's shift back to companies and employers. What can employers do to help employees avoid burnout, especially like you're saying in this situation where people are basically living in their offices now and feel like they may never leave the office?
Yeah. So I am a huge advocate for, if your company doesn't have processes put in place for you to succeed, they are actively assisting in your burnout. So if you're a manager, again, asking yourself, is my team in the right roles? Do I know what work makes them happy? Remember that the biggest adjustment for alleviating burnout, specifically the manager level, is to just making sure that people can do what they do best and use their strengths. And I recognize that part of the responsibility here is on employees to learn what type of work motivates them so that they can avoid burnout. But as a manager, just recognizing where somebody's comfort zone is and how they can lean in is really helpful to burnout. Investing in ergonomic working stations or other physical workspaces. So hopefully, if you are working at a company and then had to do full remote, your company was able to provide you with a remote working stipend, including like potentially even equipment from the office that you could take home to ensure that you're sitting up straight or standing up straight and not like hunched over, getting like potential carpal tunnel. workplace injuries and particularly those chronic workplace conditions that can arise due to poor ergonomics can actually contribute to burnout. We also know that physical health is related to mental health. So encouraging exercise even during the day is super, super helpful. And then again, providing flexible working hours so employees can take advantage of what works well for their unique schedule. So like the question that was, my boss wants me to work till 6 because we have somebody on the West Coast and I'm on the East Coast or whatever, is okay, then does that mean that you have core working hours where you can actually start a little bit later? Or maybe you do early in the morning and then you take a big chunk in the day and then you work in the evening, right? Like, I don't think that you have to have the same solution for everybody in the company. Although I do think that having core working hours, particularly if you're a one country company or a multiple time zone company, so that everybody feels like they are not flexing to other people's time zones or other people's work schedules, and really focusing on that work-life balance piece.
Great. Thank you for that insight. Yes, for the viewers out there, let us know if your employers are doing anything to help you with managing your time, encouraging you to turn it off when the work hours are over. I'd be interested to see what employers are doing out there. Is there anything in particular that you can share with us that SmartSheet has been doing that you'd like to highlight?
I mean, I'd love to highlight it all. So there's a couple things that SmartSheet has put in place. The first is we immediately launched a bunch of pulse surveys in succession to understand how people were handling the pandemic, how some stressors that they were having, particularly at the beginning of the pandemic, how they felt about their workload, potential opportunities for us to lean in. So first off, we cared about employees and wanted to hear about it. Second, we had an initial large stipend that we gave all employees to invest in their working stations. So thinking about, like, right now I have you can't see it, but I have a sit stand desk, right? To me, that's important and helps me kind of really think about how I'm working and making sure that my ergonomics is good. Some people use that for extra monitors. Some people use that for an office chair. I mean, they were pretty open about the guidelines, other than they wanted you to be able to work okay. And then we doubled down in some benefits. Online counseling became more available. We invested in care.com for backup care and premium memberships for people to be able to find nannies if needed, because we know that childcare was and actually care in general, not just child, was a huge blocker. And so we were really trying to alleviate some of the stress that people were having in that kind of work remote life.
Got it. Great, great. And keep your questions coming. We may have time for one more. I want to ask if you can remind us again, in case if any viewers didn't catch at the beginning, what are some of the signs of burnout? What should people be looking out for in themselves to let them know that, hey, this may be burnout, what I'm feeling or coming close to?
Yeah. So it's pretty circuitous. There's no like one thing that starts. It's basically feeling less enthusiastic about your work, particularly things that used to be really exciting, doubting the significance of that work, feeling physically drained from that work, feeling like you don't have the mental capacity to finish each day, or you're just emotionally exhausted at the end of the day. And then actually, this is kind of a surprising symptom, is justifying overwork because you think the work is meaningful. So there's clear benefits that you should feel meaningfully connected to your work, but data suggests that there are undiscussed complications of that purpose-driven work on employees' health that can be related to burnout long-term. So people who are driven by purpose are significantly more stressed and score lower for well-being, resilience, and self-efficacy when it comes to burnout. So typically, I think we think about burnout being a characteristic of people who are checked out from work, but it's actually the opposite. It's usually your best employees who are doing just a ton, and they're doing a ton, and they're doing a ton, and they're expected to do a ton because they've been doing a ton, and they feel connected to it, and they say, no, I like this, and then realize I'm exhausted, I'm drained, I don't have time to do anything else, I'm having nightmares about missing a deadline. That's those are all signs.
Yep. Where are our overachievers, our yes people? Let us know in the comments. Does that sound like you? Yes. All right. I think we may be out of time here. Let's see. I just wanted to see if we had one more question here. We had someone ask about the one day a week, no meeting policy, which you had addressed in the beginning, which is a great implementation for companies. And is there anything else you'd like to add in the last minute that we have here, Sarah, that people should be mindful of when thinking about burnout?
Yeah. Most likely, if you are feeling stressed about your job 2 weeks in a row, it's a good number. Maybe let's say 2 one-on-ones in a row. Let's hope you're having weekly one-on-ones with your manager, although I recognize that's not true, but you should try it if you can. 2 in a row, highlight to your boss, hey, I'm stressed about this. It doesn't have to be, I need any sort of action. You should be clear. This isn't actually an action item. I just want to highlight. I'm stressed because A, B, and C. Great, let's check in next week. All right, are you still stressed about A, B, and C? Because what you need to do is start introducing mechanisms so that you can appropriately attend to that stress before it becomes a problem and you have to take time off.
Yeah, great advice. Prevention before having to deal with it once you have it. So thank you so much, Dr. Hagen, and thank you all for watching us here and for your questions.
Thank you so much, Seppi. That was an absolutely wonderful talk. Can we get a round of applause for our amazing panel? Thank you. Once again, for anybody that's joining us that was hoping to get SHRM credits from today's sessions, please check out that code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Then we are also gonna, before we onboard our next panel, I do just want to call out real quick our merch store. Power to Fly is directing 100% of our proceeds from all purchases in our merch shop to TransTech Social. They're an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender people. So all funds from this campaign are going to go to cover technical bootcamp fees for Black, transgender, and non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So please, please, please check that out and see what you can do to support TransTech Social, as well as get some great swag. So jumping back into our next panel, I'm really excited to introduce all these wonderful speakers to you. Before we do that, I do want to go over some real quick housekeeping. Please feel like you can participate. We really encourage active engagement from our audience. So please feel free to add questions, comments, chat amongst yourselves in that live chat. It's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. Please, please, please feel free to do so. We really treasure that engagement from our viewers. I am also going to drop a couple links in that chat. So if you have any technical difficulties, please feel free to shout out myself, my colleagues, Seppi, Sarah, or Lauren. We are all in there hoping to help moderate. So just please feel free to shout us out. We are also going to drop the links for our the text for our code of conduct. That's going to be, kind of just something to be aware of, so that way we can have discussion that is kind and respectful, but still, open for criticism as well as praise. We really, really appreciate that. I'm also going to drop the link for our merch shop. I'm going to drop the link for our virtual job fair that we're having on Friday, as well as the link where you can find information about our upcoming summits, all that kind of stuff. So please feel free to check those out, and I will introduce our amazing panel now. So first up, we have Gil Alouche, the CEO from Metadata.io. We also have Ronit Borer-Hillel. She's the Senior Director of Engineering at SmartSheet. Next, we have Limor Bergman-Gross. She is our Director of Mentorship here at Power to Fly and one of the most amazing people to work with. And then finally, we have Emily Huan. Emily is the VP of Engineering at Metadata.io. Metadata.io generates inbound qualified leads for B2B companies by using AI to execute paid media campaigns at scale. So welcome, everyone. I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you so much, Megan. And it is a pleasure and an honor to working with you as well. And thank you everyone for joining. Unfortunately, with live streaming, the bad thing about live streaming is that we cannot see your faces. So I want to encourage you all just to pop your questions to us, and we'll try to answer as many of them as we can. So nice to meet you all. My name is Limor. As Megan said, I'm the director of mentorship, but I'm actually in a long history ago, I was an engineer, and I grew to become a leader, a manager of engineering, and a director of engineering. And I don't think I could have done that without the support, both from my managers and mentors. And that's why I wanted to invite today an amazing, amazing panel we have today. And before we start talking about mentorship, about sponsorship, and why it's so important, I really want each one of you, please, to introduce yourself in a few words, and I'll just start in a random order just by the Zoom kind of small windows that I see. So Gil, you're the first one that I see. So let's start with you.
Sounds good. Nice to be here. Thank you for having me. My name is Gil Alush. I'm the founder and CEO of Metadata. We're a 5-year-old SaaS startup, started in San Francisco, but actually we're quite remote today. I'm calling from the Dominican Republic. Yeah, I'm a software engineer in my background. That's what I've done most of my career. And then I spent about 8 years as a marketer, and then the last 5 years as an entrepreneur. Happy to be here.
Great, thank you. And thank you so much, Gil, for joining us. And the next one on my Zoom small windows is Ronit.
Hi, thank you, Limor. So my name is Ronit Borer-Hillel. I'm, as you introduced, a Senior Director of Engineering at SmartSheet. SmartSheet is a work productivity platform enabling any company in any field to manage their project and program in a SaaS way. I've been an engineering leader for many, many years, working in different companies, different markets, and really excited to both help people grow, but also found that very useful for my career growth as well.
Thank you so much, Ronit. And I just want to say Ronit is one of our amazing mentors. And I want to thank you so much, Ronit, for giving back to the community and really supporting the growth of people, and obviously Emily in this case. And Emily will move next to you, last but not least.
Thank you, Limor. My name is Emily Huang, and I am the VP of Engineering at Metadata. So the company was 5 years, so I joined for the last 3 years or so. So I'm one of the OG. I've been in the software space for around 15 years, and I moved to different industry. And at Metadata is my first, very big leadership roles. And I'm very excited to be here to discuss about all the mentorship benefit that I got from Power to Fly.
Thank you so much, Emily. And just to give everyone context, because probably people that are participating don't know all the, relationships here. So we invited a panel here that we have Emily that is participating in our mentorship program. Ronit is her mentor, and Gil is her manager and sponsor. And we'll talk also about sponsorship and why it's so important as well. And Emily, let's start with you. I wanted to ask you, what prompted you to think about mentorship, to even think you need a mentor, and tell us about the process of how you kind of came to me one day and, and approached us.
It's actually was thanks to Gil, because at that point Gil had his own coach or mentor, and then he was it's very useful for him, so he extended this to all of the leadership panel. So his homework for me was go find yourself a mentor or a coach of, and just practically. That was the first step. And then I have to go and figure out, I interview a lot of people and look at different programs. That's how I start looking at Power to Fly and talk to you at the beginning.
Great. And what kind of, draw your attention at Power to Fly?
So is more, for Power to Fly, when I look at the website, I look at the mentor list, and the major things for me was a lot of female leader, and also in the technology industry. So that was, and then because my job was engineering, so that's how I find the connection between what I'm looking for and what what Power to Fly was offering.
Great, great. And you are so lucky to have a manager like Gil, because I think, Gil, you are one of few, I'm not saying that there are not more like you, but we need more people like you that really support their team growth. So Gil, tell us about, how you as the CEO of Metadata, how do you support your team? Emily, in this specific case, and I know that you support not just Emily, but other in your company.
Thank you for the kind words. So Emily said it. I had advisors and mentors throughout my career, particularly as a founder and CEO. I'm still learning a lot every day. Emily is, is evidence that I'm still learning a lot. And when I had my first coach, not like like a corporate shrink and others, but really like on a weekly basis, twice a week, having someone that I look up to, someone that I trust, and someone that I can share with the most embarrassing, hard dilemmas. It worked out magically for me. Again, I had a little bit of it before with advisors, but having my CEO coach was a big deal. And it was clear that others can use that as well. Emily is an A++ player on all ranks, professionally and personally as a leader in the company. I wanted to make sure that she is growing just like I am, and that she has a place and someone that she can talk to that is not me. And she accepted. And although I didn't have a particular problem I was trying to fix per se, I always was very impressed with her performance and ability to learn and grow. It seems like giving a framework of learning, and then a person that she can look up to and say like, oh yeah, I want to grow throughout that path. Probably many of the dilemmas I'm experiencing are not new. It seems to be a helpful kind of factor, and so that's how it started.
That's great. And I know that you support others and not just Emily, right? I mean, can you tell us a little bit about what kind of framework do you provide your team?
Yeah, so we have a few ways in the company to grow. It starts with consultants. So for some of the lower level, either staff or lower level management, we have consultants and advisors that we connect them to. Even my own coach speaks to the leadership team. We also assign coaches. It's really up to the person to decide. It's very important that they know that there is no some hidden connection between me and the coach, so that they can feel comfortable talking to the coach about everything. In fact, their interest, meaning the leader's interest, should be top of mind for the coach, not the company. Ideally, it's in parallel, but really Emily should be, and I think is number one for it, and that's the way it should be. And just by doing that, many of the leaders in the company choose their own. Sometimes it's very different. For some, it's going to be more of a professional from the same field and domain. For some, it's something completely different. Maybe they have more on the personal therapeutic side or more on communication side. And so it's up to them. People usually know what they're good at and what they're not. And so we just provide it, we sponsor it, we pay for it. That's pretty much it, and encourage it.
That's incredible. I wish more companies would do that, because it's so important. Thank you. And Ronit, let's go talk to you about your mentorship journey. I mean, I know that you are mentoring with us for about 6 months, but you're mentoring for many years. Can you tell us a little bit? Can you share with us your journey as a mentor? What drove you, and how do you feel about being a mentor?
Definitely. For me, it was interesting. You mentor people without knowing you mentor people. It's something that we do on a regular basis. It's not about when the times we give advice, it's those times that we listen and we kind of help people around us to solve their challenges and so on. So for me, like the point of time where I start looking at that more seriously was actually when I was a young manager. And one of the feedback I got in those annual review was that I was not approachable enough, and that my yeah, my team did not feel comfortable to have all those conversations with myself. And I said, okay, what do I do? I wasn't aware it was a blind spot I had. And at the time, the best thing for me was to actually either take and hire a coach, right, as Gil is doing really well for the company, or actually learn to be a coach. And my style of work is usually, I like to understand the methodology and how those things are done, and then I can go and get assigned to. So I actually went up and learned coaching for half a year and started coaching both outside and inside the workplace. And that brought me into more kind of serious mentorship, taking this kind of a couple of steps up. It wasn't for me so much just about the relations. It was about how do I enable the people that I work with, that I can be there for them, whether it's at home or at work, in a way that would empower them. And that's where my voyage started moving forward. I went on coaching. I don't do coaching nowadays. It requires a lot of time, but I do take all those coaching skill into mentorship at work and in kind of the tech market. So this is an external mentorship that I'm doing.
That's great. So after you do the coaching, did you start just helping people out in your company, or you started working with other people externally?
So one of the things we do when we do mentorship and coaching is set up goals. So for me, I jumped high, and one of my goals for the first year after coaching was to coach and do a significant career development for 2 folks in my company, and then pick up people outside of the company and coach them about things that are not my strengths. For example, relationships. So one of my early coachee was about interpersonal relations, or another one was about how do I successfully start a business, right? So the first year was a lot about learning and trying and look at how this methodology of coaching can help me mentor folks in multiple ways, personal, emotional, career-wise, even growth-wise, and so on.
Thank you. And seems like we're starting to have some questions from the audience, which is amazing. Okay, so one question by Cindy Lou. What are your thoughts regarding having same or different gendered mentor? How many mentors should one have? What about a mentor within the same company, industry, and or function? So Emily, do you want to try, from your perspective? I mean, I know that we in Power to Fly, we have women, currently at least we have women mentors. What is your take about having the same gender or different gender mentor?
For me, same or different mentor is not exactly is not the biggest factor. I had male mentor before. With my previous boss, but for me, for this journey specifically, when I look for a mentor, for this one, I prefer to have female in leadership position. The reason is this is one of my biggest steps in the leadership, and especially in technology, is still the amount of women are still smaller. So it's the diversity, how you call it? There are certain aspects that, for me, having a female at this point in the leadership, I learned, in the different way how to handle and how to approach in the leadership panel with a lot of male, for example, how it's just different mindset. But for me, again, the gender is not the biggest factor. And how many mentors should one have? I would say one at a time. And it depends on I guess depend on how you what area you want to focus on, right?
I think it depends on your bandwidth. I mean, we
Yes.
typically, I mean, what we offer is to people if they want to switch a mentor, if they want, like you
Yes.
said, work on different areas. Gil, I wanted to ask you. I know you have a lot of, advisors. How do you feel about working with different people simultaneously, like different coaches and mentors?
Yeah, I think there are diminishing returns with advice, and mentorship. If you have too many people giving you too much conflicting advice, it's kind of hard sometimes to figure out what to do. Also, different stages. So I am half known with my advisors to fire them when they become irrelevant. So I have an advisor that will come in for a year, and after a year, if they don't provide value, they know we have a handshake agreement, and they move to the next advisory role, not with me. And so I have noticed that it's definitely important to keep track on that. I personally have multiple advisors or multiple coaches for different aspects of my of my personality, of my professionalism. So I have one who is CEO coach. They have domain expertise in my market. They know the investors, the players, so they know it really well. And they also have gone through many of the obstacles that I'm going through. So many times they are trying to balance themselves between giving me an answer right away and also being a coach and asking the right questions. So that's one. I also have one for communications so that I am more coherent and clear in my communication. And then I have an advisor, not necessarily an ongoing mentor, but depending on the time, sometimes it's pretty heavy. And he's for my board, so he tells me how to be a chairman because I have multiple, I'm wearing multiple hats, and I have to act accordingly based on the role that I take. So as long as you know how to distill the advice and figure out what to take, and at the end of the day, be true to yourself and make the decisions that you want, that you're gonna suffer or benefit from the repercussions, then I think having multiple mentors, for me, it's okay.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, if I look at myself now, I would benefit definitely from multiple. But when I was like, if I take myself in my career, like 10 or even 20 years back, I would think like maybe having too many would be confusing just because, you wouldn't know who to listen to. You will have too many advices. So I also think, again, personally, that it really depends where in your career you are at. Thank you, Gil. And Ronit, I wanted to ask you from your experience, if you have experience in that, like what is your take about having a mentor internal from within the same company versus having someone external?
So you look at your circles, right? There is your team, your organization, your company, and then like the industry itself. When I look at mentorship, a lot of time, especially as you grow through your different phases of your career, early to mid stages, there is a huge value of having mentors within the company. A lot of time, even within your team, it depends what you're trying to do. So if you started new in a team, I usually assign an onboarding mentor, which is within the team, and that mentorship is set to 3 months. That's for onboarding. And then I usually recommend having mentors within the organization, but not inside the team. So somewhere that is a little bit distance away, so you would be feeling comfortable to share with them, but still knowing what's going on, what's happening around. Usually when you get to mentorship outside, it's where people are either more progressing their career path, more experience, or they have a very specific skill set they want to acquire, and they feel that level of mentorship would help them. So if I'm an engineer and I want to really get into the React world and understand front end, and my company is not that strong at that, and I met someone in a meetup and they are really great, I might work with them on that. So again, depends on where you are. I have several mentors and I utilize them not on a regular basis. So some of them are, and some of them are more kind of depends on my need. And it's the different angles we have. One for me is more of like this emotional career advice that I need, and I need a sounding board. And that person is outside of the company. She's a CDO in another company. And I have a coach, which is like someone I didn't know before, and he's a male. I I think that coach is more of like how you connect versus what's their gender is not important at all. And then I have a mentor within the company for something very specific that I want to learn and gain and get her advice on how to do so. So yes, utilizing different mentors is good. And it depends on what overwhelms you, right? Like what's right for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it also depends on the size of the company. If it's a very small company, I mean, sometimes it's challenging to share things that, you go through in the workplace when your mentor is somehow connected to people you work with. And also we have, we have several clients for the mentorship that, as you said, like you need some advice or some specific field. Like we have a product designer who doesn't have anyone in her company to talk to even brainstorm more ideas. So she needs an external mentor just because there's no one within the company who can really help her with advice that she needs. Okay, so we have another question from Shiva. One of the hesitations I've been hearing from prospective mentees is, I know that I could benefit from a mentor, but I don't even know what I want for myself and my career. So I don't think I can reach out until I know this. What advice would you have for someone in that position?
I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think that it's actually a really valid question, because a lot of time what I expect in mentees is that they will be committed and they'll know what they want to drive, at least in high level. But being in a state where you don't know where you're heading is also something you want to work on. So you would want to find a person that will help you do this quest. It's a quest of finding that direction or finding your interest. It's not very beneficial to be in this zone for a long while. It's if you want to progress your career.
Emily, is there anything from your side that you would like to add?
I totally agree with Ronit. It's also for my own experience when I go to this mentorship, what I want from from what I feel like what I want is totally different than after when I talk to Ronit, my goal becomes totally different, right? So this mentorship help you identify what you want or how did you get there. So yeah, it's a good chance to talk to somebody who guide you to that journey for sure.
Yeah, and Shiva, just let me answer you also. So when we start the onboarding process of mentees to our mentorship program, we ask some questions, right? Yes. What are your goals, both short-term, long-term, and so forth? And when someone answers, I don't know, it's okay. It's an answer that we can start working on, so you at least know, because if you don't know where you're headed, you'll not get there. So it's something that we can totally work on, right, during the mentorship. Figure out first what you want, what are your priorities. And Gil, we have a question for you. Do you think this attitude of moving on when value is exhausted is unique to men? As a woman, I feel a lot of pressure to be grateful that anyone would share their time, expertise with me.
I don't know if it's unique to men or women. I'm not an expert on that, just to be completely honest. I do think it is something that I've experienced myself. As you gain experience, just like having multiple advisors, there's this thing called, I forgot how it's called, when you don't think you deserve, I forgot the name. It'll come to me later. But many times as an earlier on your career, you have advisors and you take their words like, a word of God. Imposter syndrome. Thank you, Meg. Amazing. She read my mind. So imposter syndrome is something that I experience constantly, still today. And the more you get over it and be less cynical about yourself, your skills, your worth, your leadership abilities, so on and so forth, the more you can push back against advisors, and the more you realize they don't know anything either. Like they're experiencing the same fear and doubt and uncertainty that you do. And so that gives me the power to tell an advisor, look, we're gonna break up. Like it was we had a good year. You provided a lot of value. Do you think we should continue working together? And they have to convince me. And it's a cool conversation to have with an advisor. And I think it's a very healthy one. I do the same with companies that I advise to. I constantly pulse check, like, am I generating value for you? Because if not, it's time to say bye-bye. Otherwise, I'm costing you equity or I'm on your payroll. And so I think it's good to have the goal to get there. And the first time I'll mention 3 years ago that I let go of an advisor, she was pissed. She was pissed. She was really pissed, and she was hurt and offended. And I told her, like, look, I'm sorry you're offended. I'm still giving you the equity you deserve, but I think it's equally it needs to be equally beneficial. And of course, she accepted it afterwards, but it was something that I had to get through and say, like, I'm okay making this decision, and she's probably going to be angry with me for a little bit of time, and that's okay. And later on, the last one I did is telling me, look, you're one of the only CEOs who lets go of their advisors, and I respect you for that. And I think, I take both of these comments with a grain of salt. At the end of the day, I need to be true to myself. And so you should as well. You are you're definitely worth a lot, and you should be able to go to your advisors and tell them, we're going to start with a 3-month pilot, and you have to almost prove your value. I sometimes, before I even onboard an advisor, I start with a pilot. Before I made my board member, we worked together for almost 2 years, and I got unique mentorship from him that I didn't get from others, and build the trust. And from that place of trust and being genuine and authentic, you can have all those conversations, and it's completely fine to do so, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I add something to that?
Absolutely.
So mentorship is all about relations. As any relation, you don't want to be in a relation where they're not working for you, and you don't want to be staying there for a long while. So allow yourself to be honest with yourself and with that other person, and break up. Break up in a nice way, break up in a respectful way, but break up. I stop those relations whenever I don't feel that I get any value, that they are a waste of time. Whether those are coaches or mentors, or even previous colleagues that I worked in and created really kind of close relation where we advise each other. You need to be in relations that empower you and give you what you need. Our time is limited. We can't spend endless time on things that are not beneficial.
Absolutely. Our time is the most valuable resource. So we definitely need to use it wisely. By the way, Ronit, did it happen to you that you fired yourself as a mentor? That you felt like, oh, I exhausted kind of the amount of value I can give to this person, so maybe that's not the best for me to keep working with them?
Yeah, I fired myself as a mentor when I didn't feel that I can make a difference, not necessarily exhausted. I didn't feel that I can get through that person, and regardless of what technique I tried, it's just not working. And that's the point of time that I said, okay, I think you should find somebody else.
Yeah, I can share that when I started becoming a manager, and my first management were all completely freaked out, and I basically went to my manager and said, I need help, I need someone to help me. I don't know what I'm doing. And my manager back then thought that an executive coach would be really helpful for me, but in fact she wasn't. She was asking me tons of questions like coaches usually do, and I had no clue what I was doing. I needed really someone to give me a little bit of guidance, not just to ask me questions, but to give me some guidance. And I was like freaking out even more. So I told my manager, oh, I cannot, I basically I fired my coach. So I guess back to that question, yeah, women do that too, but maybe there's a point that, sometimes maybe we feel, oh, it's so selfish to fire someone who's supposed to help you, but in fact it's actually doing them a favor, because it should be mutual beneficial, this relationship.
If I can add just one thing to it,
yeah,
one thing that I've learned from a lot of advisors and mentors, especially the most successful ones, like really successful, known coaches and practitioners, that became coaches, they really benefit a lot from working with people like us, like Emily, like myself, like Meg, because it brings them back 15 years ago, and they get a chance to course correct things that they couldn't do for themselves. And so think of that value. There's a reason someone wants to be your coach. They get super excited. They wake up in the morning. They're super excited to have that call with you, have that impact, see the difference that they make in your life and in the company. And so that's a lot of value for an advisor, for a coach. And if you keep them honest to that promise, it's better for both.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you, Gil. And I've been mentoring myself for several years now, and I feel I'm getting at least as much as I'm giving. I think it's a mutual give and take, right? You learn and you grow as well when you are helping someone else. Okay, we have a question from Connie. Connie is asking, I have a few mentors and I struggle with the right questions to ask them. Are there good questions to ask to get the relationship going when you don't know where to start? Emily, do you want to try to take that? Do you have any advice?
On my own experience, I always have questions. I don't know if all of them are the right questions, but I believe that when we build a relationship and we can be really honest with each other, I think all the questions are welcome. At least with me and Ronit. I don't know if the questions are right, but don't wait for good questions. If you're stuck on something, if you don't have anybody to talk to about certain problems, definitely just put out all your questions and review with your mentor. Say, hey, I have these 10 questions and I don't know how to prioritize them. And so that's the journey to build a relationship and potentially go through the whole list of questions that you have, right? But don't wait. I mean, that is the step to build that relationship. So yeah. And
I personally feel like the mentor should should be the one asking the questions, and basically you as the person being mentored should come with just the challenges you have, right? I mean, I'm struggling with, so usually, I mean, at least in the relationships I have as a mentor, I ask the questions, I do all the asking. And usually the person I'm mentoring, they come with, I just ask them, okay, what's going on? What is currently what are you struggling with? What can I help you? And usually they come with a problem and I ask them and dig in. That's at least based on my experience. I don't know, Gil and Ronit, if you want anything else to share from your experience.
Yeah, so I definitely relate to this question because and I love the ownership that Connie is demonstrating here, owning the fact that she's kind of signed into a mentorship. But a lot of time when you do mentorship within company and you're kind of paired with a person, that you come to another engineer or another manager in the company and they expect you to be ready for them and they expect you to come up with this set of questions. The mentorship relation is less formal as we have here with my relations with Emily, for example, or in the Power to Fly program. So you come to this conversation and you feel you need to be prepared. And that's a good, kind of an interesting challenge to be in. I would encourage you to ask two questions. Why are you in this mentorship relation? Like what it is that you really want to get out of this? And the fact that you already met once or twice, usually twice is better. Do you think you can actually get there with that person in front of you? Because even this question make this more evidence that maybe those are not the right mentors for you. Maybe at start you would want to have mentors that ask more questions that can actually coach you through the kind of unfolding the challenges that you have in place. So figure out, ask yourself, why am I'm spending time with that mentor? What did I want to gain out of this? And if the answer, I don't know, then figure out who's that mentor that can help you dive deep and understand what it is that you want to work on.
Thank you. Gil, anything you would like to add?
Maybe I'll share a story of one of my early advisors from like 4 or 5 years ago. His name is Gary Nakamura. I like to put people on the spot on that one. So I remember when I started working with him, I would come, for me, it's not always easy to establish trust from the get-go. I pick and choose the people that I trust, that I can really be very genuine and share everything with. And so Gary was one that I thought could be it, but I wasn't there yet. And I would start coming to him with the most mundane, irrelevant, least important questions. What do you think about this accounting model? What do you think about hiring a controller? And it happened a few times. I would come to him a few times with those questions. And at some point, he told me like, Gil, this is really boring. Like, you gotta like, I know that there are some big dilemmas that you're struggling with. You're not telling me any of them. Like, if you're not telling me like the real, he used the word, the real shit you're dealing with, you know, like, let's not have this conversation to begin with. I want to provide value. And I told him, okay, fair. Even that conversation with me was building trust. Like, okay, he's being genuine, he's being authentic. I need to step up as well. And, we would go for a drink together. And I would slowly tell him about the bigger problems that I had. And so when I was thinking about, and eventually became one of the best advisors. I really did share with him many times in drinks, but we would share, about things that we would have, even both of us. And that gave me a lot of, that really strengthened the relationship and built the trust and the rapport. And I think that is, to Ronit's words, most important thing. You have to find the right person that you feel comfortable sharing everything. You have to look up to them. Otherwise, it's really hard to share, and it's even harder to take their advice. And so to that question, I think I like to bring a real problem I have. When I start with a new person, I like to, and I try to do the same thing with the people who work for me. When you have something that you're terrified about and you're losing sleep and you're stressed about, and you're thinking like, oh, shit, how am I going to tell Gil about this? That's the first thing I want to hear about. When we talk, like, bring it to me minute number one, and then we'll figure out together. What people usually do, and I've seen with that myself as well, is talk for 29 minutes about irrelevant, least important things. And then the last minute, I'm going to bring in the real problem I'm struggling with. And so today I try to flip it. I go to the advisor, I go to the coach. And if I have something big I'm struggling with, even if the agenda might be on something completely different, I wipe out the agenda and I talk about the thing that really bothers me, that I'm struggling with. And that's where the magic happens. And so that is my personal experience.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. I can tell you that for my experience, I mean, what you say is very interesting, but when I was starting working with a new manager, it took me time and with some people, even a year as a manager, to build this trust and really feel comfortable sharing real challenges that I had. And you mentioned about mentioning it in the 29th minute out of 30. It's a lot of that maybe because of, you feel vulnerable when you come with a problem, and maybe I should know that already. And you need to build that relationship of trust to really trust either your mentor, your coach, or your manager to really share the things that you struggle with the most, and be vulnerable.
Yeah, being vulnerable is key. I second that. Being vulnerable, also for the coach, also for the manager. It's up to us to also show that we have trouble and we're learning and we have weaknesses. And by seeing us struggle and get better, other people feel comfortable doing the same. And that's definitely key.
But that's also more back to the question of the circles. When you have a mentor in a closed circle, there is only a level of how much you can be vulnerable, right? So when you are looking at a mentor in a closed circle, usually those are the ones that you want to work on technical challenges. I want to learn a new language. I want to learn a new skill. Those are the things you want. I'm learning a new system and so on. If you're looking to be vulnerable, this is where you want to go. Either if your company is big enough, is far away from the organization, or go outside. And then you can
absolutely. And that's why I personally feel like the external mentorship is really powerful, because it allows someone to be really as much as possible themselves and not worry about what the other person would think. At least, it happened to me more than once that I felt uncomfortable sharing everything with my direct line manager. That maybe some of that will be seen as like something bad about me. We have a few more questions. So Kelly Young is asking, how do you get more buy-in from engineers to be part and believe in a mentorship program? Ronit, maybe you have an opinion here?
Yeah, it is a big challenge, and as a person that span up multiple mentorship programs throughout engineering organization, when you get to the actual like individual contributor engineer, what they're minded and what they care about a lot of time is more of like the professional skills. And usually, if you want to show the value, you would want to allow them to to create mentorship relation around technical skills. And then as they grow further, or they have some soft skills that they're having challenging with, and you're having a conversation, let's say that person is having a hard time communicating or having a hard time collaborating, those are the times that it would probably be a kind of a, you'll want to have them create a relation with somebody that they value and they see them as a good role model for them, and see if it works. So as a manager, you'll have a very big role in those parts. It's easier to spin up mentorship programs that are more of like the skill level in an engineering org. When you look at manager's position in engineering, this is where it's easier to make those conversations. And they are actually, engineering managers in all level are always eager to be in some kind of mentorship coaching because they see the value.
Yeah. And I don't know, Emily, do you have anyone in your organization that, did you have these struggles? I don't know if you have mentorship, within your engineering organization. I think you're muted.
Yes. So normally I would partner a senior engineer with junior engineer. This is like the mentorship specifically on the technical skill that Ronit was mentioning about. But for example, I mentor my own senior engineer in order to want to move their career grow into manager level, like a principal level, right? So that when they need more of the communication skill, the design spec skill, like other skill that not fully just 100% technical. So yeah, we do have that, and but we don't have any external mentorship program right now that offer at Metadata for engineering wise.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Shiva has another question. Gil's recent comment on going out and getting drinks hit upon another topic that has came up recently given more remote work. When developing a mentorship relationship over video calls only, are there things you can do to help improve the ability to develop trust and grow the mentorship relationship? So Gil, do you want to try to take that, because as someone who has so many coaches and advisors you work with?
Yeah, I mean, I am a big, and I may be different than the usual. You're talking about vulnerability in the workplace. I am a big advocate of radical honesty and raw communication. Also, when the good, bad, and the ugly, I think the biggest relationship comes from it. But I recognize that not everyone, and I acknowledge that not everyone is game to do that all the time. Emily will be my evidence here that the first interview we had, we finished a carafe of sangria together. That was the first meeting we ever had. And I would do that. I would drink with people. I would smoke a joint. I would go out and would go for a hike, whatever breaks the ice. Mostly, I think that we are our biggest challenge. I know I am for myself, and I know many people are for themselves as well. And so I try to remove that obstacle. For me, for my mentors, and from the people I mentor. And the biggest breakthroughs happened that way, for me at least. For me, as with my mentors, and for me with companies and CEOs that I coach, because it's really hard for a lone wolf She goes through all kinds of obstacles as an entrepreneur, as an executive. God knows all the obstacles and adversity that Emily went through, and metadata, with me as her boss, a bunch of really big struggles. And it's sometimes hard to be that strong person and also be vulnerable and talk about it. It's hard, you don't want to break while you're being this badass leader. And so you need to establish that relationship that now we're outside of the usual circle. We're outside of the usual, we're not in the office anymore. We're in the bar, or we're in a hike, or wherever we are, and we can be ourselves to the most raw version. And Shiva is asking, how can I do it remotely? You can pour whiskey here, or rum, or whatever your poison of choice. And if you don't drink and you don't smoke, meditate before, run, get your endorphins up, like whatever it is that makes you comfortable and more open, do it. Worst case scenario, you let something out and you became vulnerable, and you see that the other person's response is not to your standards. See ya. That's a good exam, a good quiz to see that it's not probably not the right coach. Or if you shared too much, then you experience how it is and you do it less, and you find your own balance. I think it's risky sometimes, but I think the value is there. The risk to value is definitely there.
Thank you. And Emily, I want to hear from you. I mean, you started working with Ronit, and obviously both of you, I don't think you met face to face, right? Since you started. So how was it for you to feel comfortable with Ronit over video?
it is a long, so like I said, when I first find a mentor, I interview with many different people. I actually reached out to them on LinkedIn, get like a coffee chat, right? And see if there's any chemical there. Are their experience equivalent or relevant to what I expect or what my challenges are? So like completely transparent, right? So at first, Limor, I was asking, how do we pair with a mentor? And then, we go through a lot of questionnaires, and then I get to talk to Ronit. And at first, I did have that wall, right? It's hard to be vulnerable for sure. Like I want to prove to everybody, like, hey, I'm strong, right? And then I have that imposter syndrome, and it's hard to break down that wall. But during different talks, and especially I appreciate that I don't start vulnerable immediately, but I start, dropping the questions and see, and the way that Ronit like questioned me back. Like one of the most questions that she, valuable questions that she ask me, like, is this person right for the job, right? So okay, I think I go through a lot of examples, but in any case, it's built after one session after. So I start breaking down that wall, and I start become more vulnerable. So I think for the online session is totally fine, as it's more of like my own personal aspect of how I want to build this relationship. Yes.
Yeah. And just a comment before I want to ask what Ronit has to say is that it takes time to build relationship trust. It doesn't happen like in the first meeting. And that's why we have the mentorship last at least 6 months, because we know that it takes time. Even if you meet with a person face-to-face, although it's easier if you can go with them out for coffee or for a drink or for whatever, it takes time because, as you said, you need to open up, you need to let your walls down, you let the guards down and be vulnerable. Ronit, anything you would like to share from your point of view as a mentor, as a manager, how do you kind of break the walls and make things comfortable virtually?
First, acknowledging the fact that unless you went to a psychologist or hired a private coach and you completely decided to melt down in the first meeting, that's not going to be a mentorship a relation on the first meeting, right? It's like dating. This is a person that you have some kind of relation with them, and it's more professional. Even if you touch the soft skills, it's still professional, and you don't want to be caught completely unguarded. Gil have interesting techniques about drinking and doing other things, but not necessarily accustomed to that. I think that the best way is to gradually build those and ask by letting them in some of your personal information. So where do you live? What do you do? What's your hobbies? Tell them about your family. Those are the things that you usually don't feel vulnerable about, but we don't necessarily end up sharing. So you provide your mentor, and your mentor provide you some more colors about themselves, like who they are. And then you spend the first session, as Emily said, she went to coffee with those potential mentees, just chatting, talking about whatever it could be interesting. And those are the things that are the thing that help us kind of break down the shields, like shields down and kind of open up. And then, take time. Meeting 2, 3, 4, somewhere along the way it would happen, or as Gil said, it isn't, and let's break it up, and move forward.
Yeah, and the hour flew by so quickly. We have maybe we can address one more question from Ilani. Can one be radically honest while working in constructive traditional corporate culture?
Conservative. Is it conservative?
Conservative, sorry.
I'll take it. I'll start if that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't believe in conservative, traditional, politically correct. To me, it's the devil. And so I try to stay away from everything that is politically correct. Conservative, traditional is great. And that's, I think that an organization should allow for all kinds of people, all characteristics. Some of them are going to be liberal, some conservative, some traditional, some modern, and that's cool. Politically correct, for me, politically correct means that you have something in your heart or on your mind, and you don't feel comfortable saying it, and instead you're doing virtual signaling or things that you think will make people happy. And to me, that's the devil. I'm trying to avoid that at all costs, and get people to say what they truly feel. And sometimes I do weird things, like Ronit said, rightfully so. And getting a drink with someone, or smoking a joint with someone, or pushing them a little bit to the limit to see how they react are things that I consciously do. I'm conscious about it. I'm vocal about it, and I do it because it gets people true character, which I love. I love people's true character. Again, the good, bad, and the ugly, because whatever it is, it's going to come out eventually. And if you're not true to yourself and you're hiding behind some kind of a mask or some kind of a character, and you're going to be miserable. You're not going to be fulfilled. And it's very hard to crush it when you're not your true self, or you're not comfortable in your own skin. So I think the environment, the culture has to allow it. And that's my 2 cents on it. Politically correct is a big no-no.
I do want to add to that, because from my experience, I come from a different culture, and I came to the US about 6 years ago. And on my first month in the work, I was like completely honest. This is one of our strengths and weaknesses, I guess, coming from our background. And I shared something that ended up in my annual review. So in the culture that you're in, you need to understand the rules of the culture. And if you don't feel that you can be safe, to be completely honest, that's reality in the culture you are. It's your choice whether to stay there or not. That's a different decision. But not every workplace you can actually be honest. Not every workplace you can feel comfortable to share. And you do need to be careful if you are in this culture that say, hey, we would use this information against you and not to help you. So yeah, look at the culture.
So much. Thank you. And we have to end. I mean, I feel like I could talk to you for another hour at least. I want to thank you all, Ronit, Emily, and Gil. Thank you so much for being here today. It was a real pleasure. And I don't know who is next, but
hey everyone, thank you so much. Huge thanks to Emily, Gil, Ronit, and Limor for that amazing panel. It was really eye-opening, and as somebody who sat in on a lot of our chats regarding mentorship, it was really great to see so much of the information that we've talked about in the past gathered all into one area, as well as cover even more ground than we have been able to in the past. So thank you so much to everyone. Can we get a round of applause for this wonderful panel? Yay. All right, so before we bring up our next set of speakers, I want to call out a couple quick housekeeping items for everyone. Don't forget, if you are waiting and trying to redeem SHRM credits for today's sessions, make sure you take note of that code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That's going to be the code that you'll need to redeem those credits. I also want to just highlight for people that are just now joining us, welcome to Power to Fly's Diversity Reboot 2021 virtual series. We have some really great merch that we're selling in our Summit store. So if you're really interested in ways that you can help support some of the great organizations we've been talking about in the last few days, definitely head over to that merch store. Powerfly is really proud to partner with TransTech Social. They are an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering the transgender people. The funds from this campaign specifically, 100% of proceeds, will help cover technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, and non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So head over there, check out some of the great merch that you can purchase to sort of rep Power to Fly, as well as support this amazing organization. Again, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from this upcoming session, make sure that you check out that code. It's going to be in the upper left-hand corner of the slide on your screen in just a moment. And as we run into introducing our next panel, I do just want to remind everybody participating and all of our audience joining us for today's sessions, please, please, please feel free to jump in on the conversation. We really want to hear from you. So check out that live chat panel. It's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. We really encourage you and welcome you to jump in there and chat with your fellow attendees and ask questions and add comments to what you're going to hear our speakers talk about today. Please feel free to kind of help direct this conversation so that you all get as much out of it as we've put into curating this amazing event series for you. So the last thing I'm going to flag is that if you have any kind of technical difficulties, you can flag myself, Seppi, or Lauren, or Sarah in the virtual chat. And we're also going to share our code of conduct there, so that way we can make sure that the discussions today remain free for engagement, but also that we're as kind and respectful to everyone as possible. Last but not least, make sure you are registered for this Friday's upcoming virtual job fair. And we're also going to share a link to a survey in the chat there. It's a 3-minute survey. We want to know what you're loving about today's summit, what you think we could do better on, so that we can improve the rest of these events we have set for the rest of the year. So to introduce our next speaker, I would love to present you with Catherine Zaleski. She is a co-founder and the president of Power to Fly. Welcome, Catherine.
I am not speaking. I am closed captioning. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were here to introduce our speaker.
To be on camera. Thank you.
My bad. Thank you, Catherine. All right. So to introduce our panel, first I'd like to start with Jessica Popp. She is the VP of Engineering for Twilio. Jessica, before Twilio, Jessica worked as the Senior Director of Engineering at SendGrid and DDN Storage. Talking with her today is going to be Amy Trappy, our Power to Fly's own Senior Director of Customer Success. Amy used to be my supervisor. She's one of my favorite people at Power to Fly. So welcome to you both.
Great. Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Yes, thank you, Meg. Very happy to be here. And I know we're going to have a wonderful tech talk by Jessica, and then I'm really excited to get into the Q&A afterwards. So we'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. And Amy, I had a handful of slides. Do you want me to share those myself?
Yes, if that's okay, that would be great. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty.
No problem. I have the share screen button. So I think we are good. Everyone should see an intro slide. If someone could confirm that for me, Amy.
Perfect. It looks wonderful.
Great. So thank you so much to be here. I wanted to open with, about 10 minutes of covering this topic. And then I think, Amy and I can move on to some more in-depth discussion. So as mentioned, I'm so happy to be here from Twilio today. I've been working in engineering for about 25 years, and I've worked on a few systems or projects over the year that would be considered failing. Sometimes we joke about these as dumpster fires. And I'd like to spend a few minutes today talking about how I, when I decide to take one of those projects, what to do once you've made that choice, and kind of when to stay or when to go. And so I think we can agree that, a struggling team or a failing project can be a huge place of opportunity for us as leaders to demonstrate business impact, but they can also be particularly scary to embark on. And so I think people often ask me, why do I run into fires? And I, when I think about some of the aspects of my life, I'd say I'm very driven. Some people say type A personality. I don't really care for that label. I think a lot of labels can have baggage to them. I have an ability to see order among the chaos. So I'm always looking for that one step that can reduce the amount of chaos and increase the order in any situation. I'm also a people pleaser. I'm going to come back to that one. As you can see, I marked that. I spent a lot of years as a program manager. I feel like I have an ability to look around corners. I spend a lot of time thinking, what's next? What's going to go wrong? How are we going to prevent that? And I generally consider myself pretty optimistic, right? So I see that we can all contribute. Things are glasses half full. I can make that one step forward with a team. And so sometimes I get labeled as a fixer, and I'm fine with that. But going back to the people pleaser, I did want to offer a quote from Dr. Susan Newman's book, The Book of No. So women have been raised to be caregivers and nurturers, which can be more of a problem that's prevalent for us more than men. And that there's a fine line between performing well and it becoming detrimental. And so I find for myself, I use it to my advantage, but I also want to be aware of this as a potential bias that some of us may face, and that it is that fine line between performing well and it being detrimental, and using it to my own benefit without it actually harming my outcomes. And so I'll speak a little bit more about that in a moment. But the question is, so when should you run into the fire, right? Should you take that role? You're being asked. And so I highlighted a few things on the left side of the screen that can often be really big flags that I consider first. So do you really have a skill match to the problem? For me, I spent my early years in hands-on engineering. And since then, it's been almost 20 years of leadership. So I'm going to look for leadership opportunities. And even with a more recent project I'm on, I asked specifically, do you need deep architectural technical delivery in this project, or do you need people leadership for a large organization? And that helped influence the decision I made. And I was very upfront with the person I was negotiating with, where my skills were and where they aren't. And so is it realistic? Is it even possible to accomplish what's being asked? Or is someone looking for a magical outcome that doesn't seem to be rooted in fiction, or rooted in reality, but rooted in fiction instead? And then finally, sometimes a culture and opportunity is quite apparently toxic. And as much as you might like to help, it's just not going to be realistic. So sometimes, and then I list just a little bit of word on the right, there are all these other factors each of us have to consider. And then also, what's your own personal risk? What is your personal decision-making model? And I bring up the people pleaser again, not to overemphasize that about myself or about anyone, but for me, I know I like to help. I know I want to say yes. And so that's something I know about myself that I really have to take careful consideration into all the aspects before I make that choice. And you might have a different attribute or aspect that you think about carefully before you consider a role. Okay, so this opportunity came up, you took this role. What are we going to do now? What are your priorities as you approach this? Now, I'm approaching this more from a systems perspective, both because of the technical nature of the conference, and this is my background. But your likely instinct as a human is to go as fast as you can on the previous execution plan. And what I generally caution folks to do is assess where your project is. What phase of the life cycle is it in? And when I use the word project, I don't mean literally a small project. For me, it can mean an outcome of an entire business unit. A project can be 200 people building an application. So I think in broad business unit terms as much as maybe an individual project. And so I look at where it is in the stage. And for most of us, we're going to either come into a product that has already failed in production or is struggling in some major way in production, or has failed to get to production. But occasionally you'll run into a more mature product. And as a strong leader, you need to consider, is it time to put it in maintenance mode? Should I assess it for exit? As the leader that's been invited, these things are on the table, even if you haven't been invited. The leader is expected to look at the ROI, where the project is, bring that new viewpoint. But if I focus on the first two, those are the ones I generally see. And I don't like to say never, but if you were told that the turnaround priority is to build new features, that is never the case. I'll stand on that. Maybe it's 99% of the time. If the only gap in this project was to build new features, it would not be a failing project, right? There's generally some other aspect. And so when failed in production, generally I'm looking around, it's often around reliability, operational efficiency, or keep the lights on activities that I focus on first. How do I get this system into a healthy state, whatever its challenges are, before I move on to other things like development, or how do I make it cost efficient? And on failed to production, generally the biggest thing I say is an inability to get to a minimum viable product. We are unable to get it out the door. And that's generally because there's scope creep, there's not alignment on this, maybe there's an architectural challenge. So the focus there is to get the team or the BU down to the point where we can actually define that minimum viable product. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about finding your voice. This is really, for me, the most important piece of success, and the thing that's often very hard to do if you're given a failing project or a new project that you're really stretching in your abilities, or it's really outside your comfort zone to do a failing project. You need to find your voice. So you remember, you've been selected or offered for the skills and expertise. Your viewpoint is being looked for. And the big things I look about are your 90-day assessment, right? That's completely average for any project. But develop a plan that's realistic and not optimistic. This can be another pitfall, the optimism. We want people to like what we're doing. We want people to feel good about it. Your executive team or your leadership sponsor set is looking for facts, right? And you need to determine that unambiguous fact-based measure you're going to demonstrate. But you should also ask for what you need. I ask for what I need, even if I know I'm going to get turned down, right? We all have budget and timing constraints. But if I ask for 25 people to do something in a year and I get 12, I make sure I update my plan based on that. Don't leave your team thinking, oh, I gave her 12, she's still going to do it in a year. No, you gave me 12, now it's 24 months. So I really like to focus on that. And depending on your personal background, your viewpoint may have been marginalized in the past in different roles or at communication tables, or you've watched other people be marginalized. And we really have to caution ourselves to not use this past experience to predict future outcomes. As I mentioned, I've been in engineering for over 25 years. And less than 10 years ago, I had a senior executive who seemed to have a real gender bias. And my skills as a senior technical leader were referred to as secretarial. And I had to get over that. I had to let that go. I moved on from the company, but I'm open, and there are lots of marginalized viewpoints. And I bring that up not to garner empathy for something that happened to me, but it does happen to us. And I'm not going to let that predict my future outcome. I'm going to develop a framework that I'm going to drive this project in a fact-based manner, and I will use those facts and my progress to quiet opinions at the table. So finally, let's talk about a few career implications that we might have out of this assignment and what we want to think about. So first is even making the choice. So we talked a little bit earlier about passing on that opportunity that may not be right for you because of red flags. But make this in a fact-based way, not an emotionally based way. Pick what those facts are that you care about. And interestingly enough, I did take a failing project assignment at a company, and there were red flags but I wanted that role so badly and I took it. And ironically, that was the one that my skills ended up being marginalized. I ended up being perceived as providing a secretarial benefit through guiding and leading. And I ended up leaving that project, but I learned a lot from that. I would listen to those red flags next time. So second is when you're voluntold into a role, right? You didn't want this role. You don't want this seat at the table. This role is not the love of your life. It's going to happen to all of us probably at some point. But that doesn't mean you can't express the thought of leave the campground better than you found it. For the time that you're in that project, how do you organize it? How do you reduce the chaos? How do you increase the stability? And then leave a plan behind for the next person. There's no need to martyr ourselves and stay in a role until we accomplish something specific or until it's all fixed, but we can still define improvements, execute on some set of improvements, and then move past that to execute the next plan in our career. And so finally, when is it time for you to go? So I talked about it with voluntold, right? You really don't want to be there. You're going to make your mark as a leader. People are still going to look at, wow, look how much better she left that after 9 months. Not there, but it's so much better. And sometimes you're successful, but you're just done. These projects can be taxing, they're challenging, they may be emotionally challenging or a lot of hours. And it's okay to get it to that point. Did you get it to a success point and say, you know what, I can't give as much ROI on this project and it's time for me to pass it to the next person. It's time for me to leave it on a high note. So I think this is a topic overall that we could debate and chat about from a variety of viewpoints, but I'm hoping I'm leaving you with kind of a few highlights. I'm hoping the next time you consider running into the fire, you decide based on facts and not your emotions, and you look for the opportunity to decrease chaos and increase order. And then you consider for yourself when you know to stay or when it's time to go. So with that, I'll pass it back to, I think it's Amy that I'm chatting with today.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jessica. And I know that I found that extremely enlightening. And certainly it kind of spoke to, I think, things we all go through in our careers. But I actually had a question for you, which is, it's so wonderful to see women in the upper echelons of engineering management, right? And I assume at some point, you had to make the decision to go from more of a hands-on engineer doing that work to really also into people management and also into seeing the big picture, the architecture. And I was wondering what were the signs that you should make that career move? And perhaps what should women that are aspiring to be in a position like you be willing to do or sort of go out of that comfort zone to experience in order to get there?
Yeah, it's a great question, Amy. It's so personal. So I'll give the TLDR on my personal is I was an engineer out of school. I really liked it. I would have given myself a B. I really enjoyed engineering. I looked around and said, I am not a rock star in this, but I love the environment. I got so energized being the go-between between engineering team and product or engineering and leadership. So I enjoyed being the champion for engineering teams. I understood what it took to be an engineer, but I wanted to be the person that really paved the way for engineers to be successful. So that's why I took that. I do notice that, and I don't have any statistical data on it or any reference material, but just in my experience, I do notice more women make the shift in technology in the late, the 5 to 8 year range, and they choose management far more than men. I don't think it's right or wrong, right? This is what I chose. But I do know there is a huge demand for women to stay in the deeply technical roles up through senior engineer, up through architecture. And so I would like women to feel comfortable and confident to stay in that space. And that's really changed in my career, where the space is being made, the variety of voices want to be heard. And I want to encourage women to pick the one that resonates with them, not necessarily the one where they see most women pathing.
Thank you so much. And I think, it's wonderful that there is a call to get more women in these roles because, of course, the ramifications of women in leadership roles have to do with hiring, retention. What is it like for women at that company? So really appreciate you getting into that and sharing that journey. We do have an audience question from Kristen Moore. She said that you quoted a book at the beginning of your talk. If you could identify that and maybe just expand a little bit more on what that book is about and what we can learn from it.
Yeah, I think that, so I posted that it's Dr. Susan Newman. It's the book of No. It's been quite a while since I read that book. I would recommend, everybody's got their flavor of what they're interested in. But what I was interested in learning from the book is when and how it's appropriate to say no. And so for me, it resonated because early in my career, early in my life, I do have a tendency to want to say yes. I do have a tendency to overcommit with yes. And that's a really risky thing in a career, and learning how to balance what you can commit and feeling safe to say no. And how do you say no and not being fearful that no closes opportunities? I'll give a really brief example. I remember early in my career, and this is when I learned how to say no. And some of you may be able to relate. I'm working late night. I happened to work for a woman boss at that time, and she came by at like 7 o'clock at night. She's like, "Oh, how are you doing?" I burst into tears. And, and she's, "What's going on?" And I said, "I can't do it all. No. And she says, "It's your responsibility to tell me how much you can handle. I'm not, I am going to give you tasks. I'm going to make assignments. You need to negotiate for what you can handle." And I still coach a lot of people on that. I still watch people like killing themselves to the point that they may be intending to martyr themselves, but they really just burn themselves out. And you may have 8 assignments, and the power is to go back and say, "You know what? I've got 8 things to do. I can handle these 4. These 4 are my top priority. I want you to know I'm not handling these 4. And let's talk about whether these are in the right priority order." And that's how I handle it. It's one of the most powerful things I learned in my career.
Well, that's perfect, because my one of my other questions was going to be sort of what tool set do you use to gauge if you're saying yes too much? And so definitely, I think people can certainly check out that book and take some lessons from there. I know that you mentioned that at some point, you did have your voice marginalized in a certain situation, and how, of course, that happens to a lot of people. I'm curious what sort of tools you had at your disposal, or, if there were certain people that helped you to not listen to those voices. I think that's super useful for people maybe who haven't been in their career as long and are trying to find that confidence themselves. If you could just expand a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I coach a lot of managers on this. As an individual contributor, it can be really challenging early in our career to find our voice. One of the best things, if we have a healthy team structure, I look for somebody to have an ally. If I have an ally, when I've had allies at the table, they actually make space for me, and they'll say, "Jessica, did you have a comment?" That particularly has not been a challenge for me. I expect managers to make space and go around the room. But again, you have to advocate for yourself. You may not be able to do it in the big team meeting at first, but you have to figure out what your value is. You have to be comfortable enough to talk to a manager or a peer and get your voice heard. Your voice may not always be heard at the table. You may have to do it afterwards initially, but some of it is about coming up on figuring out how to have that voice heard. I find it so much better. Now I'm just dating myself, but it is so much better than it was 20 years ago. And your contributions will speak for yourself. What you need to get over is your point matters. Right? And that's usually the biggest thing I see, is a concern that no one wants to hear my opinion. I don't want to break in, but I think it's fine also to wait till the end, but know that your point matters and go ahead and make that point, and then look for the ally that helps give you the space in the meeting.
Definitely. It's interesting because, I think at the start of your career, you're like searching for that confidence. So you don't speak. And then, when you're getting into the later stages, you have confidence. And so you do speak, but we're certainly, missing out when all levels of teams don't feel comfortable to speak. So thank you for that. I see we got a couple of audience questions that I want to make sure we get to. I'm going to combine the 2 from Ann Madhu, which is, where do you start if you want to get involved with engineering, and what sort of certifications are good to start that journey?
Oh, that's a great question. So a couple of things. I'm going to answer the question assuming that Anne does not have a background in engineering and may not be looking to go back for a new 4-year degree. So one of the programs I love are the, I'm going to have trouble coming up. Galvanize does one, and I'm not promoting a particular company. I just can't think of the type of program name, but they do boot camps. That's the word I'm looking for. So they do 12 to 14 week boot camps that are involved around front-end engineering, data science, other analysis disciplines. I think those are great programs for people that want to get into hands-on coding and have no background in engineering. The other thing is to look for companies that offer programs that help you move from those non-traditional education programs into engineering, because it does take a transition. And not doing a plug for my particular company, but we have something called a Hatch program. And it's exactly that. It is a program where non-traditional engineers join the workforce. They're given partnership and they're given extra education and skills to fully integrate. So that's generally what I focus on for non-traditional. I do not think folks need to go back to school to get in engineering. And if you have the interest and the energy, there are lots of other ways to do it.
Amazing. Thank you. Tech is a good equalizer in that way. So
yes, I want to see lots more LGBTQ, lots more women, lots more underrepresented persons in the field. And I think we're getting more comfortable and more focused on having a variety of people at our table.
100%. And I think that's definitely clear when you look at returnships, apprenticeships, all of these awesome initiatives that are happening in tech right now. I definitely want to make sure we get to Mindy McGuckin's question as well. A good one. Any advice on how to accept or decline when you're voluntold for projects?
Yeah, absolutely, because we do. I would ask yourself first, are you declining because you don't want to do it? So really fact-based test yourself. Is there something you can get out of this project or not? Let's say there is something and you just don't want to do it, but you're going to do it for the company. Negotiate a time period, and it depends on the scale of the project, right? So I would say, I am willing to help for 6 months. But decline in a fact-based way as well. I've really considered your offer. I've thought about it. I do not think this is a good fit for me right now because A, I don't have the skills. B, I think this will be a large time demand that doesn't match my personal situation right now. And I think any company that's worth their salt will honor that. And I think we also have to ask ourselves if our companies aren't respecting us as humans and whole persons in the workplace. Sometimes we get voluntold or given an ultimatum. And sometimes that's the day you start looking for your next role, right? You are the most important person in your life. Don't let your company be the most important person in your life.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for answering that. And I know we got a couple more questions. Let's try and fit in one more from Natalia Ciceres. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. But is there some place like a blogger community where we can find you or other women in tech to advise outside of the summit? And I think, you know, that's often mentorship programs and whatnot. Any sort of resources for the audience would be wonderful.
Oh my gosh, I'm not a resource person. How about you help me out on this one, Amy?
Okay, well, Power to Fly is a mentorship program. If you are looking for those sorts of resources, I think there's a lot of Slack channels. I don't know if you've heard about those, Jessica, but for women in tech where you can get advice. And I think there's a lot of partners that Power to Fly works with as well. So we should be able to send you some of those materials in the follow-up. And I think you'll find some good information there. But I know we're just about time here. So Jessica, I guess any sort of closing pieces of advice for the audience?
Yeah, I'll add a little bit to Natalia's question. I think it's good for all of us. Is everyone should consider having a mentor or a sponsor. And I want to clarify the definitions there. Is don't wait for someone to offer to be your mentor. Seek out a mentor. What I look for when people seek out a mentorship with me is they come to me and they say, I think you'd be a good mentor because of A, B, and C. And I am looking to learn X, Y, and Z, right? This is as much the effort. I find too many people want to mentor that spoon feeds them. And that's you're not going to learn from that. And the other is finding sponsorship in your company. And sponsorship is the person that actively advocates for you as you move along your career. It's completely different than sponsorship, but it's the person I am saying I'm helping find their next role inside a large organization, and I'm helping negotiate and put their name forth. So I would leave folks with that, the idea of looking for a sponsor and or mentor is appropriate for where you are in your career.
Awesome. Definitely wonderful advice. And I certainly just want to thank you so much. I feel like I learned a lot. I have no doubt that the audience did. And I also want to thank everyone who attended. And without further ado, I will pass it back over to Meg. But thank you again, Jessica. It was wonderful.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much. Can we get a round of applause for this wonderful panel? Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. So as we round out this session, I do just want to highlight, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, check out the link that's in, or the, the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That's going to be the code that you need to redeem those credits for our virtual events today. As well as just want to call your attention to the merch store that we've got up and running. We are selling Power to Fly branded merch there for both our summit as well as just the company in general. The key thing to remember about this is that 100% of the proceeds from all merchandise in our shop is going to be donated directly to TransTech Social. They are an incubator for LGBTQ talent, and they have a focus on economically empowering transgender people. So all of the funds from this campaign, which runs through February 12th, are going to cover technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, and non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So please, please, please feel free to check that out. Let's move on and start introducing our next panel. So up next, we have Keeping It Relevant with Elasticsearch. As we do transition to get those individuals up on stage, I want to call out a couple quick housekeeping items before we get started. So if you are coming over to us from maybe from track B, or if you are just starting off your audienceship today with Power to Fly and our Diversity Reboot 2021 Virtual Summit, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. My name is Meg. I'm here to help out and be your facilitator today, part of the really awesome Power to Fly virtual hosting team that's working behind the scenes to make sure that everything rolls out smoothly for all of you. So what we want to do is make sure that we are encouraging our audience to participate and really interact with us and with our amazing speakers today. So checking out the live chat panel that's on the right-hand side of your screen, please, please, please feel free to get active in there. Chat with your fellow attendees, make connections, share LinkedIn information if you like, but also make sure that you are using that time to comment on what the speakers are saying, ask questions to help direct these talks. We want to make sure that you get as much out of today as we are putting into it. If you have any kind of technical issues, please feel free to tag myself, Seppi, Lauren, Sarah. We are all here as moderators in that chat to make sure that we can help you if at all possible. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from the upcoming talk, check out that code. It's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That will be where you need to look to redeem those credits. And just briefly before we get started with this next session, I want to refer you to the code of conduct. We're going to put that link into the live chat in just a minute. What it's going to show you is the kind of guidelines we're hoping to use to encourage really engaged conversation from y'all, but to make sure that everybody is as kind and respectful as possible, so that this is a positive experience for everyone. If you're not yet registered for this Friday's virtual job fair, make sure that you get registered. I'll be there, so you'll see at least one friendly face. Amazon, Facebook, Pluralsight, there's some really great companies coming, so make sure that you sign up for that. It's totally free. And we'll also be sharing a link to a quick 3-minute survey. Promise, it does not take long. Please feel free to go in there, let us know what you're loving about the summit, let us know what we could do better on. We've got 8 more of these events happening this year, and we want to make sure that they're as great as possible. So to start our next panel off, I'd love to introduce you to our next guest speaker. Landy Simpson is a software engineer with Quantum Mob. She's an experienced software engineer with a demonstrated history of working in the computer software industry. And so we're very excited to have her today. And then coming back to have a conversation with Landy, we have, again, our wonderful Amy Trappy, Senior Director of Customer Success for Power to Fly. I will yield the floor to you and enjoy.
Awesome. Thank you, Meg. Well, Landy, I will definitely let you take over, but I just want to again remind the audience that we're here to take your questions afterwards, so don't be shy about posting them in the chat. And yeah, I'll pass it over to you. Thank you.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Landy Simpson. I'm an aspiring writer and intermediate software engineer at the consultation company Quantum Mob, located in Toronto, Ontario. I'm a first-generation Afro-Caribbean Canadian woman, and I'm an alumni from the University of Toronto with a bachelor's in computer science. I've spent 4 years in industry, and I recognize the challenges of being a woman, being Black, and being new to industry. But on top of those challenges, software development topics can be incredibly complex and daunting to learn. For me, these challenges made me question my ability as a software engineer. And when I realized I wasn't the only one struggling or alone, I started to write about topics in software development. I wanted to create a space that allows people of all levels to feel comfortable learning without feeling intimidated. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm so excited to share my knowledge with everyone. Also, it could get a little loud in my area sometimes, so please bear with whatever random sounds you hear around me. I'm sorry in advance. So let's just get to it. Google is the most popular search engine in the digital age. According to Data Never Sleeps, in 2019, over 4.4 million searches were made per minute. Google is a testament that search engines have revolutionized data collection and distribution. Data not only helps us understand the world, but as IBM advertises, data tells us where the world is heading. If you haven't seen Google's year in search videos, I highly recommend you take a look at the 2020 video. The video illustrates the inquisitive nature of the human race throughout 2020. We were looking for clarity and truth within the chaos we were living through. And across the globe, people were asking why. I don't want to get too philosophical, but why is an incredible question to ask. It enables critical thinking and is proof for autonomous learners. This kind of critical thinking allows us to grow as a society, and we could challenge old systems, understand people we've never taken the time to understand, and create necessary dialogue about problems we're facing in hopes to find a solution. Because asking why is better than silence. And thanks to technology, we're able to ask difficult questions on different mediums and get answers. Search engines are a fundamental part of how we think critically. It aids us in our search for clarity and truth, and its algorithms connect us to relevant data. But why do we trust Google will provide us with the answers to our questions? And how can we, as software engineers, establish the same trust with the users of our software? To answer these questions, we have to take a step back and ask a simpler question. How do we implement search? At least once in our technical career, we'll encounter an application requiring search. It could be a search bar for a retail website, a music catalog, or an educational platform. Almost every application on the market has some sort of search functionality. So how is it done? Obviously, we can't recreate the Google search engine, but we're able to implement search in a naive way. In the naive solution, we iterate over data sets and filter out data that doesn't match the user's search query. This solution can be implemented on the server side or client side and take at least linear time to complete, which isn't great for large data sets like Wikidata. The iterative solution is like searching through a book. To find an answer to a question, we'd have to check every page for relevant content related to our question. For a book that's 10 pages long, it's not too bad, but for a book that's 1,000 pages, then it's time consuming. The naive solution begs the question, is this document relevant? But unfortunately, that's not a fulfilling question. Furthermore, the naive solution doesn't account for users' behavior. Users approach search engines with either well-formed questions or malformed questions. The naive solution works well if a user searches keywords, but not for specific or ambiguous statements and questions. And what about localization? Many web applications are multilingual. In Canada, it's required to support both French and English in software applications. The naive solution doesn't account for languages' linguistic syntax and grammatical relationships, such as synonyms. Lastly, what about user error? It would be a pain if for every spelling mistake a user made, they were unable to find answers to their questions. So this leads us back to our initial question. Why do we inherently trust that Google will provide us with the answers to our questions? It's because Google has proven to us time and time again, it isn't limited by syntax, language, human error, vagueness, specificity, or performance. And regardless of our behavior, we'll get matched to the best and most relevant results. We could sift through pages 1 to 9 and almost always agree that the data has been sorted by relevance, usability, and reliability. It's this trust that keeps us coming back to Google, and it's this type of trust we want to establish with our users when we create our software applications. So the crux of our problems becomes, how do we optimize our naive solution so the users of our software can develop the same trust as we do with Google? And the answer to that is search relevance. Search relevance is a measure of accuracy between a search query and search results. Instead of asking, is this document relevant, we can ask, how relevant is this document? By adding this metric to our solution, we can enhance search functionalities to better serve the user. Search relevance depends on 2 fundamental metrics: precision and recall. Recall is like a measure of quantity. We want to ensure all the relevant documents of a dataset are included in the search results. Precision, on the other hand, is like a measure of quality. We want to ensure all data in the search results are relevant. Precision and recall are often at odds with each other. Improving precision means tightening the search results, which can often leave out relevant documents that don't match the entirety of a search query. But improving recall means loosening the search results, which can include more irrelevant documents. The balance of the two is what creates the search relevance score. You may now be wondering, how can we measure precision and recall to generate a score? This is where Elasticsearch comes in. Elasticsearch is a distributed, scalable analytical search engine that supports aggregation of unstructured data. It's built on top of Apache Lucene, which is an open source search engine library built in Java. Elasticsearch's primary data storage is JSON, which allows for flexible data storage. It's also built for speed, meaning it's optimized to sift through thousands of records within a few seconds. Elasticsearch's large customers like Shopify, Slack, and Netflix are proof that it's a tool of the future and making data analysis easier for us to understand. Elasticsearch uses search relevance to score documents of a data set. It returns an ordered list of data sorted by that score, similar to the visuals in the slides. The best part about this score is that it's modifiable. By adding additional information like fuzziness to a query, we can increase the relevance score of the resulting data set. But how does Elasticsearch calculate the score, and what can we customize to improve relevance? To answer these questions, we must understand how Elasticsearch analyzes data. Elasticsearch uses text analyzers to convert bodies of text into optimized searchable data. They're used in 2 instances, when querying for data and when inserting data, also known as indexing data. It's very important to note that when I say data is being indexed, it actually means data is being inserted or updated in the Elasticsearch instance. Elasticsearch text analyzers come in an assortment of languages and can be fully customized. So let's just go through an example of its anatomy. Let's take the text, Old MacDonald had a farm. It's a text with a bit of HTML in it, which isn't optimal to work with if we want to search against it or search with it. So let's push this through Elasticsearch's standard text analyzer. The text is first streamed through a character filter. The character filter is responsible for adding, removing, or transforming elements of the text. For instance, it can remove HTML characters and replace occurrences of certain strings. The text then goes through a tokenizer, which breaks up the original text into tokens or terms. The default tokenizer is a white space tokenizer, which breaks up the text whenever it encounters a white space. There are other types of tokenizers like the letter tokenizer, which divides text whenever it encounters a non-letter character. Lastly, the token filter. Similar to the character filter, the token filter can add, remove, and transform tokens. For example, the synonym token filter can add words that are synonymous with each other. In this example, ranch is a synonym for farm. The resulting data is then added to an inverted index. An inverted index maps tokens, also known as terms, to documents. When we add another document, we'll see those terms recorded and pointing to their corresponding document. But similar to the index of a book, you'll notice there's some overlap. This overlap helps us find multiple relevant documents related to a search. Now, I don't want to dive too much into Apache Lucene, but it's important to note that this is a simplified view of indexing data. Underneath, Apache Lucene uses a particular data structure called a block tree term dictionary. A block tree term dictionary helps us find terms by their prefixes using a prefix tree. As shown in the slides, a prefix tree's nodes are characters of terms. A tree can yield many combinations of terms, which allows us to search on a granular level. This data structure helps us search against multiple use cases like finding terms with a particular substring. The BTT dictionary can even help us analyze languages like German or Norwegian with compound words. By decompounding the entirety of the word, we can match search queries to results more reliably. Finally, the inverted index contributes to the measure of TF-IDF. TF-IDF stands for term frequency and inverse document frequency. It's a metric that measures term relevance. Elasticsearch utilizes 3 concepts to determine the score for a term: TF, IDF, and field length norm. Using these measures, we could determine how relevant a term is within a particular document. Term frequency measures the frequency of terms within a particular document. Think of it like Control F. A Control F search on a page finds all occurrences of the search term and tells you the number of occurrences. However, inverse document frequency looks across multiple terms within Elasticsearch. It tells us if a term appears too frequently, chances are it's not as relevant. Think about the index of a book again. Particular terms such as a, the, and for are not included within the index. Those terms show up so many times across a book, they lose relevance. This metric ensures we find terms that are semi-unique. Finally, field length norm is the length of a field. Fields with a shorter length, like a title field, have terms that are weighted higher. Therefore, the terms are more relevant, whereas a field with a longer length, like a description field, would have terms that are less relevant. The combination of these metrics are calculated and stored as a weight for a particular term. However, since queries can contain multiple terms, such as Black Professional Grade Blender, Elasticsearch uses a vector space model to compare multi-term queries against documents. The vector space model is a multi-dimensional array containing the weight of each term in a query. So let's review the process so far with a simplified example. Assume we have an e-commerce website like Amazon. Users are looking for items daily and they need their search to be accurate and relevant. All our data is stored in a basic relational database, but we decide to use Elasticsearch and do a daily migration of all our tables to our Elasticsearch instance. During migration, our documents go through a text analyzer, and now we have a fully functional inverted index ready for search. So let's look at our user, Lorna. Lorna is a new customer and wants to find a new blender. So she searches Black Professional Grade Blender. Let's see what happens. Lorna's search query goes through the Elasticsearch text analyzer and generates tokens we could use to search in our existing inverted index. Lorna's query also generates a vector space model that we'll use later. We take Lorna's search query terms and begin searching the inverted index for relevant documents. From our search, we identify 3 documents with relevant terms to Lorna's search. The 3 documents contain at least one of Lorna's search terms. Each term has its own weight determined by TF, IDF, and field length norm. These scores were calculated during index time. Don't worry about the math, just remember Elasticsearch will do that heavy lifting for you. Let's create vector space models for each of those documents. The weight of each term is in the position it holds in the original document. Now, remember the vector space model from earlier? Let's fill in the blanks now. With a bit of observation, we can see that document 2 is the closest vector to our search query. Elasticsearch then retrieves and returns document 2 back to Lorna, and she's a happy user. In Elasticsearch, the combination of TF, IDF, the vector space model, and a basic Boolean model, like the ones used in the naive solution, is called the Lucene practical scoring function. The Lucene practical scoring function is a type of similarity algorithm. There are other types of similarity algorithms that use similar metrics like TF, IDF, but use different ranking functions or are based on different metrical frameworks. So by utilizing these similarity algorithms, we can generate a relevant score that will improve our naive solution. So now that you know how scoring works and what is scored, we could briefly discuss how to tune relevance. There are multiple ways to go about tuning relevance. For example, constant score ignores TF, IDF and assigns a score of 1 to any document that matches a query. Decay functions determine a score based on the distance between a field's value and a given origin. These are ways of tuning relevance on the overall score. You could also tune relevance based on a particular searchable field. For example, if you're searching for documents on a description field and title field, you can add a weight to the description field to indicate terms found in the description are more relevant, thereby boosting the overall score of the document. Or you could change the similarity algorithm.
A huge monitor and you just went way over here outside of my
Work from home setup problems.
I know. Let's see. I'm not sure if I can move you over. Oh yeah, I can. Sure, I can. Perfect. There you go. Okay, great. Well, hello everyone. My name's Tracy Truen. Thank you, Amy, for the introduction. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. I know if you're like me, you have people from everywhere. My name is Tracy Truen. I'm a general manager of program management for Microsoft's commercial software engineering team. We're a division of engineers that are focused on working directly with our customers. So we go and code with, we have what we call a code with approach, meaning that we actually go and sit down alongside with them and code with our customers' developers. So prior to the pandemic, that meant sitting side by side physically with them on site at their location. It was often in an office, a factory. In the case of our healthcare team, we might be in research facilities or hospitals, and so on, so that we can understand their needs, their environment, and learn more about who they are. And now that the pandemic hit and we went into lockdown, we've really had to rethink our engagement model with our customers. And we have to work, obviously in a completely remote fashion. So we've been fortunate in some ways because we are, a global team already. We already had quite a bit in place, that allowed us to work in a remote way. Because we were used to working with each other remotely and globally. But we had to really think about some of those other things that we weren't doing. And so today I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So just to give you an idea of what our team looks like, we're a team of about, we're now approaching 800, so over 750 people. We have software developers, data scientists, experienced designers, program managers that are distributed all over the world. So we're in multiple geos and obviously across time zones and cultures as well. We have about 65 crews and growing in 12 hubs across the world. And when we talk about a hub, we mean London and Tel Aviv and Zurich, and we sort of organize, that's what a hub is for us. We travel to our customers' locations to kick off projects, to build relationships and understand their needs. Our projects are really intended to help customers address, a technical blocker or learn something new. And our goal is always to kind of give them the foundation so that they can actually have the path forward. They can take it and they can move it forward themselves. So when the pandemic hit, we were organized with our teams already, as I said, working remotely, but we were actually not at all set up to have a sustainable model for working with our customers completely remotely. That just wasn't how we worked. We actually really relied a lot on that high touch. So that is where we really had to start thinking. And so like a lot of you probably, when we first got locked down, we thought, okay, this is 3 to 4 months, we'll figure this out, and we'll just make do, right? How do we get through this with some of these projects where we can't go on site? So we thought it was temporary. Here we are 12 months later, and we know that it is not only is it not temporary, we've been doing it for 12 months, but we likely will be doing this for another 12 months. So we really had to rethink the way that we work. So in terms of the missing links, as I said, none of the, we were never fully remote with customers. That just wasn't how we worked. And so, what are we missing in that is we were missing, now we're missing, we don't have a chance to meet developers in person in their environment. And what we get out of that are all these these visual,
the feel of what is their culture like, how do they interact with each other, and so on. And we miss the opportunity to be in a physical room and observing the energy, observing body language, that sort of thing. Again, we work across a lot of cultures, so we have to really, we really want to be sensitive to things like that. So we can't, the other thing we can't do is that, when we're on site and we're talking about, kind of what problems they're trying to solve, and they talk about what kind of things they already have in place, we get impromptu demos. It's like, hey, can you show me that thing that you do? And then we get to see what their software looks like, what they're used to, and so on. Just as a real world example, just before the lockdown, we were in Asia, and we were working with a customer, on site in a factory. And what we were doing is they'd asked us to work on improving the ML model that they were using for visual defects. And so, that's all great. You talk about it in the abstract, but they really felt it was important, as did I, to go on the floor and actually see how they were doing it today, and actually talking about how could we improve that. And when you get a chance to see the components moving down the factory, down the line, and see how the people that are, actually doing the inspection and the systems they had in place, you're able to kind of see what's going to work and what's not going to work, because slowing things down and slowing down their production rate was not an option. And so it's pretty important. And that, these are the things that we're missing in a completely remote. And then, of course, there's also these casual side conversations that you normally have. And that's how you kind of build those relationships with people, is, having the coffee on the side and the dinners and that sort of thing. Is something that's also pretty important in terms of building those relationships. So as a result, with these things missing, we've had to really rethink, like, how do we do that? How do we make those things happen? How do we build that relationship and build that trust when we have to do it in this virtual two-dimensional world where we never get to be on the other side, on the 3D side of the world with them? So some key insights that we've had is, when we go on site, our first and foremost goal there is to really start to build trust. If we arrive, and we're there to listen, we're there to understand their work, their culture, how they think about technology, and their business. And in the process of building those relationships with them, we also, start to introduce kind of, to them our approach, like how we approach solving problems. And we always try and come with an open mind, listen and learn from them as well. But also, inviting sort of diverse thinking and problem solving. And many times, because of our multidisciplinary approach, it's often pretty, it's a new thing for them, for us to have these different perspectives and working in this multidisciplinary software engineers, data scientists, program managers across and design all together. Like they're just not used to it. And so we really try and lead by example when we first meet with them. So, these are the things that we've been trying to figure out how to replicate in a completely remote world. I think before going on, I just want to say that we on our team for sure recognize how incredibly fortunate we are. Our work hasn't slowed. As a matter of fact, it had a huge uptick, certainly when COVID started. And we're actually a growing team in the pandemic, and we're very aware of the fact that many of our customers are not in that situation. We're working with developers that are, their teams are getting cut, or, in some cases, where those jobs have been eliminated. So we're really sensitive to that. And we're very grateful that we already were set up well because of the way we're organized, for us to be able to go remote and work, because we have our teams around time zones, and we have the support systems in place to support us doing that. So we did, we did have to shift though about how we were going to connect with our customers, even if we're, we do try and make sure our projects are time zone aligned with our customers. And so we did that, we had to go to Teams, and then, really just rethink about how that was going to work. And so, in terms of the insights, I just want to share with you like how we have, how we've changed the way we work, what we've learned about building and maintaining that empathy, how we continue to build a plan, but also make sure that everybody's ideas and voices are heard, along the way, in this changing world. And also what we are doing and what we've done about, our resilience, in terms of really taking care of each other. Because quite frankly, I don't know about the rest of you, but we have a lot of tired developers. They're working super hard in, under stressful situations. And so how we think about that as well. Oops, I went the wrong way. Okay, so the first, and I know, we all talk about empathy, but I just can't emphasize enough, and we've really doubled down on empathy. Just sort of as a side note is because of the nature of our team, people come to work on our team because they are developers who want to work right next to a customer that's using their software. That's why they come, and so they're seeking that out. So generally, empathy is something, customer empathy and developer empathy is something that's sort of a natural quality of developers on our team. They have sought out this position for that reason. So, it is always the center of everything we do anyway. But today it's even more important. And the reason, it is probably goes without saying is that we've had to double down on empathy, not only for our customers. As I said, we know that lots of things are happening for them on that side, but also for ourselves, like really making sure that we have that empathy for each other has been super, super important. So we have changed a lot about how we work with our customers. So we take time to get to know them. We have to take that, really set that time aside, that time you would have had on the, in that coffee break or that sort of thing, is we try and create situations where we can do that. We normally have what we call envisioning and design sessions with them. We have to recognize now that although you could do those in person, you could have an 8-hour session and then take these breaks and stuff. It just doesn't work, in a remote world. It just doesn't. People can't stay that present in a 2-dimensional world for that long. And so we often break that up into over a couple of days. We also are sensitive, again, to time zones. So we want to make sure that that's considered when we do that. We also have to make sure that we put time breaks in there and have icebreaker type conversations and so on. So we also really, and again, it's the reason that you want to break it up, is we have to just work that much harder at listening. We're pretty good listeners in general, because it's the nature of the work we do, but we have to work that much harder to listen and make sure that we are really listening, that we're picking up all the cues of people's cultures and styles and so on, while we're working with them. And again, you have to, make sure you're completely present and that you are really there the whole time. So, one thing that we've also encountered, and probably many of you have also seen this, is, we know some cultures are actually not super comfortable about turning on cameras. Like that's, they would prefer not to turn on a camera and so on. I'm probably not the only one who's had to roll out of bed, early in the morning at 5 a.m. and gone to meetings with in your pajamas, which I always love when somebody says, "Oh, that's a cute top you have on." You're like, "Yes, right." Thank you. So, I think that we've had to kind of break the ice with some people on that. And so we always turn our cameras on. Another thing that we've also done not necessarily in a really big forum, but in a smaller group, is no mute. Like, you know, like the fact is life goes on. And I'll just share, just before we went live here, I was asking, we were in the backstage and you know, the blower and machines went on outside. I went, oh my gosh, can you guys hear that? And, you know, so, you know, those life happens, right? To everybody. Kids come in, dogs bark, you know, that sort of thing. And we found that it just keeps it real. You know, and so I think those are, you know, those are the things that we've tried to really do to make sure that we're connecting on the other side of that glass, that two-dimensional glass. So another thing is that, you know, when you're having brainstorming sessions, right, is that you have to be okay with that uncomfortable silence. You have to be okay kind of taking, you know, maybe take a break and let people absorb, you know, what's going on and stuff, because maybe they have to go and step outside and take a walk or that sort of thing. You know, these things are all true, right? In pre-pandemic, hopefully post-pandemic, but they're even more true right now. So we really try and make sure that we are giving people space when we're brainstorming and ideating, and making sure that voices are heard and recognizing different styles. So the other thing is that we've just all become hyper aware of how disruptive lives, you know, people's lives and work, you know, and the combination of their personal lives and their work life. You know, we have people on the team. We have people who have had COVID. You know, we've had, you know, having to take care of children, you know, doing remote schooling and so on. And so just having that hyper awareness that there is a lot of stuff going on for people, and just checking in and kind of really trying to get a sense of how people are feeling, you know, as you go along is super important to really make that connection. So ultimately our goal, all of these things, you know, that we do normally, our goal is always to build a trusted relationship with our customers. That is what we're trying to do. And, you know, when we first started doing this, people were like, what's in it? What's in it for you? And it's like, well, of course, eventually, you know, it's great for Microsoft. But what we know is that if we can build a trusted relationship and we can really get that, you know, lines of communication going, we know that that's good for us. It's good, you know, emotionally for them, emotionally for folks on our team. It's what we all live for. And then ultimately it's great for Microsoft, right? That you know, people feel good about it. But really, if you would ask people on our team what gets them out of bed in the morning, they would say, hey, it's because we're connecting and we're feeling like we're making a difference, you know, for these people. So, you know, we're working with a lot of, you know, partners and engineers that we haven't met before in person. We now are to the point where for sure we are, like we've, you know, pre-pandemic, or, you know, when we first started, sometimes it's just, we went more remote, but in this case, we've never met them. And yet we still have to figure out how to be successful with them, really make sure we understand their goals, make sure we understand their problems. And we have to do it in a short amount of time, relatively, you know, 3 to 5 months. And we got to do it in a unified way. Like we have to get marching with them pretty quickly so that they can be successful and take it forward. What that means for us now is that we do have to invest more of ourselves. You know, we have to invest ourselves, we have to connect with them. And then that's how we end up building that trust. So we spend more time together, meetings. We're in a lot more meetings, and we communicating, you know, in a much more real-time way all the time with them, to make sure that everybody, you know, information is flowing and so on. And we, you know, need to do that for ourselves as well, because it is across disciplines and skills and so on. And quite frankly, even for us, you know, we weren't used to that. Like we had forums and we had ways to kind of bring people together, but we have to do that on a regular basis. And so one of the things that we've done that seems to be working pretty well for us is this notion of pair programming. What we do is, I think for those of you who've been in Agile for a really long time, you know, the notion of pair programming is something that people do most people don't do it all the time, but they do it, you know, for solving certain problems. They find that, you know, it definitely helps to solve tough problems. But we've started doing that with their developers. So, you know, we're trying to help them upskill and so on along the way. And so we do it with the software developers, but we also do it with data scientists, and we also do it with our product owners. So working side by side with the backlog and so on is, you know, we're doing it not just for knowledge transfer to make sure that, but honestly, it's actually also how we find out how things are going. Like, you know, are there things that are happening in their organization that would be helpful for us to know about? And if you build that relationship like that, you know, when you take a breath and you stop, you know, and you're changing keyboards, the person will tell you like, oh, yeah, you know, and they'll start to tell you about, you know, kind of things that are happening. And then that's actually, again, goes to building trust, but it's also how we see what's going on for them as well. So it takes, you know, I think it goes without saying, I have to believe I'm not the only engineer who's an introvert. I think a lot are. And so as a result, like for those of you out there who are introverts, you know how much energy that takes, right? It's you know, and it's even more because you're connecting, you know, in a two-dimensional way, in a three, you know, you're trying to connect in a three-dimensional way through a two-dimensional means. So I think it's, you know, it's harder. We totally get it. And we know that we have to do it because it's important for us to have great outcomes for our customers, but it also means that we have to be mindful and giving people some space and recharging. Because for people who are, especially people who are introverts, you need to have that recharging time to then get up for, you know, kind of that extroverting time as well. So number two is these are sort of my rules to live by anyway, but they've certainly come into play now, which is, you know, don't be overly committed to one path. I think that's always a good idea anyway. But in this current climate, for sure, you have to not be committed to a particular path. You know, we thought, you know, you sort of say, okay, I think this is going to happen, but if that, you know, if it doesn't work out, we could always do this. You should just assume it's going to change. You know, that is going to happen in this day. And so we have a mantra on the team, which is we meet our customers wherever they are. And so when we think about what that means to us is when we think about it is, you know, where are they in their journey to the cloud? What skills do their software developers have? What technologies do they have expertise in? And so what's their capacity to adopt new ideas and new technologies? And what resources do they have? So, you know, there's a lot of times, and I'll go geeky a little bit, like we have people who come in and say, we want to go to Kubernetes and all blah, 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 blah. And we're like, they've like never even been in the cloud, just let alone talk about Kubernetes. And so we go, hey, maybe we could start out a little, like we can solve your problem and start out a little bit simpler and then we'll get you there, but you'll be ready for Kubernetes. And so, you know, we really have to give that some thought as we do it. And especially in this remote world, it's much harder for us to support them when, you know, if we don't really take that into consideration. And then, you know, it also means that, you know, in terms of meeting wherever they are, when the pandemic hit, it means that we have to be ready to pivot. Like we have had quite a few times, you know, particularly in the last 6 to 9 months, where we've had to pivot our healthcare projects because all the plans we had, you know, with the healthcare customers, they just stopped. They said, okay, yeah, we do care still about that, but we need to, like, we have this COVID thing and this other COVID related thing to do. And in one case, that really stands out for me is we had a project going and the partner, you know, said, hey, we're going to have to pause on that, but we need your help in building a solution that is going to send SMS messages or text messages across multiple platforms to people to let them know their test results were negative. And the goal there was we could send those out automatically, and then their folks could focus on calling and contacting people about their positive results to get them to the right places for care and so on. And this they asked us if we would do, and within 48 hours, we had turned around a put together a plan and turned around, and we're reviewing what we were proposing internally, and that's pretty quick. And as a matter of fact, the developers were already starting to code, right? And so we have a regular rhythm that we follow on our team, that we do game plan reviews. And so we're all sitting there, and we had done some, but we needed to review this plan. And the program manager who was driving it was really looking for some feedback, because you need, making sure we were doing the right thing. And everybody stayed. It was in the evening, and they all stayed to help and give the feedback. And one of the things we also advocate is, hey, it's got to be friendly. Like we have a friendly environment. We're all poking holes, but this is all because we all want to be better, and we want to give the customers the best solution we possibly can in the time we have. And so they all stayed. And I just remember like sitting back, and I went, wow, like this whole thing that we've done, and this process and this environment we've created was all, if we did all this for the last 3 to 5 years, it was all for this moment, so that we could actually make that, really help that customer quickly get that solution out. And needless to say, we did deploy it, and it was super, super impactful for them. So the kind of the moral of the story here is that, as engineers, we all like things to be very predictable. If we could, we would all reduce them, down to a math problem. But ultimately, life is not a math problem, and COVID has certainly taught us that life is not, a math problem, and that there are so many things that we don't have control over, and that the thing that we can control is knowing that change is going to happen, and just being prepared for it, and building the skills to adjust to that change, and that we keep our sights set on what we really care about is that it's a great customer, a great outcome for our customers. That's what we care about. So just kind of a little pause is that, I've always believed that one of the most important things as a leader is to communicate my values, my principles, and of course, what's our purpose. And as customers are at the center of everything we do. If we're not helping them in the way they want to be helped and getting to them to the goals they have, then our purpose is not being met. So we need to always focus on great outcomes for them, even if it has to happen in a way that we didn't expect. We might have an idea of how we think it should be done. And in this case, it's not about being right there. We always have to make sure that we listen carefully, and that we make sure everybody has an opportunity to be heard, and that we change, we can help shape the path together, and get to that outcome. So, and finally, we just all need to be open to new approaches. I'm always, fascinated to go into completely different environments and watching how things happen, and learn how other people approach it, and knowing that that oftentimes it's a combination of what you had in mind as well as what they had in mind, that's going to make the best, solution. And it's really when you have those moments of, hey, wow, that's an amazing way to think about it, and and you combine those, that's actually when the great, not only the great empathy happens, but the incredible innovation happens as well. And then finally, embrace things are going to go wrong. They are going to go wrong. We just have to assume, we're going to make mistakes. We haven't, this is uncharted territory. And you think, things are going to go wrong, wallow, learn from it, and move on. In our case, the way that we do that is we have a thing called retrospectives. Some teams, agile teams, will do retrospectives every weekly sprint. We have this notion of mad, sad, glad. What are you mad about? What are you glad about? What are you sad about? That's an approach. We always do it. We always have retrospectives at the end of a project with both with the customer and internally. We look at, how did they, what it was their thoughts. And also we always then do our own internal, are there other things that we could do as an organization to be better? Some of our teams actually, which I think is really cool, also do sort of a quarterly team health type retro. They check in on a regular basis, but they kind of do it in a way, people call those listening sessions. I think, they'll invite me and they'll tell us like what's messed up about our org, or what they like, the things they like that we're doing, and what they'd like to see us do better. So I highly recommend that. It's super healthy. It's been super enlightening for me. It means you don't let things fester. And as long as you can create a really safe environment, people they'll tell you. It's awesome. So I think, again, just making sure, you celebrate both successes. We also tend to focus on failures, but we should focus on success. What went well? What did we learn from that? What did we learn from, the things that didn't go so well? Because they're both great learning opportunities, and then move on and apply those learnings. So for us, that's kind of the things we've changed, in terms of how we think about things and how we connect with customers in a way, in a different way. But leading in this new context, it's also, meant for us to change, right? How we work, like how each of our lives has changed. And so, we've all gone through a lot. We've all learned a lot. I think the first thing that comes, is that sort of balance and boundaries. So, when you can get in your car every day and drive someplace, or, in many cases for us, it's getting on a plane and going, those are pretty clear boundaries, right? And you don't realize how much psychological time that gives you, downtime it gives you, and breaks in between. And even if you get up from one meeting room to another, that gives you psychological breaks. And so the thing that we've really had to think about is, when we're not traveling and we're working odd hours, at home because of being a global team, is, how do we, deal with that overall fatigue? And so we really talk about like implementing boundaries, make sure you don't start your day too early. And that, so some people on the team say, I won't, start before 5 a.m. and don't go after 10 p.m. By the way, on the same day, you shouldn't do that either. And, for me, what it is that, I often have very early meetings. I often go till to evening as well, but you want to make sure that you give yourself breaks in between. Another thing that we do is chit chats.
Tracy, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're just a little past time. So
sorry.
Wrap it up.
I thought we were on time. I apologize.
I just want to make sure the next speaker has their 30 minutes as well.
Okay.
We did get some really great track questions. So Tracy, maybe we could follow up with you personally with these questions. And we could send some answers via email if that works for you.
Oh, that's great. I apologize. I thought I must have set my timer.
No, I apologize because I definitely want to hear all of this great information. As someone who is on a remote team, I found it super helpful. But like I said, just want to make sure that we give Sarah, who's also from Microsoft, her time.
Sarah's my teammate. Sarah's going to go. No, Sarah, you go.
It's a Microsoft pairing, which couldn't be any better. But thank you so much, Tracy, for your information. And Sarah, without further ado, I will give the floor over to you if that's okay.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. And thank you, Tracy. I just got the tail end, but I was super impressed, and I always appreciate listening to you. So I'm going to go ahead and start my video. There we are, hopefully in focus in just a minute. And I'll switch to presenter mode. I don't know why it's not focusing.
Coming in a little bit blurry.
Yeah.
It's almost like a portrait mode, except the whole thing is portrait mode, except.
Right. Let me try stopping it and starting it again. It was working just fine moments ago.
That is so odd. We can definitely still hear you and your wonderful thoughts. So it looks like Jennifer Cobb Moynihan is saying take off the blur.
Yeah.
I actually don't know how to turn that on myself.
Hold on just a second. Let me try something. It doesn't seem to make a difference.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Do you have some slides that you need to share as well,
Yes,
Sarah?
I do. Let's just move on to the slides.
Well, we would love to see you on camera, but I know it's sort of stressful in the moment trying to figure out the settings. That happens to me sometimes as well. So
yeah, hold on. Okay. Share screen. PowerPoint. Share. Okay, can everybody see my slides? Better than me, hopefully.
Yes, perfectly.
See if I sit really close to the camera, it'll focus on me. Okay, we're not gonna do that. Okay, everybody, hi. Blurry or otherwise, I am Sarah Spalding. I am an engineering manager at Microsoft. Like we said, I work with Tracy. And today I'm gonna talk about having difficult conversations. And this topic actually the idea for this talk really kind of came of a funny conversation I was having with my 13-year-old daughter. And she right now is kind of fascinated by my job. And she's like, Mom, what do you do? And in that sort of eye-rolly way that only 13-year-olds apparently can speak in. Anyway, I was saying I had some meetings with some folks that I coach and mentor today. And she's like, what do you talk about? And as I reflected on her question, I realized that there has been a big theme, at least recently, and that is that people really often want to come and get advice about how to have a difficult conversation that they want to have. So in one example, one of my colleagues wanted to talk through how to talk to his manager because he felt like he hadn't been given some information that he needed to do his job in the time frame that he thought he needed it. In another situation, a colleague felt like his manager was shooting down every idea that he brought forward and wasn't really incorporating his ideas into their work. And so we talked about these, and I helped them come up with a plan for how to have these conversations. And so today I want to share kind of the practical steps and the way that you can get ready to have the difficult conversations that you need to have in your life. So when we have to give a big presentation or we have to write an important email or we're working on features for a project or a product, we prepare, we practice, we have someone read a draft of our email, we do code reviews and design reviews. But often these conversations, which can be so important and so impactful, we do them off the cuff. We just kind of wing it. We go in and we're like, okay, I'll give it my best shot. And we don't actually put the same preparation in. I believe that preparation can have a really big impact on how well these important conversations go. I have come up with 6 steps to make these difficult conversations easier. It doesn't make them easy. It doesn't make them not difficult. But by using these steps to get ready for the conversation, you can make the conversation run smoothly and you can build your own confidence as you go into the conversation to make it go as well as possible. It looks like I'm in focus now. Yay. So maybe it was just a quick timing thing. So the first step in preparing for a difficult conversation is to gather data. So when I was talking with my colleague who felt like his manager wasn't incorporating his ideas, the first question that I asked him was, well, was there ever a time when he did? respond well to your idea when he incorporated it, or when he said, yeah, that's really great, let's run with that? Or have you seen him incorporate ideas from your colleagues or from other people on your team? What's worked well in the past? Do you have any good data to go on? And is there something that you could glean from those situations where it did go the way that you wanted it to? So that was a really rich discussion. We had a great conversation about that. And he came up with some really concrete ideas about kind of some experiments, frankly, that he could run to kind of figure that out. Another important piece of information that you'll want to keep in mind, or that you'll want to take stock of, is how does this person like to receive information? So if you've done discovery or insights discovery, or strength builders or strength finders, or those sort of psychological profiles, they often have a set of recommendations for how people like to receive information and have discussions based on what type of personality profile they need. Those can be super valuable here. So pull those in as well. Have some thought about the timing. What do you know about this person's, what's on this person's plate? Are they super, super busy? Is there a big impending deadline coming up? Are they running homeschool in the mornings, so they tend to be distracted? Like, what's going on with them, and what impact is timing going to have? Lastly, is there a trusted advisor who can help you? Either somebody who maybe has a secret decoder ring to that person, or somebody who knows you really well, who can help you prepare. So so the first step in preparing for a difficult conversation is to gather this data, and don't just think through it. Don't just kind of go through the motions in your head. Write it down or put it into a document and organize your thinking about it, so you really have kind of a foundation of data to build on. Next, you want to think about drafting your message. And this is really where you're going to spend a lot of time and a lot of thought. You want to be very, very specific about what you want to change, and you want to be very concrete about what you want the person you're speaking to take away. Now, I want to pause here because it is super hard to get people to change. I often say people don't change for love. They're certainly not going to change for money, which is about what our working is all about. And so when you think about what you want to affect, you really want to be very concrete about what you want that different environment to be like. Do you want them to be more aware of how something they're doing makes you feel? Do you want to propose a different process or a different structure for the way that you're working? But if you're not super successful, if you say, well, I just want them to be nicer, or I just want them to listen to me more, those things are probably not things that you're going to be able to change. But you could have a conversation about how your ideas could have a bit bigger impact on the team. One of the ways that you can be most impactful is by being really careful and really consider the structure of the message that you want to bring forward. I have these 3 frames that I use when I start to think about how I want to structure a message. I have noticed that when I present an idea, it doesn't seem like it's something that you can embrace. I would like to be able to have a conversation about it. Is there a different way that I could present my thoughts? Or I am concerned that I didn't have the information about the upcoming reorg in time to set up the appropriate. Is there another, how do you think about disclosing that type of information? These are just examples of ways that you can use these frames, sort of like fill in the blanks, to structure the message that you want to get across. Now, you've gathered your data, you've started to draft the message itself. Now you want to plan the conversation. I really think about this as having a set of kind of guideposts or milestones along the way of kind of key things that you want to hit on while you're having this conversation. It's also really about kind of the who, what, where, when, why of the conversation. So you want to think about when this person is going to be most receptive. Is it a morning conversation, an evening conversation? Do you have a normal one-on-one that you want to make a little bit longer so that you have the time that you need to have the conversation? Is it something that would be better off talking about in hindsight a couple of weeks after the incident happened that maybe you want to talk about? Or is it something that you really need to talk about right now? So think about when the person will be most receptive. Where? Hopefully we will soon get to the point where is a conversation that we can have. Right now we're kind of, this answer is pretty straightforward, and most of the time we're on Zoom or Teams. But is this a conversation you would want to have in your office, in their office? Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to have it over coffee? There are lots of different places where you could have a conversation, and they have an impact on kind of the tone and the way that the conversation will go. Setting the stage is another important thing. One thing that we've come to recognize lately is that introverts really prefer to be able to have some time to think about things before they're put on the spot to answer a question. And so do you want to send an email ahead and say, hey, I'd really like to talk about how this proposal went, or I'd really like to talk about how I can do more of X in the future? Do you want to send them an email and kind of tee up the question so that when you ask them a more direct question in your meeting, they're prepared and they've had time to process and can give you a really robust answer? I really like to encourage people to start with a question when you have this conversation, because it can help you really validate the assumptions that you've made and course correct if you need to. So for example, you might say, can you tell me about how you think about disclosing information when we have an announcement to make to the team? And that gives the manager a time to have that conversation. And then while they're talking, you can think, oh, I didn't understand that part. I'm going to skip this part of my conversation, my comments, because I didn't understand the context that they've just provided. So giving the person that you're talking to an opportunity to kind of give you some more information will help you kind of tailor the comments that you want to make to them. Inevitably, you'll want to course correct a little. Either you manage to get off track yourself while you're speaking, or they've given you new information. Think about how you're going to be able to adapt to those changes in the moment. Something that I think that people don't take enough advantage of is taking a break if you need it. Say that they don't have a positive response, you get really flustered, or they're upset. It's okay to take a break. It's okay to say, hold on just a minute. I want to take a moment and gather my thoughts. Or let me think about this for a minute before I respond to you. Or, oh, there's the doorbell. And think about what are the things that the ways that you could take a break, and the things that are going to be the most appropriate in the context of the conversation that you are having. And then lastly, how will you conclude? Really thinking through how you want to wrap things up, if there's specific things that you want this person to do differently, if maybe you want to do things differently. Those are things to think about. And again, you probably aren't going to have the specifics for what those things are until you're actually in the moment and having the conversation. But thinking about having a conclusion sort of milestone or guidepost along the way will help you remember in the moment when you're delivering that you want to be sure that you have that conclusion. The next most important step is to practice. And in fact, if I choose one thing that you do aside from the delivery itself, it's the practice. This makes the biggest difference. First of all, rehearse. You don't want to have a script. You don't want to speak word for word, because you're not going to have a teleprompter and you don't want to trip up, but you want to be comfortable talking about these words. You want the ideas and you want your message to be comfortable coming out of your mouth. You want to, I like to say, you want to rehearse to the point of fluency. When you practice, use a mirror You could get really brave and actually record it and watch it. Or you can also use a friend or a trusted colleague. Role playing can be really, really valuable here. And it can be one of the biggest ways to make sure that your practice has a really big impact. I used to practice while I was driving to and from work. That, commute time I had in my car was great. Everybody else just thought I was talking on my cell phone, but I was really practicing important conversation that I wanted to have. Hopefully I will get the point where I get that commute time back at some point soon. And then the last point of practice that I really want to acknowledge here is that practicing is awkward. It's going to feel super awkward, really, really weird. Most of us have a hard time even practicing presentations. Practicing a conversation, super awkward. Do it anyway. The way I think about it is that the more you practice and feel that awkwardness in your practice, the less you're awkward you're going to feel when it really counts, when you're actually having the conversation. So now it's time to actually have the conversation. One thing that I like to do is to give myself some buffer ahead of the conversation and after the conversation. I don't want to be all flustered and rushed coming in. I want to have a few moments to get a glass of water, to review my notes, to kind of take a deep breath and go into it not feeling rushed. Also, we'll talk later about what we want to do after, but having a little bit of extra time on the end so that if you want to run long, you can, and that you're not having to rush off to another appointment can be really valuable. Second, as much as possible, be calm and be patient. And be patient both with yourself and with the other person. This conversation is likely difficult for you, but it's difficult for them too. So this is a place to really sort of remember that we're going to give each other a lot of grace and we're going to be really patient with each other. This is a great time to do that. Something that I like to do if it's a hard topic is to consider opening with something like, this is a really difficult topic for me to discuss, but it's also really important. So I wanted to talk about it with you. That kind of signals that, that I'm a little nervous and I'm not certain about it, but it also lets the person know that you really care and it's something that's really important. And so that can be a great way to sort of name the emotion as you're getting started. Especially in this situation where we are all distributed, I really encourage people to bring their notes, but not bring a script. Like I said before, you don't want to memorize, you don't want to have a script, but having notes of those of that plan and kind of those milestones or guideposts along the way can be really, really valuable and can really help keep you on track. I personally am a paper and pencil person, so I have a notepad that I keep right next to my laptop, and that really helps me remember the key points that I want to make. The last thing that I like to keep in mind in the delivery is to listen and to really pay attention to the nonverbals. It's really easy to be fixated and focused on the message that you want to deliver, but you're really going to be most effective if you really, really listen to what the other person says, how they say it, and how they respond to you, and what their nonverbals are telling you. Even on camera, you can see by their facial expression, you can see by their upper body language, how they're responding to your message. And you're going to be able to course correct based on what you're learning from them. Okay, so once it's over, in that little bit of time that you've buffered for yourself after your delivery, I like to do a little retro. And the thing that I think is important to keep in mind here is that we don't have to just have one conversation that might be hard in our whole lives. We do these over and over again, and you can get better and better at them if you take a moment and reflect on what you did really well and make sure that you're giving yourself credit and high-fiving yourself for it. But then also thinking about, like, gosh, what would I do differently? If I could do that over again, what would I do differently? Or what do I want to do better or differently the next time? What did I learn both about that person and about myself? And how can I follow up and go forward? So these are all important questions to ask yourself during this retro. And just like in the phase where you're gathering data, don't just think about it, write it down so that your brain has a chance to process and synthesize the information. I like to do this retro right after. And then I also like to kind of revisit it like 24 hours after, when I've had a chance to sort of process it and I've got a little bit of distance. Lots of times things will come to mind a day later that I hadn't thought about in the moment. So in closing, I really want to reinforce that conversations that are difficult are so because you care. If you didn't care about what was going on or the topic at hand, it wouldn't be a hard conversation. Having hard conversations is a skill that you can build. They're never going to be easy because you're always going to care, but it is something that you can practice, and over time you can get better at them. The 6 steps that I outlined give you a roadmap and kind of a plan so that you feel prepared and so that practice can be as impactful as possible. I also wanted to share this book, Difficult Conversations, How to Discuss What Matters Most. I read it a long time ago. I reread it, so I reread it every so often. It has been really helpful to me. And so with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention today. It was a real pleasure to get to speak with you. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I would be remiss if I did not point out that, that we are hiring, and there's a list of the jobs that are available on our team at the URL on the screen. So with that said, I will pause and open the floor to questions.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I know that I found that super fascinating, and I think we should have time for one question. And I'm curious, obviously this is a wonderful framework to have these conversations, to deal with them. But I would think in your position, you're also dealing with myriad types of personalities on a large team, especially like at Microsoft. So my question is, do you sort of tailor this formula to the person that you're having the conversation with, or do you sort of stick to the same?
Yeah, I think the way I think about it is that the framework can be, I tend to stick to the same 6 steps as a rough framework, but in that first step where you're gathering data, that's the place where you can really take into account the person that you're speaking to. Is this somebody who just wants to get straight to the facts and wants to know what the problem is and what solution you propose? Or is this a person who really wants to know the whole backstory and wants to know how you feel and wants to discuss a bunch of different alternatives? Like, having that perspective on who the person is that you're dealing with and how they both like to receive information and have those conversations, that's a point where you really want to hone in on what that person's personality is like and how they want to have those conversations, and then build your plan around that with that personality profile in mind.
Okay, thank you so much. And it looks like we have a question from Jillian, which is, what is the name of the book that you showed us again?
Oh, sure. It's called Difficult Conversations.
Amazing, amazing. And in these last 3 minutes, I guess, oh, look, another question. What can you do if the conversation you have ultimately isn't effective?
That's a good question. You know, in a longer version of this talk, one of the things I talk about is like, okay, so it didn't go so great. What do you do as a follow-up? There are different approaches that you can take, and they really depend on kind of how it went wrong. There can be situations where the person just doesn't agree with you, and they can say, you know, I don't incorporate your ideas because I don't think they're very good. You know, that is certainly one, you know, fortunately not what happened in my story with the colleague I was working with. But, you know, we do run into people who are resistant or reluctant to change. And so then the responsibility is really on us. Like, how can we incorporate, knowing that, how you can incorporate that in your own behavior? Sometimes just having a different approach. Maybe you learn over time that the person is very data driven and that you didn't bring as much data as they might like to see. And so maybe having a follow-up conversation where you show them some examples, or maybe or maybe the person needs to see, just needs some time to process. There are definitely situations where you may have a conversation, the person is immediately sort of put on their back foot and is like, no, that's not me. And then over time they say, oh gosh, maybe that is, or the mere suggestion, like in the example, the person who felt like his manager would shoot down his ideas. I could imagine that the next time that happens, he could have a follow-up conversation and say, remember what I was talking about in that meeting? I felt like I proposed this and you just went right on and didn't consider it. Let's unpack that. So it really depends on, kind of the details of the situation.
Okay, well, we'll have to have you back at another summit so we can take the conversation to that level. But I definitely want to thank you so much, Sarah, for that enlightening information. It was wonderful to have you, and thank you to the audience who asked questions as well.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, have a wonderful evening, and we will just get into our next panel now. But before we do that, we definitely want to thank you for joining. And if you are just doing so, make sure you share your questions in the chat box throughout the panel. We definitely want to get to those at the end. And if you have any technical difficulties, you can tag myself or my colleague, Sarah. Of course, if you're looking to earn Shroom credits from today's talks, you can use the code on this screen to redeem those. And of course, super important, we want to refer you to the code of conduct in our chat. Want to be respectful and make sure that everyone involved has a great experience. So with that out of the way, I definitely want to do the honor of introducing our next panel. We have Sean Morrison, the CEO of Collective Mobile, an ultimate multi-hyphenate change agent, entrepreneur, author, and investor, an accomplished entrepreneur. Sean has founded 3 tech companies and has been at the forefront of technology for the past 15 years. We also have Candace Mitchell-Harris joining us, who is the co-founder and CEO of Texturized Inc., a high-tech hair care company based in Atlanta, Georgia. And we have Lisa Weisner, diversity, equity, and inclusion talent development expert, who is an award-winning television personality serving her community as a talent and development expert. So without further ado, I definitely want to invite you all to the stage to take it away.
Fantastic. Thanks, Amy. How's everyone doing out there? I'm so excited to be in this room with you all. And I'm actually most excited because I'm joined by 2 amazing guests. I think just by hearing their introduction, hopefully you all are excited about the session today. I just want to bring your attention to the fact that, there's been so much work put into this diversity reboot. And so first of all, just thank you so much to Power to Fly for giving us this opportunity. And so Sean and Candace, you think we can take it away and get started with the show?
Absolutely.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna introduce the session so that we can kind of set the scene a little bit. Today's topic is, where are the Black women CEOs, right? And so I'm just super excited because we are obviously joined with 2 women CEOs who are Black. And for me, the most exciting thing is, as we heard a little bit of their bio, I do want to just touch on a few things that I found out about them. So I'm going to start with Candace. Candace Mitchell-Harris. She is the co-founder and CEO of Myavana. So absolutely love that background that you have, Candace. It's beautiful. And I really think that, just going through your profile, you're a visionary, you're an innovator. You have built the first personalized hair care technology company. And so for me, that's just mind-blowing that we can talk about hair and technology in the same breath. And you were also recognized in the Forbes Under 30 list, right? And yes, on CNN, on Marie Claire, Business Insider, and of course, Black Enterprise. So Candace, we're just so excited to have you here as part of our show. And we also have Sean Morrison, and Sean is simply amazing. In fact, when I was on LinkedIn, I was thinking that we can call Sean the ultimate multi-hyphenated professional, from being a change agent, an accomplished entrepreneur, author, inventor, the list goes on and on. Sean has founded 3 tech companies, not 1, not 2, 3, and has been at the forefront of technology for the past 15 years. So without any further ado, I just want to give you the opportunity to just tell us a little bit about yourself and your companies and welcome you to this show.
Yes, thank you so much for having us.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to go on record to say that in terms of the beauty tech space, Candace is definitely one of the forerunners. She was the very first person that I'd heard of. I lived in Atlanta quite some time ago, and she has been moving in this space and innovating in the beauty tech space for quite some time. So she deserves all of her flowers.
Well, thank you. You know what a journey it's been, Sean.
Absolutely.
From the very beginning.
Yes.
So I absolutely love that you actually both have, I guess you kind of know each other a little bit, but I think for me, when I was actually researching Candace, it was pretty interesting. And Candace, maybe you can get us started, because I was just thinking you were able to take a career in coding and actually match it with beauty. And so we're talking about artificial intelligence and algorithms for hair care. So tell us a little bit more about yourself and tell us about your amazing company.
Yes, absolutely. Well, my background's in computer science. I have loved technology since I was a young girl, and I actually came up with the idea for my company when I was going natural in college. And I was using all these products and it was drying out my hair. And I was asking my friends, like, what do they use? And everyone showed me like a bathroom full of products. And we were just all trying to figure it out. And I was in like a algorithms class at the time, and I was kind of getting bored, and I was like, what can I apply this to that I actually am passionate about? And it was hair. So I thought about all the variables that are involved as you're doing your hair, right? Your texture, your curl pattern, if it's humid outside, the thickness, the length, the style that you want. I mean, it's hundreds of variables involved, ladies, like when you're in front of that mirror trying to figure it out. And so I thought to myself, you know, I wish there was some type of app or software that could tell me what products to use for my hair. And the journey began there. I started researching the science of hair when I was in college, and I entered my first pitch competition when I was a junior in school at Georgia Tech. And I got to the semifinals. It was a very interesting experience because my panel of judges were all white, bald men. And they were like, what is she talking about, this hair industry and blah, blah, blah. But, you know, lo and behold, it's a multi-billion-dollar market that I've been really navigating from a data and technology standpoint. And as Sean said, we were really at the forefront, and I did not realize it at the time, but we're pioneering this space called personalized hair care, which is a very big market now. You'll see many huge companies in this space, and Maya Ivana is the first. I will go on record to proudly say that, because it's hard being a pioneer, and I think that's why you know, as in referring to where the Black women CEOs, you know, we're out here, but it's hard. So you may not see us all the time, but we're working, we're building, and I'm excited to share more about that in this session.
I love it. And, you know, part of the innovation there I'm hearing is that you're able to take the process of algorithms is really just systems, right? If then statements. And so you took those if then statements and helped, I guess, us figure out, right? So if your hair is like this, then you do
then
this,
you need to use this. Exactly.
I love it. I love it. So you literally operationalized hair care, and I love it. So I can't wait to engage with your product, because I think we could all use a bit of help in that area.
Yes, don't we all?
Yes, it's such a pleasure to have you here, and I look forward to learning more about your journey and how like coding is really making an impact in the growth of your business. And so Sean, welcome. We're so excited to have you here. You are just a breath of fresh air when it comes to talking about Black women CEOs. I am so proud to know you now, and I just feel like every time I was researching you, I just kept thinking, who is this woman? How have I not known her before? And by the way, you're in Austin, which is right next to where I am. I'm also in Texas. So Sean, tell us about yourself. Tell us what you do for a living, and tell us about what it's like to be a woman CEO, a Black woman CEO.
Well, as you alluded to, I definitely am a multi-hyphenate. I attribute that to being a Gemini. I do a lot of different things. There are a lot of different things that, keep me stimulated. But my very first company that I founded is Collective Mobile. It is a software development company that we just celebrated our 10th year last October, actually. So we've been around for quite some time. I actually started the company because I was fascinated with mobile at the time. And at the time I was working for an agency, and I sort of, not to pretend that I'm a visionary or anything, but I was super passionate about mobile. I thought that it would change the way that we did business, the way that we sort of did everything, and really wanted to dive deeper into it. I saw, financially what it was doing for the agency that I was with at the time, and thought, hey, I should be doing this for myself. And so that was really the impetus to start the company. But also the other catalyst for doing that was that I didn't see anyone that looked like me in those spaces. And that was intriguing to me. I wanted to do it because there was a passion personally for me, but also I wanted to be inspirational and aspirational, if that makes any sense. So when you can see something, you can do it. And I thought, if I were to move into this space, it would be inspirational for other people to move into the space. And I think that to some level, I have achieved that, even though I still kind of fly under the radar. But I do think just by virtue of having been in this space for as long as I have, that I've made some impact. As an entrepreneur, that has led me to other things. I've written 2 books on design, on mobile design, and I've moved now into the investing space. So I think all of that has come out of me being an entrepreneur and me being a Black woman CEO, and I would not have been able to arrive at where I am today had I not taken that initial entrepreneurial journey.
Mm-hmm. And, I was just kind of just mulling in my head and just thinking through how, so I don't know if you all know, but I got a degree in computer science. So I went to school and learned how to code, you go through all that whole process. But what do they tell you, right? You're really coding so you can go get that big job with Google or Apple, right? These big tech companies. But what I love about you women is that you were able to take coding and see it in a different way, right? So we're thinking about coding in terms of seeing it as a business. So it's not just a job, it's actually an industry that you can impact as a person. So I guess I would even just go as bold as asking you, there's no doubt that having a great job is a good thing, but being able to impact an industry is something else. So speak to me a little bit about that transition from seeing your career. Maybe Candace, you can tell us about seeing your career as maybe a coder. I always think of coders in the server room, right? Just cranking out the code to being this businesswoman who's actually impacting an industry.
Yes, well, it was definitely a very transformational experience for me because, like you said, I went right into corporate after graduating from school, but I was only there for 1 year before I started my company. So I essentially had a moment, I was sitting in my cubicle and I just felt like, I feel so much bigger than this desk or this one thing that I'm working on within this company. But I also knew that it was purposeful for me to get some work experience and actually get some experience with how a global company operates. Because at the time, I was in an IT organization, but I was able to interface with many, many, many different job functions. And what I now see is those are the exact type of roles that I have in my business now. So I was able to kind of get experience in a different way, as a coder and then a data analyst and then a project manager and working with the CTO of the business at the time. And now actually implementing that for my own company. And so I do think there is value sometimes in getting work experience that you can now take to your own company if you choose to take the entrepreneurship route. And so that turning point for me was, I did start the idea for my business in college, but about a year later, I was really led to step out on faith and become an entrepreneur. I have some entrepreneurs in my family, but I wasn't able to really see it up close. And so for me, it was a step of faith, because in the beginning, you have no idea if your business is going to work or not. Like, you just have to get out there and start making it happen. And so that was my path and my journey. And I've been figuring it out along the way. But I will say, as you mentioned, Sean was very inspirational to me when I started, because you get to visibly see another Black woman in tech, and you're kind of like, okay, I'm not alone. Like, I can actually do this thing. Because, at the time, the startup scene, dominated by white men. And in Atlanta, we had our little, Black tech community. It was little at the time, like a handful of us. And so it's just like, you have to really have faith that you can make it happen. So so it was the technology experience and shifting careers, but also a huge element of faith, because you don't really see it all happening in the beginning. So it takes a lot of perseverance to kind of really get out those initial stages.
I love it. And I think I heard you say faith, like faith multiple times. So you just have to have that inner, I guess you could say, fortitude and belief in yourself. And I absolutely love Sean. She was so bold, and she said, I'm trying to ride under the radar, but it's like, Sean, you are not under the radar. Okay. But there you go. You have another woman who was building up her business and was seeing you. And so when you said you were not seeing people like you, I guess, building in the mobile, right? So you were your first company, I guess, right? Collective. Your first business was called Collective Mobile, right? And you didn't see any, I guess, Black women in that industry. And so stepping out and being bold and being the only one is really, I guess, the trend, right? So, because I just want to just get the elephant out of the room here, because I think, this entire session, part of the description, is about where are the women CEOs? But, one of the topics actually asks the question to the audience, which is, did you know that only 2 Black women have ever led a Fortune 500 company? And I'm sure that you all recently heard about the announcement that Starbucks Chief Operating Officer Roz Brewer is now going to be serving as CEO of Walgreens, right? Yeah. And so as we think about, all the, I don't want to think about the glass ceilings, shattering, but this really prompts the question for me, which is, why is the number so low? So Sean, I don't know if you want to just maybe explain, why does it, because you've done it, right? So what is it about Black women being CEOs of big companies? Why is the number so low?
That's a really good question. I don't know that I have the absolute answer to that. What I can say, and what I do know, and what the numbers bear out, is that Black women are starting businesses at a faster clip than any other demographic. I think the challenge is, I think there are 2 challenges. I think when you think about being in corporate America, there are certain barriers that exist there. And I think that part of that is why Black women are making the decision to step outside of that arena and do their own thing, because there are limits to, just how high you can go in those environments for a variety of reasons. I mean, we can get into them or not here, but I think there is a level of freedom that it affords you to just be able to run your own business. I'm not going to pretend that it's easy. It's certainly challenging. It's challenging if you have a family. We know what the statistics are in terms of startups and small businesses, but it is also incredibly rewarding if done correctly. And I think, just to switch gears a little bit and say that when you look at startups that are founded by Black women, they don't get as much funding as other startups tend to get. We've heard of the unicorns there. I haven't heard of a unicorn yet that has been run by a Black woman, but I think that it's more rewarding to do your own thing than to do it within the confines of an existing system that only will let you get but so far. I say kudos to women who want to work within that system, because I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I just think that it's telling that the numbers are so high that there are so many Black female entrepreneurs. And I think that the rewards are greater if you sort of step outside of that system and it's something that you want to really pursue.
Yeah, and I don't mean to accelerate faster into this conversation, but one of the questions I was going to ask you actually, Sean, is this whole fact of, you know, Black women are the fastest growing group of female entrepreneurs. And I noticed that now you are investing, right? So, I mean, have you decided that you're going to focus on, I don't want to be as bold as saying, telling the business building stories of women of color? Like, is that what you're doing? Like, what are you doing? And it sounds like you are the one who's going to help us bring those businesses to life.
So what I'm doing is I'm putting my money where my mouth is. It's very simple. And I think that there's a lot of talk about why the numbers are as they are. And I think Candace, as a Black founder, can speak to that. Black women have to resort to pitch competitions because the VC money just isn't going. And I think that if you are in a position to fund a Black woman, you should do it. I think that what we've seen, and the numbers bear this out as well, is that last year, the number of Black women who received VC funding, I think, actually went down as opposed to going up. And so I think that's a huge problem. And what that means to me is that those of us who are in a position to provide funding, no matter how small, because one thing that I've found about founders of color is they know how to stretch a dollar. So you may not think, you may not think that your money goes as far as it does, but if it's 5K, if it's 1K, if it's 10K, if you can give it, I think that it is incumbent upon us who are in a position to help to do that. And so now that I've moved into the space where I can, offer some angel investment, I am putting my money where my mouth is. I am not exclusively investing in only Black women, but where I can and where it fits my thesis, I'm definitely doing it, because I think that's the only way to sort of like bridge that funding gap.
I love that. I love that. And Candace, I just want to lead into, you have done the same, right? So you're using your technology expertise, right, as a platform to amplify the voices of the Black woman experience, right? So yes, can you just tell us more about how that feels? How does it feel to be part of that equation?
I mean, it feels very empowering in two ways. The first way is, with our hair, right? So our hair has always been labeled a struggle, or that it doesn't belong in certain places. It's not welcome. It's too bold. It's too wild. It's too this.
There's an HR policy about it, right?
Exactly. And I am here to help liberate women in that area. Wear your hair how you want to, but be comfortable with it. Know how to take care of it. Know how to manage it. Because, the fact is, we have the greatest hair texture variety out of any ethnicity in the world. So what works for me doesn't work for you, or for my friend, or for my sister. We have our own, like, your hair is as unique as your fingerprint. And so, but just biologically. And so if you are empowered to take care of what's uniquely yours, you feel confident, you're able to express the way you feel. You don't have to suppress your hair because you're trying to fit into certain spaces. And that's really what My Ivana is all about. And I went through that experience myself, going through school, going to interviews. And, even when I started my company, you feel like, you have to show up a certain way when we really should be showing up as ourselves. And so that's what we empower our customers to do. And so that's very dear to me, that, that's at the core of what we do. But in addition to that, we are a product recommendation system. And so we have several products out on the market in our system that we recommend. And so we haven't gotten to the point where we're producing our own products yet. That's way down the line. We're actually recommending what's already out on the market. And a lot of these products are made by Black women. We recommend everything from mass market brands to independent product owners, women making their products in their kitchen, and they may be just getting into retail or doing direct to consumer. So if we can help get their products into the hands of consumers, I see that as me also helping build Black women economically, and we're here really to just be a new digital channel to reach consumers, and we're doing it through personalized technology.
Yeah.
And so that is, that's what excites me every day. And just seeing how much Black women do, right? There's so much part of this experience, especially me, providing jobs to Black women, it's very layered. And so, I'm just grateful. And like Sean said, you oftentimes just have to figure out how to stay in the game, because building technology is not cheap, right? So, a lot of us don't get, multi-million-dollar rounds to go build it and figure it out. Like we're literally building it and need to go get customers tomorrow to stay in business. And so that whole experience in and of itself is just, it's been a journey, but thankfully, we're still here, and we're seeing the fruits of being able to empower Black women along the way.
I love it. And actually, you know what? You just touched on the part that I had questions on. So personally, this is really a great session for me because I want to learn about optimizing my CEO-ness so that I can be a better business builder. But intellectual property, right? So this may not be a space that we talked about, but let's just talk about, the idea that you came up with, even Candace and Sean, whatever it is, sometimes we have to protect it, right? So thinking about the longevity, right? And even the work that you have to put in and stay the course, right? Because you don't just come up with the idea, you get the funding from Sean's investor business, and then next week you're like on the stock exchange. It doesn't happen like that, right? Over time, you stay with it and you stay committed. So let's talk a little bit about Black women CEOs and a support system, right? Because it's not easy, right? Has there any places or organizations that you used as a support system to help you grow your businesses?
Yes, I'll start. I will say that one thing that was very resourceful for me was accelerator programs. I've pretty much been in an accelerator at every stage of my business, at idea stage, early stage, and growth stage. So it's been resourceful for me in many different ways, being around other founders, getting subject matter expertise. But you touched on something very important, which is the legal aspect. We were able to afford a lot of our IP because of legal services provided through accelerator programs. And my experience thus far, I will go as far as to say that if you can't protect what you've built, think about another strategy. Before you get out there into the market, make sure you have everything protected, your trademarks, your patents, and everything. Because what happened to us is many companies started to replicate our business model and or attempt to replicate our product and things like that. So that was a huge challenge, for a couple of years in our business. Like, how do we put ourselves out there, but how do we not have people steal our stuff, So you have to have, I will say, there are many investments that it takes, in starting your business. I'll say, make sure you can have the legal part of it down. And so accelerator programs definitely really helped me because it was not only that, many pro bono services along the way. So I'll say that, and just, other founders being able to, talk about everything that you're going through was definitely a support system for me over the years.
Love it. And Sean, can you just shed some light? Because I feel like you've transitioned from business builder to investor. So you're probably seeing a lot more maybe innovative ideas coming in. You've probably signed a lot of NDAs. Tell us about that. Like, how do we protect the work?
So, I mean, yes, I as the founder of Collective Mobile, I do sign a lot of NDAs. It certainly isn't a problem. I didn't have any personal issues in terms of IP, but I echo everything that Candace mentioned when it comes to protecting your work. As an investor, I don't typically sign NDAs because I'm not interested in stealing anyone's idea. That's pretty much not how it works. But when you talk about networks and support, I think that that's really important. When I started Collective Mobile, I didn't have any sort of not official networks anyway, in terms of support. And so when I say that I started that business because I didn't see anyone that looked like me, that sort of had a trickle down effect because there were very few people that looked like me that I could approach when I was having problems with business or, whatever it might be. And so most of my mentors for that specific business did not look like me, but what I want to highlight, and I think that, women just kind of do that to some degree informally anyway, are those informal networks, right? That you strike up just casually with other people that look like you. And I think that becomes equally as important as well, because so for instance, there are things that I think when you talk about hair, as Candace just mentioned, there are things that Black women experience in the workplace that a lot of other people may not be able to understand, in terms of how you wear your hair, the appeal to certain people, to whether it's to touch your hair, to ask questions about how it's styled, et cetera, et cetera. And I think those informal networks really, really help, whether you're an employee at a larger company or whether you're a business owner. I think it's important to find your tribe and sort of lean on them when those challenging times come up. So I certainly would not discount those at all. I'm sure that there are official networks as well, but for me, the informal networks have proven to be really, really valuable.
I love that. And, and I think, we talk about community and we talk about, shattering the ceilings, but I think at the end of the day, if you're not part of a bigger community that's even beyond the industry that you want to be in, that's even just a support to hear you out, right? So sometimes we just need people to talk through a problem, right? They don't need to be experts in technology. They don't need to be coders. We just need to talk through a problem. So it's important to find a community of people to get through. So we actually do have quite a few questions coming. So I just have just a couple more questions for you before we move into the Q&A. So for those of you who are watching right now, I encourage you to send your questions because we are getting into the Q&A shortly. So you have both made truly groundbreaking work in the world of Black female-led tech workforce. And so when we think about the issues that still exist in the industry, where do you hope that there may be gaps to fill? Can you give us some idea of maybe areas that you feel like, why did I struggle with that? Why am I struggling with that? Can somebody please support us in that? Where is the growth into our future?
That's a good question.
Yeah,
I'll let Candace go with that.
Very thought-provoking.
Maybe think about what challenge you're having right now in your growth, right? So like, what are you struggling with today? What's keeping you up at night?
Right. What's not keeping me up at night? Wow. So many things. I think, as a CEO, I'll start with, managing a team, right? Because I feel that we're often challenged to do more with less, right? So if I get an investment, I'm trying to stretch that dollar to the max capacity. And you can only do that by running incredibly efficiently and incredibly productively. So how do I empower my team to do that? Because you get to a phase where you can't do everything by yourself anymore. So how do you build the best team, and how do you empower them to have everything that they need on a daily basis? I'm always thinking about that because, again, it's like, you're always thinking about your runway, right? So, the amount of cash in the bank, will give you X amount of months or years to, grow, to be sustainable and continue growing from there. And so I think that that's something to think about early on, is how you building the right team to really use the time and resources available to you in the best way, but also in a way that maximizes growth. That is that's kind of the phase that I'm in right now. And then, on top of that, how do you take care of your mental health? Like, how do you keep self-care in the mix and not work 24/7 because you need to, not stress yourself out. You need downtime because there's just so much happening in our world. And, I had to take a step back to just really allow myself to breathe, because it's one thing to, work all the time, but you also are taking the mental energy of what's happening in our nation, even what may be happening in your family, and all that stuff. So we have to give ourselves a lot of grace and keep self-care part of our daily routines too.
Yeah, I will definitely agree on that, especially the self-care aspect of it. For me, as I mentioned before, top of mind is just how to support women of color entrepreneurs. That is, for me, my newest challenge. It is my newest obsession, and how just to provide enough support for them, whether it be through my mentorship. I try to mentor with as many accelerator programs as I can. It's a lot of work, but I try to do it where I can. And also just thinking of new and interesting ways to find funding to get these women to the next level. So those things remain top of mind to me. Those are what, if anything, keeps me up at night these days.
Perfect. And one last question that I had was, how do you stay motivated? There's actually a quote that I pulled from Oprah, and she says that you get in life what you have the courage to ask for. And I recently went to a session where we had an amazing woman. I can't remember her last name, but her first name was Jalissa. And she has a talk where she talks about how closed mouths don't get fed, right? So if you don't ask for it, you're not going to get fed, I guess, right? So let's just talk through a little bit of is there like a way to stay motivated through the process of building a business versus just persevering and just feeling like, that whole adage of feeling like you've got to be a strong Black woman, right? Sometimes I feel like that's the image sometimes we're expected to project, and it's hard, right? Candace, you talked about it. Self-care is so important. How can we see a different side of Black women? Maybe there's different ways to stay motivated versus just being categorized as you have to be strong, right? And put your emotions aside.
Well, I think that bringing your full self to any situation it encompasses all of those things, right? And by bringing your full self, I mean, you're not always going to be strong. There will be times when you're tired or you're emotional or any of the other range of emotions that I think a lot of other people are allowed to express a full range of emotions, whereas Black women are expected to only be strong. And I think that it's incumbent upon us to bring our full selves and that full range of emotion to any situation, whatever it may be. Allow yourself to be that. And I think that would go a long way. We're not just like all Black people are not a monolith. All Black women are not a monolith. I mean, the three of us are while we have many things in common, we're all very different, and we all will feel things differently. And so I think we need to create and allow space to be those individuals that we are in every situation.
To be the best version of ourselves in whatever space we've selected to be in, right?
And it may not be the best version either, and there needs to be space for that. You know what I mean?
Yes. Unapologetic as ourselves, right? So today is just today, okay? This is what you're getting.
Yeah.
I love it. What about you, Candace? What do you do to stay motivated?
Yeah, what motivates me is reminding myself that there's an opportunity in every challenge. So whatever challenge I'm facing today, there is an opportunity that will come out of it. A lesson, a connection, a self-growth, personal growth, something. And so I'm always motivated to make sure that I'm gaining whatever lessen or knocking on any door that I'm meant to when I have a challenge. Because like you said, closed mouths don't get fed. So if I have a challenge, then there's an opportunity for me to ask for help. You know, when before maybe I would have tried to, you know, sit here in front of my computer and try to figure it out. I'm like, okay, who can I pick up the phone and call? And, you know, for me, that's also an opportunity for personal growth, because I had a hard time doing that for the longest, you know, just being so independent and self-sufficient. I think Black women, we have a tendency to kind of be that all the time and don't realize that, you know, we can have the help we need if we have the courage to ask. So that motivates me to know that, you know, I am growing through every challenge, and I have an opportunity to have a breakthrough in my business too, if I just kind of push through to really understand what am I meant to get out of this? You know, if something is feeling difficult, why is that the case? Or so I mean, that definitely keeps me motivated, and know that, you know, at the end of the day, you know, there's always a new day, right? So if I can get through this, you know, there's something on the other side of it. So that keeps me, keeps
I love
me
that.
pushing.
You know, sometimes when we think about it, if you're going to be a CEO, you can't do everything and you don't have all the answers. So if you're struggling with something, then maybe your team is not even the people you're hiring. Your team is your community. Like Sean said, look beyond your immediate community. What is your full network? Your, I guess, unexpected network. What does that look like? So I love that. I love that. So I think the point here is that to be a Black woman CEO and be successful, you have to be able to pull all the resources together. I absolutely love everything you said, but we have so many questions. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump straight into them, because I feel like it's going to be really helpful for us to drill through this so that our audience gets the most out of this session. So we have a question from Crystal Aluko. Crystal says, I work at a technical college and we would like to recruit more women into STEM fields. Love that. Such as MIS, Management of Information Systems, Programming, Cybersecurity. How do we build interest in a pipeline for technology careers for women and women of color? I love this. Hopefully, these women will also rise to be Black women or women of color in tech. So I guess the question here is, how can young people get into tech?
I think that for a long time, there was this walled garden around technology and, you know, coding and STEM and things like that, that you have to be really good at math and, you know, whatever. There are a few myths that exist. And I think some of those sort of didn't serve it well for people, women in particular, to be interested in those fields. I think removing those barriers, removing this weird misconception around it that it's hard, and also just tying in that tech is actually a part of our lives now. There are very few industries that you could actually get into that are not influenced in some way by technology. And I think, you know, showing the relativity of it would help immensely. I mean, everything from fashion to design, everything today has some tech component to it. So I think if we brought it down to everyone's level so that they understood that it's not anything to fear, that could help.
Yeah. What about you, Candace?
I agree everything Sean said. I think that the more examples that you can give that people can relate to, you know, the better. So like for me in college, like I needed to connect with algorithms through hair, right? For me to really get into it. So if you can really show relevant examples and really just provide immersive, fun experiences too. So when I was coming up in school, all of those, you know, the camps and the workshops and the conferences were just kind of starting. So I was coming up when Grace Hopper started becoming very popular. And as I started going there, I just fell in love with tech more and more and more, because I was able to see so many different things, so many different companies, fields, and everything. So I would say the more you can give your students those type of experiences, it just gives them so much to explore. And I would highly recommend Grace Hopper, actually. Yeah.
I love it. I'm glad you brought up Grace Hopper, because I know, and Sean, what you said about that myth of you have to be good at math and science to do computer science, right? To be a coder. I graduated high school with, I don't know if you could even get a D in math. And I'm over here as a graduate in the computer science, right? So I think when you think about it, I was able to connect the dots very early on how computer science was really our lives, right? So I was really good at building the algorithms and systems. So if somebody's not good at math, doesn't mean they can't do computer science. I mean, I even graduated discrete math. Who would believe that, right now? But the point here is that myth that maybe a Black girl in school right now, if she's not good at math, that she couldn't have a career in coding, that's a false myth. You know, I think the dots connect faster when you're in college even, right? Or even when you're in, you don't have to go to college too. I have to bring that up, because you could go to, there's a lot of tech companies that do tech academies, right? To teach you how to code. And so there's multiple opportunities. We have another question that
if I could just add one thing as well, is that I am not an engineer. And so people often think you started a software development company, you must be a coder. I don't code anything, and you don't want me to code anything at all.
I love it.
Yeah, what I do bring to the situation is a really good understanding of technical concepts, right? Which is something that I think everyone can totally relate to. Whether you're an entrepreneur or not, I often say when I work with people, you need to know more about this app than I do. You're telling me how to build it, and I will relay that information to the engineers, but you need to be able to tell me everything that this app needs to do. And so what I can then do is relay that to the engineers in a way that makes sense to them. So I think that they're, you know, it's kind of like get in where you fit in. And so, yeah, I'm not an engineer, but I've had a software development company for the past 10 years. So I think it's entirely possible. You just have to sort of find your inroad to it.
Oh, I love that you said that, because I think the point here is that even when we think of Ross Brewer, right? She came from Starbucks and now she's going to be running Walgreens, right? So do we think that she's a doctor who knows all about the medical industry? No, right? The point here is that you know how to get stuff done. You know how to connect the dots. And that's the point, right? So the point is being able to connect the dots and being able to think critically. So I love that you said that. So here we are. I was going to say, Crystal, we've given you so much ammunition to take to the youth, right, in your school. So we're so excited that you're going to be promoting programming and I guess cybersecurity and whatever computer science fields your students want to be in. So our next question is from Jacqueline Young, and her question actually was related to you, Candace. Just very quickly, can you name some of the products that you recommend or any of the businesses that you work with directly? Because, you know, we all see the same products in the I guess advertisements or even in the stores, right? So are there any top products or any companies that you're working with that are truly innovative?
Oh my gosh, we work with so many. I can name some brands off the top of my head, but I will just tell you to contact me. And I can definitely share more, but Eden Body Works, Allocate Naturals, Design Essentials, Moisture Love. I mean, I can go on and on, but those are some of our top recommended ones. We also see when new products, there's Natural Club. They have a new refrigerated avocado line, and that's innovative, right? It's a whole new sector of those type of products, but I'll drop my email. I can share so much more because there are literally new products launching like every week.
I love that. And I love hearing that. And actually what I would say is even just go to your website, right?
Yes, go to my website. Yes, I will put it in the chat. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I love that. So we have Winona Price asks, Candace, how do you feel about the progress of the Crown Act?
Well, I definitely think it's a huge step in the right direction. I know there are quite a few states where it is in place. However, you know, policies are only as effective as you can enforce them. So I think this is definitely the first step in establishing those policies. And there's a lot of advocacy work around that to ensure that, you know, schools, organizations, companies are actually following it. So I'm actually glad to see that type of, you know, legislation, if you will, actually document this whole experience that we have gone through for years. And so I know a lot of other states are, need to implement it as well. And so now we're at the point where the advocacy work begins and enforcing it. We still see stories where, Black girls or even Black men, with locks, are still kind of experiencing that type of discrimination. But we actually are interviewing the blogger that set off the whole work for the Crown Act a few years ago to really share that story, because we'll be kind of diving into it more as it proceeds. But it's definitely a good step in the right direction.
I love that. Yes. Thank you so much. And then for Sean, we have Natasha Cummings asking, what are great resources to help anyone through the step-by-step process of implementing their own business?
Wow. I'll have to think about that. But I mean, if it's just a matter of starting your own business, any type of business, there are tons and tons of resources online. I'm wondering if maybe Natasha can quickly let me know if she's referring to any specific type of business. Is it a technical type business? But if it's just general business, there's a lot of information that you can find online that could help you with, whether it's setting up the company, whether it's a sole proprietorship or an LLC, whether you want to get a loan. There are tons and tons of resources that you can find online, Natasha.
And I would even just go as far as saying, Sean, I don't know if you agree, but I started my first business through the Small Business Administration. So I went and found like a small business center in my community. So I live here in Corpus Christi. And I call the lady who was my advisor, my business mom, because I knew nothing. I had a degree in computer science. I had an idea. I knew nothing about business. Next thing you know, I have a loan and I have a business growing, right? So I think maybe even just starting in your own community, right? Just finding that, because they actually are appropriated federal funds to help support your business, right? So at the very least, use what's available, right?
And I mean, what I would say as well is what I would say to any, whether it's a small business owner or a startup fund, or do your market research as well. Who else is in this space? Who's going to be your competition? I would say find your niche, find your customer, and then go from there. I think those things are critical, no matter what kind of business you're starting. So
Yes, find your niche, find your customer, and find what you're serving, right? Like, you're not just creating a business to create it. You have to serve somebody something at the end of the day.
And you have to make sure that they will pay for whatever it is you're offering.
Yes. It can't be just your wildest dreams that you just woke up about, right? So do some research to make sure that this is a viable business.
Right.
I love that. So we have Michelle Wesley, and this is going to be our last question, actually. Thank you so much for mentioning accelerator programs. Do you have a particular program that you can recommend? I know, Sean, you're an investor right now, but is there any particular program that would help accelerate the growth of Black women CEOs in our community?
Man, there are so many accelerators out there right now. I mean, I think right now, Techstars is probably one of the more popular ones. There's also,
I love Techstars.
I wouldn't call Founders Gym exactly an accelerator. It's more of a shorter program, but there are just so many. There's Capital Factory here in Austin. There's, Y Combinator. There are just tons and tons of accelerators. I do know that Techstars has a few different accelerator tracks as well. So that might be something that you want to look into. I know they've got like a social impact track. They've got something with Cox that's in Atlanta as well. So depending on, where you want to go, you can find an accelerator that will help to develop your company in that path. But there are quite a few at the moment. I'm sure Candace can probably add to that as well.
Yeah, so many. I echo the ones Sean mentioned. I know Backstage Capital has started accelerators now. And another one I'll share is called Walker's Legacy. They actually specifically focus on Black women. So it's at
okay, wonderful.
Yeah, so it's a business. Yeah, it's a business network, but they did start a virtual accelerator recently. So check them out. It's a really great network to get plugged into as well.
I love it. And I just want to thank Eileen Weathers for sending so many questions. And so actually, I said that was going to be our last question. This is going to be the last question, okay? So the question here is that New Walgreens, this is from Eileen Weathers, New Walgreens Alliance, I guess, Boot Alliance CEO Roz Brewer, her career included stints at Starbucks, Sam's Club, and, you know, through her career, we have to think through how critical is it for women to be nimble, right? So I think you talked about that, Sean, where it's not so much that you have to be an expert in the industry, you just have to be able to connect the dots. So how necessary is it for you to have that foundational knowledge of really how to be a CEO versus how to be knowledgeable in the industry?
Well, I mean, I think if I'm looking at the question she's asking about how critical is it for women to be nimble and jump ship if necessary to climb the corporate ladder, I think it's very necessary. I think that there is a long-held belief that you should stay in one job for as long as it takes, and I think that those days are, you know, I think, look, if you're still getting something from that position, by all means stay. But if you can make a move and accelerate your career and challenge you in a direction that in which you want to go, then absolutely you should not hesitate to move.
Mm-hmm. I love it. Okay, so it seems like we're pretty much all out of time, but I do personally have one more question that I wanted to lead us into, which is probably why I think we probably need to make sure that we are respectful of everyone's time today. So just in closing, I just want to ask you, if you could go back in time and give your younger self, right, before college even, right, give your younger self a piece of advice, what would it be? Maybe share with us one practical tip, or maybe even one concrete step that you feel like, wow, if I know this now, I wish I knew it earlier. I would be 10 steps ahead. I'd be 10 years ahead. I'd be 20 years ahead. What is it?
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'd be 10 steps ahead. I would just tell myself not to take things so seriously. I think when I was younger, I was really driven. There's nothing wrong with being driven. There's nothing wrong with being focused. But I think there were times, if I think back, where I did that probably at the detriment of just having a really good time. And so I think that, you know, there needs to be that balance. And so if I were to go back and talk to younger Sean, I would say, have fun, you know, it all works out in the end.
Enjoy the process.
Exactly.
Oh, and I would even go as far as saying, you know, this year for me, it's about celebrating the small wins. Celebrate an email response even, right?
Yes.
Oh my God, you know how many emails get sent and nobody responds, right? So celebrate that email response. What about you, Candace?
Yes, all of those things. And in addition, I would just tell myself to be confident. Be confident and be bold. Again, all of the things we're kind of battling and building our businesses, I think kind of really tucked away at my confidence a bit. And what I realized looking back is there are so many other people of other genders and other races who are trying to figure it out as well, but they're just out here just being bold, reaching out, talking to whomever they need to talk to and knocking down those doors. And they're not necessarily better than us.
Yeah.
They just have, you know, the balls, if you will, to just go do it. And so I would just tell myself to people and be confident in yourself. Just continue believing yourself along the way. You know, you're going to get a lot of no's. You may have a lot of failures, many ups and downs, but if you continue to believe in yourself and continue to stay confident in what you know to be true, like the vision that you have, just keep persevering and just keep believing in yourself. That was very, very critical for me back then. And I just wish if I got that a little sooner, I feel like I would be further. But then again, you know, hindsight is 2020. So
it really is.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I love it. So I guess, Candace, collect a bunch of no's. Y'all heard it right here. Okay, collect a bunch of no's and have faith. I love that in one of our previous sections, you just talked about having faith, having belief in yourself. And so, Sean, and Candace, I have so many notes written here. It's truly amazing. You know, you talk about managing your team, you talk about being pioneers. There's so many things that you all said that I'm pretty sure anybody, whether they want to be a CEO, whether they just want to be an executive, right? So a high ranking executive in any organization, it's important to know that you have to believe in yourself. So I guess I would leave with saying what I took out of this is just believe in yourself and be bold enough to just move in that direction, right? So I want to thank everybody for joining us today. We're about to wrap. And so I just want to say that we are all stronger together. So if you can just do me a favor right now, you need to go and find Sean on LinkedIn and connect with Sean. And then you need to be able to go find Candace, connect with Candace, find these organizations and truly be part of this growing community, because I think that, you know, being part of this Power to Fly community is really great, but also being part of a community of people that you may not expect to help you further down the road is going to be so helpful. So I would say also that the only measure of how successful you're going to be is you. Okay, you can be your only judge, and you're really the only judge of what truly matters. So think about what we talked about, being the best version of yourself, and sometimes you may not show up as your best version, and that's okay. Just be unapologetic that you are the person you are, and you've shown up in the way that you could, right? And from the words of wisdom that we learned about today, I would say that we have some amazing trailblazers, and we have even more that we weren't able to feature today. We couldn't have everybody who was a Black woman CEO with us today. But I think for me, what I took from this is that we have to be able to see, we have to be able to create a path of the unseen, right? So don't go the path that's seen, right? Go to the unseen path if that's what's drawing you. Work super hard and live boldly. So thank you all so much for your time. I want to thank Power to Fly for this opportunity to be able to share information about how to be bold in your pursuits to be a CEO. And I'll be as bold as saying, even if you have a job right now, act like you're the CEO of that job right now and see how it serves you later as you have this innovative idea to build your own business and become part of Forbes 500 as another Black woman who is a CEO. So with that, I would like to ask Candace and Sean to help me say goodbye to you all. Say bye-bye.
Yes. Bye, everyone. Thanks for joining.
Bye. Can we get a round of applause for our wonderful panel? Thank you so much, ladies. That was absolutely staggering to watch. So thank you so much for sharing all that wonderful information, as well as being so open and transparent with our amazing community. As we close out and move to the next panel, I will just want to highlight, if you are hoping to earn SHRM credits from today's session, make sure that you take note of that code. It's going to be in the upper left-hand corner of your slide. Take note of that, because that's what you'll need to redeem SHRM credits. As we go into the next session, I do just want to flag that we have our merch store up right now. 100% of the proceeds that come from all purchases made at that merch store are going to be donated directly to Trans Tech Social. They are an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender people. So the funds from this campaign will help cover technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, and non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So that's a great way for you to, maybe get something new to wear during quarantine, a comfy new hoodie or a great long sleeve. We've also got kids items too. And that way you can support this really awesome organization. As we get started here with our next chat, I do just want to call out that we very much encourage participation and feedback, just like we got in the last session. So please make sure and feel free to use the live chat feature on the right-hand side of your screen. We ask that you adhere to the code of conduct that we're going to put into the chat as well. That's just to make sure that this session, as well as all of our virtual events this week and onward, are a great experience for everyone involved. Again, if you want to earn SHRM credits, take a look at that code that's in the upper left-hand corner. And let's see, last but not least, if you have any technical issues, please feel free to flag myself. Miriam Lopez is in the channel. I think we've also got Sarah helping out as moderators. So please feel free to check that out and flag us if you have any kind of technical difficulties. And finally, on Friday, we are having our virtual job fair. So make sure that you guys register for that. It's going to be free. Amazon, Facebook, Pluralsight, and I think 13 companies in total are taking part in that. So please, please, please make sure you register for that, so that way you can take advantage of this great FaceTime with those awesome organizations. Now I'm happy to introduce Catherine Zaleski. She is our co-founder and president of Power to Fly. Catherine, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm off mute. So wow, we're wrapping up day 3 of Diversity Reboot 2021. We've had over 32,000 people come through over the last 3 days to ask questions, share insights, and to push forth a movement to create workplaces, communities, and careers that ought to be. I'm beyond excited to introduce Carla Harris, who will be in conversation with Tracy Jan, a reporter at the Washington Post who covers the intersection of race and the economy. We're going to post Tracy's bio in the chat box here so you can read more about her. Carla is a thrilling guest, and I don't use that word lightly. She's someone you read about in the paper, watch on TV, and tonight we have her with us. Here's a little bit more about her before I hand the mic to Tracy. Carla is the Vice Chairman, Managing Director, and Senior Client Advisor at Morgan Stanley. All massive titles. That's because she's one of the most senior human beings in the financial stratosphere. I recommend you go to carlaspearls.com, her personal site, to see the companies she's helped take public, the list of awards she's been honored with, and all of her leadership roles. Plus, there's endless wisdom on the site. Carla's also a public servant, having chaired President Obama's National Women's Business Council, among other roles. And if you thought I was done, wait for this. Carla is a gospel singer who has sold out numerous concerts at the Apollo Theater and Carnegie Hall, among other places. And she's the author of 2 books, Strategize to Win and Expect to Win. So without further ado, I will hand the conversation over to Tracy and Carla. Thank you both. Bring you on camera now. Yay. We got to unmute Carla too.
Hi, how are you?
Great, and let's bring Tracy in and then I'll jump off too. Tracy, if you can hit your video maybe. There you go. Okay, and we'll unmute you. Perfect. All right. Bye. Thank you. I'll be watching now.
I am so delighted to be here with you tonight, Carla. I wish we had martinis or something while we're having this chat and a fireplace.
I tell you, I was tempted, Tracy. I was tempted, but it's only Wednesday. Hold on.
I just ended my dry January, so let's get this started. Much of my work at the Post is writing about institutional racism and how our systems, whether it's government policy or corporations, created and continues to cement the racial wealth gap. And I wanted to discuss the idea of meritocracy with you.
Continue in that organization or whether you go and ask someone else.
So if they say no, there's a lesson to that. You're basically, people should be doing these anthropological, sociological surveys of their workplace to figure out who's in charge and who the folks watching here. We can take this concept and apply it outside of our lives at work. And I'm wondering how you would recommend that we do that in our personal lives.
Yes, it's really important that you are intentional about building those relationships, because at the end of the day, performance creates the opportunity to move, but the relationships is what drive the mobility. So as you're thinking about growing your career and doing other things and creating maximum optionality for yourself, you should be thoughtful in your personal life about building relationships and also having sponsors, even in your personal life. Because if I want to meet Gertie, right, and I know Tracy, then maybe Tracy or Catherine can introduce me to Gertie. They're you using your relationship capital on my behalf to make that introduction. So you should be very intentional about that. And thanks for that question, because it's so easy for us to just keep living and keep going and not thinking about how have I added to my portfolio of relationships this quarter or this year.
It's actually, you're reminding me of a friend of mine who is a woman who retired from Wall Street at age 30. And she used to have these fabulous girls' weekends every spring where she would invite like 24, but maybe a dozen would show up of women in her life who often didn't know each other. And they're random, like finance folks, media, artists, filmmakers, someone who climbed Mount Everest, you know, and there were just women she thought were good people who should know each other, even if it wasn't like for an obvious business networking thing. And seriously, in the decades she's been doing this, we've stayed in each other's lives as people's lives have altered with marriages, divorces, deaths, kids. It's amazing. And now I'm like, she's from your world. I'm like, maybe she got that from Carla.
Yep, I don't know, but I will tell her high five, girl, because there is currency in connections.
That's a good lesson. I want to bring us to the coronavirus pandemic, which has, wreaked havoc on so many Americans' lives. And it's shown a bright light on this country's unequal economy, with Black and Brown communities bearing the brunt of it, both in terms of death rates and frankly being laid off, losing their jobs. I'm just wondering, as the number of Black businesses, small business owners have dropped 41% in the first months of the economic shutdown, the steepest decline of any demographic group. I'm wondering how Morgan Stanley has responded to this, or if you want to speak more broadly, has the pandemic taught us anything in terms of Wall Street's efforts to focus or expand diversity?
Yes, thanks for that question, Tracy. And I'll tell you, I am a glass half full kind of girl, for full disclosure. So I can always find a bright spot in it. And if there's any with respect to what has happened with the pandemic, it has elevated the conversation around the inequity, whether it's education or healthcare, or access to capital. And the fact that it's out there and it's bold and we're talking about it makes me very optimistic that it'll be different on the other side of this pandemic. Point number one. Point number two, one of the things that we did a few years ago is that we started a multicultural innovation lab. And that was our effort to try to close this gap in the inequity of the distribution of capital to women and people of color. As you well know and have reported on, women get 4% or less of all traditional VC dollars. People of color get less than 2%. And interestingly enough, they have some of the best business opportunities that are out there. And those who are investing with multicultural and women entrepreneurs have found that they have had outsized market returns, right? So one of the things that we did is we started the lab, and we bring in 10 companies every year, and we give them 3 things. We give them cash, we give them content, 6 months of content to help them to develop from being a founder to a CEO, because as you know, there is a difference. And we also give them connections to some of our larger investment banking clients to advance the scale of their business. In last year, we made the decision to double down on that investment. So instead of bringing in 10 companies a year, we're going to bring in 20 companies. We also set aside a small amount of capital to invest in those companies that were even more advanced than those that we're seeing in the lab, because we're looking at earlier stage, pre-Series A, if you will, into the lab. And we're in the process now of trying to raise a fund that would bring together powerful corporates to also advance the scaling of some of these businesses. So I think that if companies would think about their own separate superpowers and what they could do to be really impactful in that ecosystem, we would see a change. But for sure, we're doing it.
That's fantastic. Along those same lines, if you can critique other companies beyond finance, what is your assessment of corporations' myriad diversity goals and promises that have flooded social media following George Floyd's killing?
Yeah.
With everyone making large promises, is there anyone that particularly excites you as something that could actually bring real lasting change?
Well, I have to tell you, there are a lot of great ideas that are out there. So I don't want to point out one versus the other, but as I have been on the record as already saying, I want to have this conversation with you 12 months from now, because there have been a lot of great headlines that have been put out there. And I think the proof will be in the pudding to look at the report card 12 months from now.
That's a good story idea.
Yeah. So I am optimistic, because I mean, the headlines are out there. So all you got to do now is go back and you have a roadmap to ask the question 12 months from now as to what impact they've had. But I am optimistic that you will see a lot of change internally at companies, because I think that there've been a number of companies, and this has not been widely reported on, that have had the courageous conversations about their culture. And these are conversations that have traditionally been tough for people to have, because you almost don't want to know, right? But now they've had to have the conversations, and now the knowledge and information about the cultures are out there. And I think there are a lot of companies that are acting on it now that it's been revealed.
Are there clear steps in mind that you have in mind for these organizations to take inside or outside the financial world to accelerate equity among their employees? You've identified one, having that conversation, a very tough conversation, and then what?
And being intentional about where they put people, especially in senior and visible roles. Because the thing that I have learned, especially given all the time that I spend with millennials and Zers, is that they really do have to see it in order to believe that they can do it, right? And as the saying goes, you got to see it, to believe that you can be it. But I will tell you that this generation, more than the Xers and the boomers, as a boomer, excellence in corporate America for me looked like 6 white men at the top. There was nothing strange about that. Pick the company, IBM, GM, Ford, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, pick it. That's what excellence looked like. But millennials have grown up in an environment where they have seen women lead. They might have a mother that's in the C-suite. They have also gone to these elite schools where there's a smart Black kid on the right, smart Hispanic kid on the left, smart Asian kid in front, smart Indian kid behind them. That's what excellence looks like to them. And if they don't see that in the organizations that they're thinking about joining, they won't go. So it's a very different environment. So what I've said to companies, and I've had a lot of conversations in the last 11 months, is that you need to make sure that you have senior people and women, senior people of color and women in your leadership organization. Otherwise, you're going to compromise your objective to be the employer of choice in your industry.
Yeah, and it hurts them ultimately, the companies. I wanted to go to some audience questions. They're asking some very good questions that I want to know too. And one of them is, how do you set yourself apart from other people who want the same job as you? How do you get ahead? How do you compete?
So here's the deal. There is only one you. There is only one you. Nobody can be you the way that you can be you. So the game is to come in every day being the best you that you can be. I believe strongly, Tracy, that your authenticity is your distinct competitive advantage. Whenever I have taken my eye off of the uniqueness of Carla and I've tried to be like Alan, or I've tried to be like Mike, or maybe I can do it like Lisa, then I create a competitive disadvantage, right? I can't out Alan, right? And what I figured out is that bringing all of Carla into any environment, that was my edge. That was the thing that made clients remember me. That was the thing that had clients talking, because I had the courage to just bring my authentic self, which frankly, most people don't do. So that in itself gives you an edge.
That's great advice, even if it means singing in the boardroom.
Singing in the boardroom, whatever it means. That's exactly right.
Very memorable. Another audience question is, what is the biggest risk that you've taken, aside from singing in the boardroom? Because I know that's not a risk for you. And what has ever scared you, if anything?
Yeah. I laugh because sure, I have fears like everybody else as I was moving up the ladder. But I'll tell you, the biggest risk that I think I took was one year, someone who I was also looking to be a sponsor asked me to take on a different role. And it was a new role. And Tracy, I was one of those girls that would, you know, whatever I was told to do, that's what I did in my career. And I made sure that I tried to do it as, you know, better than anybody else. But this time, I knew in my gut that if I moved, when this guy was asking me to move, that I was going to compromise my opportunity to get promoted, because I was going to create a scenario where somebody could say, oh, she's done a nice job in this new role. She just needs a little bit more time in that role, a little more time to get seasoned in that role. And I was at the top of my game at that point. And I knew that my best shot to get it done that year was to keep doing what I was doing and keep putting the points up. But here was the risk. If I told this guy no, it might piss him off and he might not support me behind closed doors. But, you know, as the old Shakespeare saying goes, to thine own self be true. And I told him no. And at the end of the day, he supported me anyway, but it was a huge risk.
Yeah, that is really great advice for anyone's career. That's fantastic. Let's see. So this is something many of us ask ourselves. How do you balance maintaining work relationships while raising diversity issues and inequity to leadership? Especially those of us who care about this stuff and we feel an immense sense of responsibility. How do you continue doing this and be authentic and uphold the values you believe in while rising to the top and not worrying about offending folks who may not be ready to hear that?
Yes, I have to tell you, it's not about what you say, Tracy. It's always about how you say it, right? And sometimes you can frame it in a question. Sometimes you can say things like, well, listen, you know, can I give it to you straight, no chaser? Or can I look at this under the umbrella of how this would make us look externally? Or can I talk to you about what this looks like competitively? Or let me tell you why I care about it. So it's all about how you frame it, the box that you put it in. But I do think it's important for you to have a conversation, because as I just said, the workforce of today cares a lot about this. And even companies and leaders that haven't gotten it yet, they're gonna, by the time they get it, If they don't care about it now and try to do something about it, they're going to be behind the 8 ball. So as somebody who cares about the organization, or somebody who is also a shareholder, if it's a public company, then that gives you the, the playground, if you will, to have a conversation. But it's always about how you do it. And I always say that communication is about saying things in the way that your listener will hear it, embrace it, and act upon that which you want them to act upon. So you can't just, say it any way that you're feeling it right now. If you want to be impactful, you can say it in a way that makes you feel good. That's fine. But if you want to be impactful with your statement, you got to be thoughtful about how you say it.
Right. And it might be packaging the message differently for different managers. Yeah. Another audience member has this question on relationship currency and how do you generate it, especially if someone feels like they can't even get that first casual conversation started, like if we're not on the golf links or after hours, happy hour, how do you do that? And especially during these times when a lot of us are working from home.
Yes. I'll tell you, this is where I think the pandemic has created a bit of a level playing field. All right. Contrary to what people have been saying about it's putting women and folks of color behind the 8 ball. Because here's the deal. When we were in a pre-COVID environment, you might have seen Dan and Peter having a conversation, and you might have been intimidated to walk up to them or get in that conversation or even talk to Dan, because every time you see him talking, he's talking about golf and you don't play golf. But now we're in an environment where everybody has to speak this way. And we're also in an environment where everybody's reading everything, right? So your email to Dan might have gotten missed before, right? But now you can go in and say, hey, Dan, before we went into this shelter in place protocol, I want to get 10 minutes on your calendar to talk about A, B, and C. I'm wondering if I can get 10 minutes now. And I want to talk about A, B, and C. And have that conversation. And when you get to 9 minutes and 15 seconds, you say, listen, I'm a woman of my word, and I'm hoping to earn another 10 minutes with you. So I'm going to make sure we end this right on time. But you'll get that hearing. But be ready, be direct, have your agenda.
Very helpful. Thank you very much. Across your career, and I know you had that scary moment where you took a risk of whether you should stay where you are. Were there moments where you thought to yourself, that's it, I'm done? And if so, how did you get beyond that?
Yes, ma'am. There were many. And I will tell you that the blessing that I have about my person is that I am negatively motivated. So when you tell me I can't do something, I'm all over it. So there was definitely one year where this one guy, I even to this day, I believe he was trying to make sure that I quit, right? And I remember the moment that I realized that that was what he was, working on. And I said, oh, no. Oh, no. If I go, it's going to be on my own terms. Oh, no. And that was the thing that made me suit up the next day and come in, to fight yet another day. And I often think about that moment because he has been long gone from the organization and didn't necessarily have a successful time after he left the organization, and here I stand.
Wow. That's a great story that resonates with many of us, because I'm just thinking about a very well-respected female editor at the Washington Post who recently posted about this experience that she had as a young editor, where a male reporter, one of her reporters, physically intimidated her so badly that she felt like she was going to be physically assaulted. Because he didn't agree with one of her edits. And so this was decades ago. The guy is dead, but there was an outpouring of support for this woman who's airing it now after so long. And I'm just thinking about how many of us out there who've experienced such a thing, whether it's from a boss or a subordinate. And so how do you move on rather than, you're negatively motivated, but others may not be? How do you deal with that, especially if the person is a boss?
Yeah. Well, I think in the environment that we're in now, where it's much easier for people to talk about these things, I would have said 10 years ago, people certainly had a hard time airing those things. But now almost every organization in the last 3 years since the Me Too movement, arose, Tracy. Almost every organization has posted a, no tolerance policy for those kinds of things. And they want to know sooner rather than later because it puts their franchise at risk. And it also puts them at risk of being able to get other good people, just like we were just talking about. So I think now it's much easier to have a conversation. And you can always start by having the one-on-one and say, hey, you may not know that you're stepping over the line, but before you step over the line with the wrong person, I'm just want to let you know you're stepping over the line. That's one way you can handle it. But if you don't have, that kind of courage to do that, then you can go and talk to somebody that could make a difference, and say something. Right. But I do not believe in suffering in silence.
Well, especially these days when anyone can be put on blast on social media, and
fair point.
As you're right, it's a different culture, workplace culture these days.
Yep.
But still, in media, you see these men getting rewarded all the time. It's everywhere. They get the next title. Maybe they leave this organization and go to another one. So there's still work to be done.
There are always bad actors in every sector, right? And so the game is not to get distracted by the bad actors, but to focus on those that are going to be helpful and that are going to be helpful to you, and environments that are going to allow you to flourish. Because I don't know any environment where you probably couldn't run into a bad actor.
Right, not even in religious organizations, as we know.
I'm not touching that one. Go ahead, Tracy.
Not for you, right? So going back to the issue of diversity, what is, in your opinion, the biggest challenge right now to increasing diversity, especially at the top, that you say is so necessary to recruit the next generation?
Yeah, I think there are one of the biggest impediments I have found is that there are a lot of leaders who convince themselves that it's hard and that it's going to take a long time. And as I've been saying, whether you're talking about entrepreneurs of color to invest in, or whether you're talking about diverse talent, there's not a supply problem. So the issue is around having the strategy to get in the traffic so that you can find the candidates. But if you convince yourself that it's going to be hard, and you convince yourself that it's going to take a long time, then you are actually setting yourself up for failure. So I think that's one of the biggest issues. The other issue is if you think it's hard, then you may think that if you get it wrong, there's going to be some real impairment to your legacy as a leader. And so now you start to think, well, wait a minute, Charlie didn't do it, Dan didn't do it, Peter didn't do it, Tom didn't do it before me. And as a CEO, nobody's going to tag me if I focus on revenues, profitability, market share, and costs. So I'm going to focus on those things. And this other thing, I'm just going to keep in a box and hope the top doesn't pop off of it while I'm in this seat. But I'll let that be the next person's problem. And I think that the fear of failure around it has also been a major impediment.
Yeah, those are good. And, you're talking about there's not the whole pipeline. That's often a common excuse. And when in fact, it's really a problem of networks. They need to do the work to expand their networks.
Well said. Well said.
They need to have those girls' weekends.
I'll talk to them. Just having a girls' weekends and say, introduce me.
I will. That's great. So I love this question from this audience member. How do you know when it's time to move on?
Love this question. It's the only concept that I repeat in both my books, Expect to Win and Strategize to Win. You should have an agenda. Everybody should have an agenda. And there's two pieces to the agenda, the seat and the house. The seat is the job that you are doing. And the questions that you should be asking yourself around the seat is, what kind of skills do I want to get? What kind of people do I want to meet? What kind of experiences do I want to have? What kind of networks do I want to build from this seat? And once you have those, now you look at the house, which is where you're prosecuting the seat. Do I like this company? Do I have a voice in this company? Do I have a sponsor? Do I have an opportunity to get a sponsor? Do I like the career platform? Do I like the career trajectory? Now, when you're thinking that it might be time to leave, you go back to the agenda and you say, have I fully prosecuted the seat? If the answer is yes, then you know that it's time for you to change the seat. That's the problem. You can stay in the same house, but time to change the job. If the answer is no, then you're in the right seat, but you should ask the question whether or not you're in the right house. Do I still like the organization? Do I have a sponsor? Do I have an opportunity to get a sponsor? Do I like the career trajectory, the platform? If the answer is no, then you have solved your problem. Keep the seat, change the house. If the answer is yes, the values have changed. I don't have a sponsor. I don't have a voice. I don't think I can get that support. Now it's time to actually change the house. And if you fully prosecuted the seat, change the seat. But having an agenda will keep you from making emotional decisions about your career. And the other issue is that studies show that most women leave organizations because of one person. And that's when you remind yourself there's not a person born that you can't get around.
That is so great. It's so clearly laid out, but Carla, you didn't have a Carla Harris when you started your career. So this brings me to the next audience question. When you started, did you have an agenda? Did you plan to rise up to the top of the corporate ladder? Or did you just kind of play it as it went and you happened to end up there?
Yes, well, I'll tell you, it's interesting. I've always had a plan and an aspiration to excel, right? But I did not walk in 1987 saying, I'm going to run this or I'm going to be a managing director. My goal was to make sure that I was successful enough to make it to officer, which was vice president. And at that point, I would recalibrate and rethink. And by that point, then my appetite had grown and I knew then I wanted to be a managing director at this firm or at another firm. So the reason I share the pearls, Tracy, is because I didn't have them. And my acquisition of the pearls were by falling in a hole and crawling out and then pressure testing which of the things would have worked and then trying those things again. And that's why I say to people, the pearls work. They've been tried and tested in all kinds of economic environments in a very dynamic, highly intense, competitive environment. So I know they work across all industries. It's not financial services, it will work in journalism, it will work because I've tested them over and over again.
I'm about to order your book. And this is other audience question is a really good one for our time. Chief diversity officers are in high demand, but their turnover rate is rising. What are the structural changes to the role or the responsibilities to solidify this position in organizations?
I think there's two things that's driving the high turnover. Number one, folks who are really serious about making change go into an organization because the organization says they want change, and then they find out they're not empowered the way that they should be empowered. And being the new girl or the new guy on the block, unless somebody is giving you extraordinary sponsorship, very difficult to make those changes. So they get frustrated and they leave. That's the first issue. The second issue is the organization thinks that it's ready for all this change. And then when you come in and you're trying to make the change, then they start actually changing what it is they want, right? Or they realize they're not ready for that kind of cultural transformation and they help usher you out the door. So in one case, it's the organization that's doing it. In the other case, is the person that's throwing up their hands walking out. Those are the two things that I think are actually driving, the high turnover. And the other issue, Tracy, is man-to-man combat, right? It is not something that you can successfully manage by data. And those who don't get it, hug the data, right? But it is man-to-man combat in getting it done and getting it done successfully. And you need three things, in my opinion, to have a long-term, sustainable diversity and inclusion and equity program. You need intentionality, accountability, and consistency.
That's great. So you and I are lucky because we have found our life's calling in a sense, and we get paid to do what we love. Can you share some advice for people on finding their calling and how to, or any help to maneuver, how to reveal their life's purpose?
Absolutely. And I talk about this in my second book, Strategize to Win. How do you figure out that thing? The first thing is write down on a piece of paper, for one piece of paper, all the things that you know you really enjoy doing. So think about all of your experiences from schools to jobs. Are you a creative person? You like problem solving? You like working on teams? You like working by yourself? Whatever it is, then you want to put down on a piece of paper all the jobs that you think you would like to have and focus more on the content than the job. So for example, if you say, I want to value companies, that's 3 different jobs. That's M&A in an investment bank, that is sell-side research in an investment bank, and it could be credit research. So focus on the content and not the job, right? So that's your second piece of paper. Now the third piece of paper is to think about all of the different jobs or industries where you might want to prosecute that content, right? And think about, now you can actually start to have a map of where you might want to go in pursuing that. And if you're not clear, go back to what we talked about before. Just take some folks out to lunch and say, so Tracy, tell me what it's like to work at the Washington Post. How did you decide that you want to be a writer? How did you decide you want to focus on race and economy? You know, what were the things, what are the things you love about it? What don't you love about it? In 10 or 15 minutes, you can get some insight into a whole other career that actually might pique your interest, that you might, but you got to talk to a lot of different people in order to figure out what that is. And then I would go and prosecute one of those things that you think might bring you joy every day, just to get up and go do that thing. All right. And then over time, it'll be revealed to you in terms of what's the real purpose. Like I do a lot of public speaking now, Tracy, but when I started my career in '87, I wouldn't have told you that 30 years into it, I was going to enjoy doing that so much. Right.
Wow.
But it was Carla the banker and all those presentations and all those different things that, you know, helped to reveal Carla the speaker.
Wow. Amazing. So Carla, we're getting a lot of requests for you to share your voice with us, your operatic voice or gospel voice. But before we do that, if that's something you're willing to entertain, if people were to walk away today with one lesson from you to carry forth, what would you want that to be? You've dropped so many pearls of wisdom. What was the one takeaway that you'd want?
I would tell you to own your power, right? No matter where you are in your career, if you're 23, 24, and you're just starting out your career, and if you're 63 and you're thinking about actually going to Me 2.0, own your power, right? Don't give it away. Don't ever be held hostage by this imposter syndrome. If you are in a room, you're supposed to be in that room, and don't question that. And I'll give you a piece of advice that my voice teacher gave to me that was really great advice, is that your audience is always pulling for you. And the reason I say that is so often as women, and certainly women of color, you know, when we are shown opportunities, we're thinking, oh, are they setting me up to fail? Or, oh, are they not giving me the right resources? You have power in your voice. Ask. I saw somebody ask the question, suppose I'm not getting the resources to do what I need to do, then power in your voice. You go and sit down to somebody who matters, because maybe it's not your boss, maybe it's your boss's boss, and you say, listen, I want to create value for this organization. I know that I can create value for this organization by doing A, B, and C. But in order to prosecute A, B, and C, I need D, E, and F. Now, if you guys don't want me to create this value, no problem. Just tell me. I won't even worry about it anymore. But if you want me to do this, this is what I need. Power in your voice. Don't submerge your voice. That's what I would want to leave you with. Now, because I have been talking all day, Tracy, I am going to decline to sing. However, I'm not going to leave you wanting, because when you finish our conversation, if you're listening to Tracy and I'd like you to go to YouTube and check out Let There Be Peace. That's my latest video, and I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I do want to ask another audience question. There's so many great questions. What are your must-read books for 2021?
Oh, I tell you, I am a huge fan of reading spiritual books. And so T.D. Jakes will be coming out with a new one. Joyce Myers always drops a few in a year, and so does Joel Osteen. And I love reading their books because they're inspirational and they pick me up. So anything they release this year, I will be reading.
That's great. Do you read any fiction or novels?
I don't anymore. Every now and then, if I'm on a beach, you know, I'll try to figure out, you know, what's the latest thing Terry McMillan has released. And I usually like to read her things on the beach, but usually I'm catching up with one of those three authors that I mentioned because I just love their stuff.
Great. What about Netflix shows or anything else that people are going to do during the COVID?
Well, I got to tell you, I have been watching this newest show on, I think it's Showtime, called Your Honor. So I've been catching up with that. I am waiting for a moment, a weekend that I have free that I can watch the new Shonda Rhimes Netflix, Bridgerton.
Oh my gosh, you haven't seen it yet?
I haven't because I want to. I don't generally binge, but I'm looking for that block of time where I can binge. I have watched everything Shonda Rhimes has ever released, and I can't wait to do that. So that's a special treat for me.
Oh, great. You'll love it. I'm a binger, but I made the mistake of watching it with my husband, who's very responsible and not a binger. So it took us like 2 weeks to get through it, but it was worth it.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, it's coming up for me.
Yeah, good. We still do have some time here, and I wanted to get to some of the other audience questions. Okay. This is a common one that's asked. For women who are mothers, how do you have that role and still have a successful career to the top, not just worker bee, but someone in charge?
Yes, I will tell you that I gave this advice before I was a mother, and I'm proud to say that I certainly have been walking my own talk.
Wow.
Even as a type A personality where you feel like you have to touch everything and you want to do everything, it's also very powerful to have responsible people around you who can be helpful. You don't have to touch it in order to influence it. And so I'd say that when you have an opportunity, make sure that you get a good team. Just like you had a team at work, you need to have a team at home that can help you prosecute with excellence, whatever that looks like and however you define it for you. And that's certainly what I've done. I have two very young kids. I have a 5.5-year-old and a 9.5-month-old. Yes, and I have an incredible group of people around me that help me to do what I need to do at home. And it doesn't take away from what mommy has to do. Mommy is still mommy. But you know, if I need some help on a day like today, where I've been back to back to back, you know, on film or in front of the camera, someone has been there helping me. But as soon as you and I are done, I'm putting 2 little girls to sleep.
Wow, we're so lucky to have you for this time. We were talking earlier about the diversity role and why people leave, and some of the answers to that, I'm wondering if we could address this issue too of tech and the lack of diversity in tech, especially Black diversity. I don't know if you've followed the news about the AI expert at Google, Timnit Gebru. I might be pronouncing her name incorrectly. She recently left. It was very controversial. What do you see, if any, radical changes that are necessary for the tech industry to actually not just recruit, but retain and promote these diverse candidates that they hired to solve these very issues?
Yeah, you know, I think that they are going to have to turbo boost their efforts, especially when high profile people who are telling stories like that. Again, it's going to compromise their ability to get the best talent over time, because don't forget, there are going to be a lot of organizations and a lot of companies that aren't traditional tech companies that are going to, you know, pivot and be using tech in a different way, that they're going to be seen as tech companies in the broader world. And that's going to suck out some of that talent. And I don't think that they have realized that they're going to be in a bigger war for talent than they've ever been. And it's also going to be global, because the thing that the pandemic has done, it's created sort of fluid talent, if you will, right? Before, people might have said, oh, all the talent is right here in San Francisco, or all the talent is right here in the Valley. But guess what? The talent's in Indiana now. It's in Idaho.
Or it's cheaper.
It's in Georgia,
yeah.
Right? And the fact that people are going to be able to source this talent from different places, I think is going to create competition that they didn't anticipate. So I think I'm, again, glass half full kind of girl. I'm optimistic there'll be some changes. And if not, they'll feel it.
I like your attitude, glass half full, motivated by haters.
No, negatively motivated.
Negatively motivated, right. So you've provided us, wonderful roadmap to life, to career. What's your daily roadmap? One audience member wanted your wake up routine. How do you wake up to power up? And if you have a perfect day, how do you get ready for that day?
Yes. So one of my tricks is that I put my to-do list together the night before, right? So I don't spend a lot of time in the morning trying to figure out what am I going to do today. I ask myself one question: what does success look like today? I own that. I define that with this whole list of things that I might have to do. So that's number one. Number two is I wake up every morning and I pray. Tracy, there's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. My power is about whose I am, not who I am. And I'm real clear on that. So I do that, and that gets me powered up as well. So now, I get powered up first. I take a look at the list. I ask myself what success looks like, and I get to it. And I'm a list girl. I'm an execution person at heart. So I actually get my joy by taking it off the list. And so if I find myself daydreaming or dawdling or not being as productive as I like, I just look back at the list and I go, how many things have you done on the list today? Okay, well, you got 45 minutes. How many can you get done? And so I'll challenge myself throughout the day so that by the end of the day, like now, I can look back and say, wow, great day.
How many you have left on your list today?
I have 3. And that was 3 out of 18.
Wow. You still have some hours left. We have just a couple minutes left. Let me ask this, this question of women's power. How can we uplift each other instead of viewing each other as competition?
Yes, you find yourself in rooms where sometimes there aren't other women and yet people are being discussed. Well, if you happen to be in the room and they're talking about other candidates and there's another woman that you actually believe is really worthy and really great, you should say something. Exercise your voice. And so often people get into the room finally and they go, well, I'm not going to say anything. Or, I don't want to support Tracy because they're going to think that I'm just supporting her because she's another woman. You don't know what they're thinking unless you are clairvoyant, right? And if you are supporting Tracy because you think she's that good, then you make the case. But don't fail to exercise your voice because you just gave away your power.
Exactly. I was going to say your power.
That's exactly right. That's right.
And one last question. What advice do you have for women who want to transition to a new career field? Do the interviews, talk to folks?
Absolutely. So if you know already that you want to transition to another space, then I would say give yourself 6 months where you actually start planting the seeds. So start talking to people in the other industry. And I would do that for 3 months so that I get a really good sense of what the key success factors are in that industry. What are the key success factors for the seat that I think that I want? And after I'm comfortable with that, then the next 3 months, I continue to network, but now I'm starting to drop hints. Well, if you ever need somebody or I'm really interested in this space and here's why I'm interested and here's what I think I'm able to contribute. I'm a big fan of giving the narrative, Tracy, because sometimes people don't know how to sell you, right? But if you give them the narrative, then they will certainly repeat it when they start talking about your candidacy.
Right, make their job easier to help you.
You got it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Carla. This has been fantastic. And I hope to meet you in person one of these days at the Girls Weekend or at Lincoln Center.
Tell me about that Girls Weekend, or if nothing else, you and I can go and grab a drink on the other side of this shelter in place protocol. I would love that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Can we just get a round of applause for this panel? Because I am both invigorated and exhausted. I am like, this was just so wonderful to sit in on. So happy to have heard y'all speak. Tracy, amazing job as a moderator. And Carla, that was just wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Carla's awesome.
Yes.
I'm so lucky to have been able to meet her.
Awesome, honey. That was awesome. I'm all pumped now.
Me too. I'm gonna have a hard time falling asleep tonight for sure.
The audience had awesome questions. It was just such a great conversation.
The chat was blowing up. Seriously, I could barely grab the questions fast enough. It was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for filtering it so well. They were all the questions that you guys got were awesome.
That's all up to our community. They are wonderful and they had great questions for y'all. So thank you.
I think we're still live, by the way, too. So
we are actually.
The chat box is like really excited.
One question.
Bye.
Thank you, Carla.
Thank you so much, everyone. Huge thank you to our community members, everybody that stuck with us. I know we had a little bit of connection stuff, but I'm so grateful to all of you. That was a wonderful way to end day 3. I do just want to call out again, if you want SHRM credits for spending an amazing hour with Carla, please take note of that code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Thank you so much to everybody that joined in and stuck with us today. Make sure you check out the merch store if you want to help support Trans Tech Social. They are going to help 100% of the fees or the proceeds that we make from all these sales is going to go to fund technical bootcamp fees for Black, transgender, and non-binary people. That's Angelica Ross's organization. So please check that out. We have a virtual job fair that's happening Friday. I'll be there. So will Amazon and Facebook, Pluralsight, a whole bunch of companies. There's gonna be like 13 companies. So please show up for that. And then we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern. There's going to be a virtual networking hour hosted by yours truly. So please come back for that. And we will see you for day 4. Bye, everyone. Have a